Good evening, Internet, and welcome to Kenter at Your Own Risk, episode 59, in which Kent, Kevin, and Chris are going to be going over Craven versus Carpenter, or chronologically, as we're going to be doing it, Carpenter versus Craven, to see who steals the title of Master of Horror. I've had a pretty busy last month since the last one that we've done. I've watched a bunch of stuff. I've had a lot of stuff going on in real life. The one thing I'd like to bring up is Kent. You will no longer have to edit out my kitty because she passed away. So at least that'll make it a little easier for you in the backroom editing stuff.
I don't think I could take any delight in this.
No.
I was trying
to find a silver lining, but yes, I lost my little, as I called her, rapey kitty. So rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Yeah. Sorry, Chris.
It's okay. She was old. She was 15, so she had a rough last couple of days.
Yeah.
Anyways, on a more positive note, how are you guys doing?
Well, I'm okay, I guess. My cat hasn't died. Anyways, sorry again. Yeah, good. I was on vacation last week, so it was kind of, I had to take a pause from watching 37 of these movies. It's been basically Halloween in April, which has been kind of cool. And catching up on a lot of these movies that I haven't seen since I was a kid, or probably only saw parts of when I was a kid. Yeah, and also when I got back, I had my first doctor's appointment in 23 years, probably more. So I'm looking to get healthy in my old age. So yeah, that's about it.
Wow, 23 years. Good on you. I think
That's a long time to go without seeing a doctor.
Oh yeah. Emergency rooms only.
Huh. All right. Well, I don't have anything remotely exciting other than I've been sleeping a lot because I've started new medication. So, I think it was Friday into Saturday. I was only awake for 8 hours. So, the past 24 hours, I've watched 8 movies, and yeah, feeling good. So, very excited. And I realized there was a lot, when Wes Craven died, I did a lot of stuff on the website about Wes Craven, and I left out so many things that I either didn't have access to, or I just didn't have the time to watch. So this has given me an opportunity to watch a lot of really mediocre as fuck movies. So that's been fun. But there has been a few pleasant surprises, and I fully admit going into this that in my mind, if I had to predict, I was going to predict Kevin was going to be pro Carpenter. I was going to say Chris was going to be pro. I wasn't really sure because I was iffy. I think I went Craven in Chris's mind, and in my mind I went Craven. And by the end of this podcast, I'm genuinely curious to see if after all this talking, if those predictions are wrong, right, whatever. So, yay, let's do this.
I thought Chris for sure was going to be Carpenter, and you were definitely going to be Craven, and I was kind of on the fence in the beginning.
I mean,
because I didn't really know a lot about Craven, but go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say my predictions would have been completely opposite Kent's. I was picturing both of you going Craven and me being the only person saying Carpenter. So interesting how none of us can read the other two.
We're really good friends. We know each other really well. This is all just.
I know they're not gonna agree with me, and that's all I know. I don't even know who I'm picking yet.
Oh my god! I also gotta say, at the end of the podcast, we have the final rankings for Masters of Horror Season 1, 2, and Fear Itself, and that took me 20 straight minutes of math.
Awesome. That sounds great. Yes, I'm excited about that too.
Yeah. So that there's your incentive, listeners.
Stay to the end. All right, are you guys ready to kick this stuff off?
Yes.
I've never been more ready for anything in my life.
All right, well, we have two pretty storied directors, producers, writers, composers. Wes Craven left us, somewhere early 2010s? Like what, 2013, somewhere around there? 2012?
2015, I think, wasn't it?
20,
I think 2015, yeah.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember he didn't direct, what was that one that you had me watch? The Girl in the Photographs, because he died before it came out. But,
right, yeah, August 30th, 2015. Yeah. And yeah, Girl in the Photographs is a brilliant movie, but I didn't watch it for this particular podcast, unfortunately.
Yeah. And maybe that was for the best, because if you look at the stuff that John Carpenter has done since Wes Craven has passed, I think it's safe to say it's not his strongest. If you can even say that he's really been doing it anything other than really lending his name and his production company to what he's done. But that being said, we're going to kick it off by going over Carpenter's cinematography. And I think we're starting with, correct me if I'm wrong, Halloween?
Hey, I'll just want to throw this out there. Did you guys notice how often, Greg Nicotero and Kurtzman were involved in these movies? I don't know if you guys watched the credits or paid attention to that, but they were involved in, half of these damn movies, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All the way up to the end.
Yeah.
And the thing that goes with Kurtzman, too, is he was also involved in all of the Sam Raimi stuff as well. So, I mean, he's just, one of those most prolific, for the most part, producers, correct?
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking about this. If I had to go with, if I had to think of, everything horror, I was like, these guys have been involved in more things horror than just about anybody else, quite frankly. I mean, I know we're just talking directing here, but those guys have been involved for, the past 30, 40 years in, at least half of the great horror movies that have been made? That's pretty awesome.
I mean, I'm going to be 45 this year, and Halloween's a year older than I am, so they've been doing that closer to 50, years of doing this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but it's cool, too. So I just wanted to toss that out there before I forgot.
All right, so I guess I'm kicking it off with Halloween, 1978. Directed by John Carpenter, written by John Carpenter and Deborah Hill, and starring Donald Pleasence, Jamie Lee Curtis, and Tony Moran. I don't know. I don't know how deep really we want to go into this, because we've been over this one a bunch on this channel, between serial killers, slashers, horror icons. But this is, even though it's not technically the first slasher movie, a lot of people credit this with creating that genre of horror movie. So we have this movie begin with a POV shot that we later find out is from the young Michael Myers, who murders his sister on Halloween night in 1963. And then 15 years later, on Halloween in 1978, he escapes from the insane asylum and heads back to Haddonfield, Illinois to kill again. At this point, it was much like any original movie in a franchise, where a lot of the mythology and legacy things had not been added yet. So he's stalking, for the most part, a woman girl named Laurie Strode. And she is babysitting some neighbors' children, because she's bookish and intellectual and doesn't really have the same social life that her friends Annie and Linda do. We get the movie opening after the introduction with the young Michael murdering his sister, with Donald Pleasence, who plays Dr. Loomis, and a nurse setting to pick up Michael to take him to his reassessment on whether or not to continue to be incarcerated for the criminally insane. And as they show up to the hospital, they see some of the patients are loose. The front gate is open, and when Loomis goes to make a phone call, Michael jumps on top of the car, tries to attack the nurse until she jumps out of the car and tries to hide, and then he takes off. One of my favorite lines in the movie is when they're like, "Oh, we don't know how he drove away," and Loomis is like, "Well, he did a pretty good job last night. Obviously, somebody here taught him how to do it." One of the things that I really enjoy about this movie, and you can see that they changed it in the remakes, is I would say this about a lot of the ones that I rewatched, is they gave the characters in the movie just a chance to percolate. We had a kill right at the beginning, but then we go a pretty decent amount of time before anything that is not creepy, any violence or actual murders occur. And I think, looking at a lot of the more modern horror movies, that we don't get that anymore. They feel that they need to jump in and start the body count pretty high and pretty quickly comparatively. There's not a ton of deaths in this. There's not a ton of blood. It's actually pretty bloodless for the amount of kills that we do get. But it holds up pretty well. It's not perfect, but it's got pretty good atmosphere. Obviously, Michael ended up becoming one of, horror's top icons. And I would say that Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie is probably one of the top 2 to 3 final girls that people think of when they think of the genre. The soundtrack is on point. Maybe one of the most iconic soundtracks in horror. And outside of that, I don't really have too much to say. I was watching this with my wife too. Well, rewatching this for the first time. Well, I was rewatching this. My wife watched it with me for the first time tonight, and she stayed up through the whole thing. So I consider that a success. But at one point, I looked at her. I'm like, "See, all these titties are how you can tell this was filmed in the 70s." Anyways, what are your guys' thoughts?
You want me to? Oh, actually, I do want to say this. This is not considered the first slasher, but it is the first one to make a lot of money. Like, this was not only made for like $325,000, but it made $70 million at the box office, and it was not even just like successful for horror, but just independent films in general. It's like still considered one of the most profitable movies ever made.
I mean, if you're talking to people like us, Kevin, who, I don't want to say we're like, I think connoisseurs of the genre would be fine. I don't want to say we're necessarily scholars of the genre, although I think we probably lean more towards that than, a lot of people out there who speak on it. But I think public perception for a long time was that this was what kicked off the slasher genre, even though you had things like Black Christmas and some more independent stuff releasing earlier.
Psycho and Peeping Tom. And I learned that from Scream, actually. Scream. We'll get to that
Scream
later.
4, yeah.
Yeah. So, the gift that keeps on giving. So I just want to point out some other things about this movie that are, it's a horror icon. This is like second film, first one being Dark Star in 72, I think. So, or maybe 74. 74. So like 4 years later, I think he considers this his real first film, but like to create like a Mount Rushmore horror icon, it's incredible. And I know that he wasn't meaning to, and later on tries to even veer away from it by making Halloween 3. But This was also selected for the preservation in 2006 for the United States National Film Registry by the Library of Congress as being culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant. So they're going to keep this forever in like a bunker. So when the world ends, we will still have Halloween for in 100 years. I think.
For either the AI, the aliens, or the zombies to be able to watch afterwards.
To make their own shitty remake, yeah. For the next, whatever David Gordon Green gets reincarnated into. Yeah, and this is out of all those things, also, this is a direct influence to the Friday the 13th franchise and many, many more. But even the people who made Friday the 13th say that they were making a Halloween remake because of the success of this movie. And just that alone, I mean, not even getting into the other ones, not even getting into Wes Craven, that's crazy. So, yeah, I guess that's really all I have to add. I mean, Halloween does still... I've watched this this was the third time since October, because I watched all the Halloween movies for Halloween, and then I watched all of my John Carpenter movies after that. So, and then for this, so watching it 3 times since October... It still held up pretty good, and I got, I like the characters. And what Chris was saying, we go this long time before really seeing a kill. It pays off. Because I do get that sinking feeling that, for a movie that isn't really bloody, it's very suspenseful. And even though I basically know how it ends, so. Yeah, all right. That's all I got. What about you, Kent?
It's a masterpiece, and yet it's I for as many times as I've seen it, and I do love the movie. I will always say that Michael is still overrated. I in my heart of hearts, I believe that Michael is overrated. But if I'm just talking about this movie in and of itself, for when it was made, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, it really did a lot of cool things. I do hate that it overshadows the shit out of Black Christmas, because I love that movie too. But with that being said, just because it overshadows doesn't mean it's not a great movie. It doesn't mean that a lot of parts aren't awesome. It does mean that Jamie Lee Curtis is overrated as fuck as a Scream Queen, and I know eventually we are going to get to a Scream Queen fucking podcast, and I cannot wait for that. With that being said, it's fun to know that Michael will be killing people, but before that, he stops at either the railroad crossing or there's a stop sign. I think it's a railroad crossing when Annie drives up to her dad in the car, and we see Michael just driving in the background. It's nice to know he obeys safety laws. Good for Michael. He doesn't want to hurt innocent bystanders at this point, just others. When Jamie Lee is with Annie and they are driving and they pull up to see Annie's dad, you can see in the background, you can see Michael driving the car. Yeah, and he stops. So, yeah, you can look that up on YouTube. Just look up Michael Myers stop sign or something like that, and you'll see it. It's funny.
He looks like both ways. I think I saw the meme for it during Halloween, where he looks. He also looks the other way.
So, yeah.
So one of the things I noticed and I wanted to bring up too is I really appreciated the fact too that in this one, Michael is just like a normally built dude. I mean, obviously he ends up being pretty strong because he's able to choke people out and lift a guy with one hand and stab him, but he's not built, like Gunnar Hansen or any of those fucking huge brick shit houses that they ended up using for Jason and Michael in most of the movies, where, the dude walks like slow as fuck because he probably weighs, 320 pounds and he's 6'8". Yeah, he just looked like normally built dude, which I think makes more sense when you consider that he's only supposed to be 21 and he just got out of an insane asylum. So it's not like he was working out in the prison yard every day for the last 15 years.
That is true. He is some of the Jasons, I mean, because there was 6, 7 different Jasons, so some of them are a little bit more normal than other ones. I mean, Kane Hodder's just such a big, thick motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a fucking big dude, yeah.
Michael definitely in this one at the least. Also, I don't know if... I have no frame of reference on this, but this feels like one of the earlier movies that I noticed the hiding in the closet cliche, and I fucking hate that cliche. I genuinely... I get angry every time I'm watching a horror movie and somebody hides in the closet where it has the diagonal slats so you have that suspenseful moment. It's like, okay, it worked like the first 3 or 4 times, but, by now...
I think this was the first time, so
it pisses me off because it's just been done so many times, and yet, it felt like every single 80s slasher and a lot of 90s slashers use this, and I still think today you will see this cliche just I don't know, it's just hey, we gotta do this because we're a horror movie. It's fuck's sakes, man, it doesn't work anymore. It just enough, but it worked really well when it happened. And I will say, I've probably said this on the podcast before, but when my parents first got a VCR, the first thing my mom wanted to do was go rent Halloween and show it to me when I was 5 years old. So I have that fond memory, and I was I had no idea what the hell I was in for. She was super excited about it. I was all right. And then 3 minutes in, seeing tits, I'm what the fuck is happening here? And yeah, very bizarro world for somebody that had never seen anything like this. So I will always have that memory. And I have to say, I think this is the best Dr. Loomis that we get, because he becomes such a caricature of himself, every freaking sequel, right? He's batshit crazy here, but this is the most grounded I think Loomis ever becomes. And I really do like that aspect. I will ask this question.
I agree.
In hindsight, do you guys prefer that we didn't know that Laurie was Michael's sister, or does that make it better? Or now that we know, what was better, not knowing or knowing, do you think?
Well, in the movie, just watching this, I don't even think about that. It's so hard to say though, because it's been so ingrained. Even with the Rob Zombie remakes, it's a major part of it. So going back and watching Halloween, the original, I always kind of don't. I think it's better that it's not. I think it's scarier that it's not his sister, because it makes it less this could happen to you, unless you have a long lost brother who murdered his family that you don't know about, I don't know. That's my opinion on it. I think it's better standalone, no relation, just, hey, who's she? She's pretty. I'm gonna go for her.
These girls are driving past the house I murdered my sister in, 15 years ago. Well, guess what? Now you're my victims.
I've been locked up for a long time.
Not only that, but I appreciate the Halloweens more where the supernatural aspect is not included. And once they started making Michael supernatural, that's really when I started checking out of the series.
See, I like the connection that they're brother and sister, because otherwise, I don't know. Like I guess this always goes back to why I liked Rob Zombie's Halloween. Like, they gave Michael a fucking purpose. I know, like, some people say him not having a purpose is the scary aspect. You know, I prefer knowing, you know, the connection, the rhyme and reason, so to speak.
Well, I think that with the sequels it works, because, I mean, like, how do you do Halloween 2 without it having something to go further, deeper into, you know? But, like...
Well, Halloween 2 didn't need it. The other ones did. Halloween 2 didn't need it only because they did the direct continuation of that whole night. Like, they didn't have to drop that nugget, in my opinion. But any other sequels, they have had to drop something to keep you going, I would think. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Halloween 2, though, and I know that some people really don't like Halloween 2, so fuck if I know. But
It's great.
yeah. All right, we good?
Yep.
Yep. All right. Moving on to Someone's Watching Me. Came out November 1978. Aired on NBC. It's a TV movie. It was filmed immediately prior to Carpenter's theatrical hit Halloween, and that did so well, so they were like, oh, we got this, right? Let's put this out, like, a week after Halloween. John Carpenter got into the union because of this movie, and he won an Edgar Award for this, whatever that is, and it's all right. It's a woman moves into a high-rise apartment, and someone starts watching her and calling her and harassing her, and it's one of those kinds of thrillers. Yeah, that's. Did you guys get a chance to check this out, Chris?
I have never seen this, and no, I did not check it out, so I have no opinion, one way or the other.
It's basically Carpenter's attempt or homage to Rear Window. It's not bad. Like, it's on, I believe it's on Amazon Prime right now. It really wasn't a bad premise. There wasn't anything really scary about it. This is definitely where horror adjacent would come into play. This is more suspense thriller than horror, wouldn't you say, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. I think it's just that it was the 70s TV movie, and then also they just did Halloween, which is definitely a horror film, so...
Yeah. Lee
for
was
ratings.
Nice to look at. And she had a quirky sense of humor, and some people, like, on IMDb were not fans of her humor, but I kind of liked her quirky sense of humor. It was nice to see Barbeau. This was her first Carpenter movie, right, Kevin?
Yeah, he met her on the set, actually, and they ended up getting married.
Yeah. There was the line about the midgets, which I will forever be grateful for. Which now, for whatever reason, I can't find it.
Oh, what's the midget line?
I don't know. I'm looking through my review right now. It took forever for it to pop up, so I am woefully unprepared. But I will say that I also found, like, because it's the 70s, there was still a stigma, like, oddly attached to Barbeau's character that was a lesbian, and, like, her and Lee went out to eat, and there was, like, this weird stigma that watching it with modern eyes, it was just like, why was this even a big deal whatsoever? Just two women going out to eat. But at the time, they felt the need, I guess, to I don't know, make a big deal out of it. And I don't know. I honestly gave this a better rating than I thought. She said that she claims to have a fear of being raped by dwarves. that was her best line. So, yeah. There was a lot of nonsense, a lot of bad decisions, but it's a horror movie, kind of, or a suspense movie, whatever you want to call it. Also, one thing that I will say that irked me is her leaving the knife when she goes into, like, the laundry room under that grate. She gets up, leaves her knife, but I'm pretty sure she has the knife later on in the movie with no explanation that she went back down to retrieve it. I don't know. I found that weird. But probably we've talked way too much about this otherwise average movie from the 70s, but I had fun. I actually would watch this again if it was just background noise. Not just like to watch because I wanted to watch it, but if it was background noise, I'd be totally cool with that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one that if you want to see everything John Carpenter ever did, sure, but I wouldn't really spend money on it or go too far out of your way to see it.
No, absolutely nothing with money involved. So, like I said, if you guys have Amazon Prime and are interested, now's the time to do it before it leaves, because, I don't know, things come and go. I can't imagine this is going to be floating around in 20 years. Maybe it will, but I doubt it.
I rented this too, so I'm upset. I rented it at the beginning of April, so it definitely wasn't free then, so yeah, I would hop on it.
Oh, you know what? Maybe it wasn't free. Maybe I did. You know what? I may have actually bought this.
I think you did buy it with a set.
Oh, yeah, so, I don't know. If maybe I'm wrong on the whole Amazon Prime thing. It's on Amazon Prime. You might have to pay for it, though. If you have to pay for it, I can't necessarily recommend it now. Oh, well. I'm going to shut up now.
Okay. We'll move on to John Carpenter's next film, The Fog, February 1980. This is John Carpenter's second theatrical horror film on a budget of $1.1 million and grossed $21.3 at the box office. Critically divided upon release, received praise for visuals and acting, but received criticism for structure and screenplay. It has a cult following, and there was a remake to this released in 2005. The movie itself, town has a secret, and there is a fog coming. It almost feels like it's going to start off like a slasher, but it doesn't. It isn't really a slasher, and really kind of almost doesn't go into any direction until the end. There's just a lot of characters in this movie, and I don't know if they're all very useful. I did like the John Carpenter, I guess, cameo in the beginning of the movie. There's some really cool stuff going on. I almost don't want to like give too much of like the story away, because that is part of, you know, the secret. And
is it really a secret? It's just basically a Scooby-Doo episode. It's a Scooby-Doo episode, man. It's a fucking.
I will let you go.
That's all this was.
Yeah, but they're like really, they're really pirates.
Like, this is just fucking Scooby-Doo. Only John Carpenter
away with it, you two, if you're meddling kids.
Well, fair enough. I never actually thought of it that way. It really kind of is. Goes out of its way. It's not like. So are you saying that Tom Atkins and Jamie Lee Curtis are the gang?
Yeah, because what a waste of a great fucking cast to just have everybody just kind of have, few minutes here and there screen time with nobody having any real big character other than possibly Barbeau as the most prolific character in the whole thing. And how much screen time does she get? Yeah, so yeah, much like Scooby-Doo, this was an ensemble situation. The only thing missing was the mystery machine and a talking dog. I don't think there was a talking dog, was there?
No, I don't think so. Yeah,
There was no talking dog or Scooby Snacks.
There you go.
Did Tom Atkins drive a van, or was it a truck?
I think it was a truck. I'm almost positive it was a truck.
The ass gas or grass mobile.
Yeah. Was this the first one of Carpenter's that had God, what the hell is his name? Peter Jason? Is he in this one? He's in like so many of the movies, but now I'm like losing track of who's in what. George Buck Flowers in this is Tommy Wallace, which was a nod to Tommy Wallace. But I don't know if Peter Jason was in this. He was in like a bunch of later ones, which I don't know. You guys noticed like how many people are in Carpenter movies repeatedly, time and time again. I'm guessing, right? Like bit characters.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, just alone, there was like what, something Richard Fallon, Jason Fallon, or something. He was the doctor in Halloween, and then he was just something else in Someone's Watching Me.
Yeah.
So.
I have a question. Well, Chris, did you watch this?
I didn't rewatch this one, but I've seen it before. You know, it's been a long time. I've never seen the remake. This one was just middling for me. You know, it's not horrible. It's not great. It's literally middle of the road.
Yeah, I think this is kind of overrated by some people. I will say this. This movie would have absolutely sucked ass if it wasn't in the hands of Carpenter. Because when you watch the remake, you can see how bad it is. Like, anybody else doing this movie, it's probably like borderline. It's less than average. It's probably like a 3 out of 10 type thing. So Carpenter, you know, made it moody, atmospheric, music, etc., etc. It looks good. It's just a Scooby-Doo episode with a little bit more violence and whatever. My biggest question is, I guess since Chris probably won't remember this line, Kevin, do you remember the whole line about the kid wanting to get a stomach pounder and a Coke?
No.
What was the boy's name? Andy?
Where was the kid?
Right? Barbeau's son?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She had the kid, right?
So, okay,
No.
so I was so curious. I had to pause the movie. I'm like, what the fuck's a stomach pounder? And I looked online, and I found so many answers.
Like, not safe for
Oh,
work.
absolutely not safe for work. I mean, there was like some people said, you know, it could have been like a quarter pounder with cheese, but they didn't have the rights to say quarter pounder with cheese. Tommy Lee Wallace claimed that it was a gym exercise and not a food item, but that doesn't make sense. I'm going to go get a gym exercise and a Coke? No, that doesn't. I'm not buying that for a minute. I've heard stomach powder in a satchel or sachet. Once again, that really doesn't make a lot of sense. They in one of the Halloween sequels, it's mentioned that it could be a thick drink made of some like nasty ingredients, kind of like like a protein shake or something like that. And then
and cocaine. Can I get a protein shake and cocaine, right? Because it's stomach pounder and a Coke.
Well, then it gets kind of a stomach pounder. Somebody claimed was a pickle. And then the answers get really, oh, wow, I can't even pull this up because the website is suspicious. Well, needless to say, lots of sexual stuff for the rest of the answers. So, yeah, stomach pounder and a Coke. I would really love to know what it really is. That's my thoughts on The Fog.
Unless it's like gym teacher pedophilia. Maybe that's what
this
Tommy
wasn't
Lee
Nightmare on Elm
Wallace
Street
meant.
2.
It's a gym exercise. But it's a crime. Yeah.
I think it's a burger. Like I think burger and Coke makes the most sense.
Sure. Yeah. Something. Yeah, some sort of greasy food.
Like a kid being like, "Hey, Ma, I want to go get a burger and a Coke." Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Are we good with The Fog? I'm actually kind of impressed we're all kind of on the same page with it, because I thought I was very unimpressed. I feel like one more thing is that Jamie Lee Curtis and Tom Atkins could have not been in the movie, and the story could have moved along a little. Of course, they would have done some things, but I don't think I really needed. I don't know. They could have done the boat scene with anyone. I don't think it had to have been their.
They could have replaced the whole damn cast. I mean, maybe aside from Barbeau, and it would not have lost anything.
Hal Halbrook. Yeah, Hal Halbrook was solid.
Yeah, he was fine, but once again, you could. I mean, how many priests have we seen play the exact same role? Like, nobody stood out, which was the biggest shame of that whole thing. Was you had such a good cast, and it was just like nobody stood out. And you had Jamie Lee and Janet Leigh, and I don't even think they shared the screen once. Did they?
They do at the end. At the very end.
Okay.
Yeah, at the very end, they come out. And they're, like, literally just standing next to each other. I don't think they have any... They're actually, like, even standing next to each other. Pretty close, but yeah. Because I noticed that, too. But, yeah, they for the most part, it's just the priest and Janet Leigh and somewhat, like, someone from the city council talking to the priest. And they're, like... bringing up all of these like ghost stories. Yeah, it's way more promising in the beginning, and it loses my interest in the middle, and I have a really hard time staying with it.
Did you like the ending though? Like with the father being like, "Oh, why didn't they come for me after all?" Like I kind of liked that. I think that was probably like my favorite part of the whole thing, actually.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, it wasn't spectacular. It wasn't like it didn't make going through it, you know, it wasn't like a payoff to anything that we were really put through in the middle of the movie, and it really seems cool because it seems like it's going to be a slasher film, like, and you're like, yeah, and then it's like, no. But
I also regret that I bought it on DVD just for this. But
I hope you didn't pay a lot.
You know what makes me laugh is Krista was just rewatching Grey's Anatomy before this season started back up again. And in 2022 season, Hal Holbrook was one of like the guest stars on an episode. And he looked almost exactly the same as he did back when he was in the fog in 1980s.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. Well, he might be dead now, but yeah, he was at least 2 years ago. But I was like, wow, he's relatively, the same per. He just
he
walks
died
a
in
little
2021, but wow, good for him. He lived to 95. Interesting.
All right, we ready to move on?
Yeah, it's a much better movie.
Oh, sure. All right, so I got The Thing from 1982, written by Bill Lancaster and John Campbell Jr., directed by John Carpenter. A remake, it was Howard Hawks, correct, who did the 1950s version?
I don't know that. I just know that I own the movie.
I don't know.
Yes, it was, because the movie that they are watching for a scary movie in Halloween was Howard Hawks' The Thing. Yeah. Wow. Okay. This movie's fucking great. It's one of the best horror movies ever. It might be, I think it's my number 3 horror movie ever made. Only behind The Exorcist and Alien. Definitely the best one I watched out of all of the ones that I watched to prepare for this. I don't think I can give it a perfect 10, but it is definitely like a 9.8. It stars one of my favorite actors in the world, Kurt Russell. Wilfred Brimley is fucking amazing, and I love Mr. Diabetes. Keith David, Richard Major, a bunch of like 1980s horror character actors. The special effects by Rob Bottin were amazing, and the dude actually worked so hard during the making of the movie that he put himself in the hospital when it was over due to exhaustion. I think he gave himself an ulcer, and he hadn't been eating enough. The effects are amazing. The only thing that I can really ding it on is I noticed that there are, I think, 2 scenes in the movie where you can see that I don't want to say CGI because I don't think everything was computer generated, but where they had to do post-processing effects over the film stock, and that just doesn't look the same as all the practical effects that they did does. The one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head is at the end when McCready's in the tunnels underneath and the giant thing pops out of the ground, but before you see it in its entirety when it's kind of doing the underground thing, and then the tentacles pop out. The tentacles look just like fake. But outside of that, it is just an amazing sci-fi horror. Maybe the best horror remake ever. I don't know. That one might be something that people could argue, but I think it's up there. I'm not really going to go over the story because we have talked about this at least 5 or 6 times, if not more, in the podcast that we've done, Kent. And I think both of you are probably on the same page with me, so I'll pass it on to you guys.
Not only just like greatest horror movies, but just like greatest movies of all time. Like this is, and it didn't do well. It was made for $15 million and $19.9 million in the North American box office, which actually isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And the critics hated it. This movie really stood the test of time. Even sci-fi fans didn't like it, from what I found. And the special effects were simultaneously lauded and lambasted for being technically brilliant but visually repulsive, which is like, and excessive, which is a real badge of honor. Fun fact: an Ennio Morricone, is that you?
Yeah, Ennio Morricone.
Yeah, was nominated for a Razzie for worst musical score.
And it's so good. I listen to it, I'm like, what the fuck were they thinking?
Dude, I think, kind of that just happens with movies. I think it happens now, too, that, like, movies just don't... I don't know, like, movies that are this good, but movies that don't initially connect with people, like, it's just easier to, like, just attack it because you don't understand it. And I guess maybe with anything in life, right? But, yeah, it wasn't until, like, the 1980s that it was getting a reassessment. This was, like, one of my dad's favorite movies growing up, and we watched it like a whole bunch, and because there wasn't a lot of there's no women in the movie at all, right? Like,
yes,
like,
yeah, no,
like,
well, our Barbo's voices the
okay,
computer.
Yeah, that's enough to give you a semi. No, that's cool. I didn't know that, but really, there's no women. But that was like always the thing with like R-rated movies. My dad is like, the boob aspect, unless it was on TV, and we also saw this on TV too. But I actually did get to see, the R-rated cut of this, because really it's just some swearing, and most of the dialogue that might be suggestive, I would have understood. So yeah, I got to see this a lot of times as a kid. This is one of the greatest. It is considered one of the greatest films of all time, and like horror films and sci-fi films. And this is just, what's to say? The only thing I will say about this, that separates it kind of from anything else, is the scene after they find Kurt Russell with the dynamite in the whatever storage unit. Was he outside? I don't remember exactly.
He and Knowles went to go check on his shack. The light had been on, and he had left it.
Yeah,
left it off. And then Knowles comes running back, and they lock the door because he found the cut up uniform of McCready's. And then he manages to get into like the storage room inside the base from the outside.
Okay. Yeah. So all right. So that scene. Okay. So that makes sense, because I was like, wait, why is he not outside? He's like inside the building and locked out. All right. So anyways, not that really even matters, but when that scene where he is having everyone like tie themselves up. that's like the scariest scene in the whole movie. Like, not even the fact that there's like, that one of them is the thing, but this guy that we don't know how stable he is, or if he is the thing, is like having you tied up. That it is the most suspenseful scene. And when the guy tries to like stab him, the one thing that I think is amazing about it is that I look at that scene and I look at Kurt Russell's character, and I can't think of the other actor's name, but a great character actor who's been in tons of things.
I think you're talking about the one who tries to stab him.
Yeah, and then Kurt Russell shoots him.
Yeah, it's Richard Major.
If I was in either of their position, I would have done the exact same thing. Like, either one of them. Like, if that dude was gonna have me tie myself up, I would have stabbed him, and then if that guy came at me, I would have shot him too. It is probably one of the scariest, most suspenseful scenes I've ever seen. And then cut to, the thing coming out. It's just amazing. So I don't know. That's all I'll leave with the thing. What about you, Kent?
You guys are underselling this. I mean, this is the best horror movie and sci-fi movie of all time. You guys know I do not give out the perfect 9.2, but I do for this. This is perfection. And Kevin, you did not go far enough because you said this has an all-male cast. Yeah, that's a big fucking reason why this is the best fucking movie, because you don't have any of the bullshit involving females. The worst thing that happens with a female is she talks back to him on the computer and he immediately shuts her down by throwing booze into the computer. Perfect. That's all we ever had to deal with no whining, no bitching, no moaning. None of that shit. We just had dudes doing fairly reasonable things. Like, this is one of the more intelligent horror movies, too, because, once again, Kevin was alluding to, like, he would have done this in that exact moment. A lot of this stuff, if you think about yourself in that moment, you probably would have done a lot of the same things that these guys are doing, based on their characteristics. And it's not like it's not just filled with stupid, idiotic horror characters. These are mostly like smart guys, like scientists and doctors and all this stuff. Like, these are smart guys doing smart things. It's just a shitty situation. I would say that this movie is probably the second or third most quoted movie for me. It's behind Big Lebowski, and it's right there with like Pulp Fiction for me. This movie's just filled with so many quotes that every time you watch it, like, you probably walk away with something else that'll get stuck in your head. Like, after I watched it today, I kept thinking in my head, hey, Sweden, they're not Swedish, Mac, they're Norwegian. I think that's a brilliant line. The music, Superstition is great. Like, it almost doesn't. It's weird because it does and it doesn't fit the movie. Like, it's a great song. It's interesting. I think this is probably the best thing that I've ever seen Keith David in. It's either that or Requiem for a Dream. And Keith David's been in a ton of amazing stuff, and I still hold this that high up.
I was going to say those two movies, too, as well. So,
yeah, like... So, me and my buddy Ron, we have a drinking game. We've played the drinking game plenty of times to this movie. So, for anybody listening that wants a nice drinking game, not with liquor because that'll just get you messed up, but here's all you need to do. Take a sip every time that there is an accusation made, a dog is on screen, fire, if Childs is angry, or Mac, if you see Mac with a hat. Those are the 5 things. Just take a sip every time you see any of those 5 things. You're in for a great night. The other thing I want to touch on, that this is just such a random thing, But when I don't know if it wasn't Windows, it was I don't know. Whoever it was that was watching the Monty Hall show. Was it Bennings? I don't know. He was watching the Monty Hall show. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with Monty Hall show, but it has the thing where, like, it has the 3 doors. You pick one door, they eliminate one door, and then they give you the option, do you want to keep your door or do you want to switch doors? My question to you guys is, do you keep the door that you have or do you swap doors at the end if you plan on winning?
I have
Swap doors?
Yeah, I have no clue. Keep it. I don't know. I've spent the last 10 years building up an immunity to iocane powder. It was Palmer, by the way.
Palmer. There you go. Yeah. You swap doors because you statistically have a 2 out of 3 shot by swapping. So if you're ever on that game show that Wayne Brady may or may not still host, yeah. And I think. Oh, one last thing. Since this is the first of the Carpenter Apocalypse trilogy or whatever the hell they call it, let's just be honest. Gary kind of started the whole apocalypse because he's the one that gunned the Norwegian in the head, and then the dog came in, and the rest is history. So I'm going to blame everything on Gary and his great eyebrows.
Dude, I know people want to list Mac as like the hero, but I mean, you really have to give it to Blair. Because, like, if he hadn't done the sabotage that he did, everybody would be the Thing right now. Like, we'd be singing it out on this podcast.
I know, gosh, months ago I was talking to you guys because I've been watching the videos on who really was the Thing and whatnot. Do you definitively think at the end that Childs is the Thing, that Mac is the Thing, that both of them are the Thing, or neither are the Thing?
Do you want the official answer or no?
There is no official answer.
Yeah, I don't think
There is an official answer because the game is considered canon. Carpenter wrote the script for it.
Yeah, but there's no official answer in the movie.
No, in the movie, no. But considering that the game is a sequel written by the director of the movie, I mean...
Chris, just focus on the movie here.
Well, so that's your answer, though, right, Chris? You're going with whatever the video game said. So
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, I played it, so I mean, it's hard not to divorce that information from my head, you know.
Yeah. I mean, like before then, do you know who you thought it was?
Oh, before then, I just thought it was ambiguous, and I love movies that end like that, you know, where it's not definitive one way or the other, and I'm happy a lot of times just to accept that. Like Inception, you know, I think that if they had kept the film rolling, you know, another 30 seconds at the end, and you had seen the top either continue to spin or you had seen it fall down, it would have ruined what turns out to be, you know, another movie with a great ambiguous ending.
Sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, no. No, I
hate that movie with a passion.
I think that Childs is the Thing, and I try to watch it in a different perspective each time. I really don't know. I would think the best ending would be that neither of them are the Thing, with that kind of like looming paranoia, you know, because they'll never really know until it's too late. I mean, they're gonna die anyways. But yeah, I feel like Childs is the Thing, and you know, Mac, Kurt Russell, right? Is that the
Yes.
name?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
McCready.
Yeah. He is kind of the, I guess, hero, main protagonist. But watching it this time, I'm like, this dude is just as suspect as anyone else. You know, I mean, that's the name of the game. But you know,
If you watch the whole thing thinking, all right, I want to watch this just thinking that Mac is the Thing, the movie's really an interesting watch.
yeah.
I still go with Childs being the Thing. And I don't know. Part of me, I don't know. The more I watch it, I definitely think Childs is the Thing. And I don't know. There's like, now I'm officially kind of coming on board that Mac also is the Thing, and I think that's kind of a neat ending with both of them being the Thing. That works for me. Because, now, once again, I'm not trying to dismiss the game, but it's also one of those things that came out, 20-some years later? It's like, Carpenter had a few minutes to sit down and be like, well, they want an answer, I'm just going to give them one because this is going to make me money. Like,
I mean, a lot of that stuck with me too because I played it when I was over in Iraq. So,
oh gosh, yeah.
Can we get the answer from the video game?
Yeah, you basically play as a soldier being sent in 20 years later. And then you find out that like the government is trying to, create super soldiers using Thing DNA and blah blah blah. But when you happen upon the site, you find Mac's body frozen and Child's is nowhere to be seen. Although there are Thing creatures there running around the site too. So,
what is there, diaries or is it like audio logs? I don't even remember anymore that you can find.
There were. I don't think they did audio logs because I don't think they did voice for it for the most part. I mean, there was some, but not a lot. I think there were diaries, or like journal kind of shit. But yeah, like he's got the I guess you can see the name plate, on him. So one of the things I love about this movie too is you've got a research station with scientists, doctors, there's like a sheriff or whatever you want to call Gary. And yet when shit goes down, they all just listen to everything that the pilot says.
Like one of the youngest dudes there too, nonetheless.
Yep.
Like,
he's got the biggest beard though. That's right? What it is. Yeah. He's got the beard.
Well, he's got the hair.
Yeah, and the sombrero.
Like, right there, I want that Kurt Russell meeting Jeff Bridges as the dude in a movie. I just need those two as brothers in a movie, playing those characters. I think
I would love a movie McCready, about... Yeah. What did McCready do before he went to the Antarctic research station?
Hung out and bowled with the dude, obviously.
Yeah, seriously. Shut up, Walter.
Probably a lot of drinking.
Oh, by the way, it's Marconi. It's not Marcone. Just
Marconi. Ennio Marconi.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually, one of my jobs I worked, there was a guy with the last name. I was like, oh God, you have the same last name as, the dude did the music for The Thing and Hateful Eight. So, yeah.
Good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah. Makes sense, Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah, spaghetti westerns. All
so
right.
I will not lie. I am glad that I snaked this one off of the list. So thank you for allowing me to do that, Ken.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, Chris. Taking my favorite movie. That's cool. like these assholes. They give me 4 whole movies. This whole list. Like we have 38 movies. I get 4.
No. You had the potential to take more than 4. You just you didn't want to take the bottom of the list that we stuck Kevin with. Is what. 23 shittiest.
Yeah, scraping the bottom of the barrel.
What are you talking about? He gets Ghost of Mars.
Yeah. And I will defend it with my life. No, I'm kidding. But okay. Are we good to go to Kent?
I think we're good to move on.
Kent, your first movie.
All right. And once again, I'd take this on the chin since Chris is such a huge fan of this movie. We're talking about John Carpenter and Stephen King's The Thing. Jeez. Christine, doing good here. We've talked about this movie a lot, and I think Chris and I went significantly more in depth when we did the Stephen King podcast, like 2.5 years ago.
We went in pretty... we talked about this one, I wouldn't say like ad nauseum, but yeah, we talked about it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean... what we have learned is that this was a childhood favorite of mine, and Chris isn't as big of a fan of it as I am. We know that this has an amazing soundtrack if you're into some what was called oldies then, but now the stuff that we all grew up listening to is called oldies, and that makes me feel awesome. We have an adequate cast. Like the main people all do their stuff. I never really thought that Alexandra Paul was the hottest. Like, even back in the 80s, I was just like, she's there. I kind of actually would have preferred a different actress for that role. But what we do get is we get Harry Dean Stanton, and I'm always a big fan of him. But even more important, the guy that Arnie, our main guy, buys the car off of, a guy named LeBay, is played by Roberts Blossom. And Roberts was also the dude that wields the shovel in Home Alone. Roberts Blossom's actually a really awesome actor, but this was the first time I'd ever seen him, and it was years and years after I'd watched Christine and Home Alone numerous times before I finally, like, melded that together, like, that was the same dude. And I think I asked this before, and I don't know if we ever had an answer. Like, what the fuck is he wearing? Do either of you know what the hell Roberts Blossom is wearing in Christine?
Overalls.
It's like he's got, like, weird straps that are horizontal. Like, I was wondering if he was, like, had, like, an injury or something. It was a weird getup. I don't know. I always found it weird. Just, I don't know, throwing that out there. Anyway, obviously this is a romantic movie. Arnie falls in love with his car, Christine, and Christine is jealous because Arnie becomes a cool, badass guy, and he's also after Lee, which, this is the second or third time we've had a Carpenter movie with a girl named Lee and spelled Leigh. So there's a thing there. And, jealous car tries killing people. It can reconstruct itself, and Arnie really takes a turn for the dark side. His friend Dennis tries to help him as best as he can, but Arnie just becomes obsessed, just like LeBay's brother did. We have the requisite 80s three-man posse of bullies led by Buddy, and once again, this is the 80s, so you know what Buddy has. Say it with me. A switchblade, because it's the fucking 80s. Arnie becomes slowly but surely kind of disrespectful towards his parents, but his parents, I don't know, like, his parents are kind of off-putting, so, like, I don't know. I know he's probably a little over the top, but simultaneously, I kind of get him at times, too. Like, his parents kind of irk me a little bit, we'll say. I don't know, just watched this a lot growing up. It's really just, it's comfort food at this point. Am I going to say it's the greatest? No. It's really just homemade baked mac and cheese. That's what this is for me. And like I said, the soundtrack's amazing. I've seen this probably well over 30 times at this point, and I don't really have much else to offer. I'm a huge fan, and like every time I see like a red car that looks remotely like Christine in a horror movie, I will call it Christine because it's ingrained in my head. So whatever you guys gotta say it.
I'll go. I mean, like Ken alluded to, like, I don't dislike this movie. I don't have the same kind of connection to it that he does. I watched it back, first time probably early to mid 2000s when I was getting big into Stephen King and trying to, watch the movies that I hadn't seen growing up when I was reading his books. Yeah, it's good. It's not his best book. It's not his best movie, but it's not a poorly done one either way either. So I forgot that Kelly Preston was in it. So there is that.
I see that she's Roseanne, but who the hell is Roseanne?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I don't.
I don't either. Like, did what's her tits have a friend, and maybe that would have been Kelly Preston? I'm guessing.
Although I did just look up to see what What's His Nuts was wearing too, and I have no fucking clue, dude. He's got like a wife beater with like a half of a like straight jacket over it. I don't. It's
weird thing, and I can't explain what Roberts Blossom is wearing. If anybody's listening to this and has an answer, please let us know.
Oh, she's in the library. I thought so. She's the girl that is checking out John Stockwell, and then he's looking at Alexander Paul.
Oh, okay. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So Yeah. Can I ask you guys a question?
You can ask a question.
Has it ever occurred to you that part of being a parent is trying to kill your kids? What an awesome line.
It's a great fucking line, dude. It really is. I'm a big fan of that.
All right, so yeah, I think Christine. The more I watch this movie, the more and more I like it. I do get what you were saying, Kent, that it is. Yeah, it was like a Stephen King movie. It was like a fun one. My dad could show me as a kid. It's not that I really like pick out more and more things each time, except for with Keith Gordon's character. I think he does such an extraordinary job.
He has a lot of depth, right?
Movie.
Like, it's more than what I realized.
For a kid, yeah. Yeah, for a kid, like, in this kind of movie, I couldn't think of anyone his age who would have played this part and done a better job.
Yeah, like, he's kind of weirdly underrated because the character works so well, but there are layers going on here with him.
So, outside of... Yeah, so it's a terrific performance all the way around. Yeah, I don't know. You guys want to move on to the next one?
Yeah, before somebody grabs me by the nuts.
Yeah, I mean...
That scene always makes me cringe, obviously.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Robert's Blossom.
Oh, as long as he's wearing that outfit, I'm all in. I'll pay him for the pleasure.
All right, so the next one we have is The Prince of Darkness. October 1987 this came out. Written by Carpenter under a pseudonym Martin Quatermass. Directed and also co-composed by John Carpenter. This was a $3 million budget, made $14.2 million at the box office. It was the first of Carpenter's deal to be given $3 million a picture and complete control from Alive Pictures. This was nominated for a Saturn Award for Best Music and won the Critics Award at the Avaraz Fantastic Film Fest, which I've never heard of before, but... This is another one of Carpenter's films that didn't do well on release, but is considered a cult classic, and through analysis, has more substance than critics gave it during its original release. It is pretty good. It was always fun to see Alice Cooper in a movie and be super creepy in a horror film, not just in the music videos and album covers with the snake that my dad had as a kid. I don't know if I really love this movie. I don't know if I fully understand what all of the characters in the beginning were doing. Are they like seismic Scientologists? Like scientists? I almost said Scientologists. Are they Scientologists? I don't know, but they all get together.
They're
Go ahead.
They're all academics.
Yeah, okay. So they're all academics, and this is the door to Satan that they're studying, or they just discovered?
Satan has been confined to this tube, cylinder, whatever, and he wants out. An extraterrestrial Jesus may have put him in there. I'm a little lost on that bit, actually. But I think Satan or the Antichrist is in. I don't think it's a doorway though. I'm not sure now.
Well, that's what the mirror
Satan
is. Right?
Satan is the stuff in the tube, basically, the goop. And he's trying to free his father, the anti-god. through the possessions and all of that shit. So
yeah, it's pretty cool, and kind of complicated. It seems a little complicated in that, but by the end of it, you kind of, I don't know. It's a fun ride. There's great special effects. There's a lot of suspense, even though I can't have a better perspective now with you guys kind of filling in the blanks there, but it's still really suspenseful. And the guy standing out front and getting stabbed by all the homeless people was always a pretty scary scene, and I still believe it's really well done. And Donald Pleasance is always a pleasant surprise. I guess not surprise, I knew he was in this, but yeah. You got Kent, you said that you really enjoyed this movie this time around?
Well, this was my very first time ever seeing it. I've owned this movie on Vudu for I don't know how many years, and I always just kind of looked at it and I was like, I'll get around to it. And I finally got around to it, and this was by far the biggest and best surprise out of the movies that I hadn't seen out of these two directors. I really, really liked this. I gave it, I don't know, like a 7.1, I think. This was a much better ensemble than, say, The Fog, because it didn't waste a lot of well-known people. And everybody kind of fit their role. I liked the whole possession idea. The whole, spewing into another person's mouth. I didn't know, I don't know, probably 5 years ago, South Park was doing episodes about member berries, and one of the episodes they were spitting member berry juice into each other's mouth. I'm like, they've got to be parodying something, but I never knew what it was until I saw this. So that was fun. I liked the idea of the homeless people, the street people. Obviously, I fucking hate bugs, so good touch on that. I liked the reaching through the mirror thing, and I love the recurring dream just giving us that real slow drip, just a little extra every time we see it until we get the full thing. And I like the quote-unquote reveal, I guess, at the end. I don't know, this is going to be something I will rewatch a couple more times, because I definitely feel there's stuff that I missed. And the only other thing I want to say is I really did not like Catherine and Brian's, romance. I didn't like either of them. I didn't like their characters, and neither one was a strong enough actor or actress to really maintain my interest, I guess. But aside from those two, I think everybody else, especially I liked Victor Wong a lot as Professor Birac. I liked him a lot, and of course Donald Pleasance. Just those two just didn't do anything for me. So, and Peter Jason is in this one, at least. So that's what I think. Chris?
I like this a lot. I feel it's another one of the movies that Carpenter did where the script is pretty intelligent. It's maybe a little too complicated, like you guys alluded to. But yeah, no, it was a lot of movies that had the devil in them in the 80s. It was either cheesy, shitty, dude in a shitty costume, or it was just a straight up possession. So this was just an interesting take. Alice Cooper, I don't think his dude is ever named, but I remember seeing the pictures of him all the time back in the 80s. And I mean, my favorite movie in the entire world is Big Trouble in Little China, and Dennis Dunn, who played Walter in this, he played Wang in that. He doesn't have a ton of credits to his name, so anything that I see him in, is just always just, a little plus. Yeah, I really like this one.
I want to ask this, and I don't know if this is the right time to ask it or not, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I never quite understood when I'd heard people talk about the Carpenter Apocalypse trilogy of The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness. And I'd only ever seen The Thing and In the Mouth of Madness, and I never quite got any kind of remote kind of connection. But after I saw this, I was like, you know what? I kind of get it now. And I'm just curious, like, do you guys, I don't know, do you guys kind of get it? Or did you always get it, or do you still not, like, feel that it's a trilogy in any capacity?
Oh, it's like a, like a spiritual trilogy, is, I don't know, certain director, I can't think of a good example of directors who have, I think Greg Araki has his own apocalypse, like teenage apocalypse trilogy with Totally Fucked Up, Nowhere, and Doomsday, Doom Generation. But yeah, who else has like a trilogy within their films? It's not like that they all coincide, but there's like a theme. Oh,
the Cornetto trilogy.
What's that?
The Cornetto trilogy.
What is that?
Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and World's End.
Oh.
Although,
what about like High Plains Drifter and
yeah, I mean,
Good Bad Ugly?
Yeah, stuff like that though is definitely more of an actual trilogy than just a kind of thematic theming. You know, I mean,
or the Robert Rodriguez stuff, was that?
Oh, that's
El Mariachi.
Yeah, but those are actually kind of have like connecting pieces.
Okay.
Like character-wise.
The one that comes closest to me, like for the feels, is Tarantino. Even though he doesn't really have anything of a, all of his stuff is kind of thematically similar, but none of them are, for the most part, direct sequels or necessarily even in the same direct genre.
Right, but they have like the Scagnetti brothers and...
Yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of his... you can definitely tell a Tarantino movie just by watching it, but, Pulp Fiction is definitely a different movie than Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which is a different movie than Django Unchained, which is a different movie than Jackie Brown, kind of thing, so...
And plus, there's always the Stephen King universe in and of itself, which is always connected, but that's more writer than director. Unless we're talking about Mick Garris, the great Mick Garris.
And there it is.
I think the number one answer for that question though has to be the David Gordon Green connected universe.
Yeah, where Michael Myers is not Laurie Strode's brother.
Hey, by the way, Night Swim is on Peacock.
I've been meaning to get to it.
I have to, and I know I'm going to be miserable.
Alrighty then.
Okay, so They Live, November 1988, written, directed, and composed by John Carpenter. I think this one was written under a pseudonym also. Frank Armitage. Another one of his $3 million budgeted Alive pictures, 13.4 at the box office in North America. This is a great movie. It's a classic. Also, this is probably the third greatest Keith David movie. If there's a third one, because I don't know. I know Keith David, but these are the movies that I think of when I think of him.
Yeah,
and
this
not
is the third
many
one.
others. Yeah, not many others. And I know him actually from this more clearly than They Live, or no, The Thing. Sorry, this is They Live. Because Roddy Piper's in this, and I watched wrestling as a kid, and this is a John Carpenter movie, and my dad loves all of those things, so he's like, hey, let's watch this, and it's just crazy that it's just such a huge. Not only like I wouldn't say if it's not big in horror, it is big in pop culture. With everything from graffiti to clothing, memes, everything. I don't know. It's huge. Even I think people could see images from this, like Too Much TV, and recognize that, and maybe not know that it's from They Live, but I think it's generally known, that it's this movie. So many great quotable lines. And, I mean, South Park recreating the fight scene almost frame for frame between Timmy and I don't remember who.
Jimmy,
yeah, of course.
triple fight.
Yep.
And they recreated this in Saints Row 3, which is a video game which had Keith David in it. So, yeah, they did that in the video game as well. So, it's still, like, it keeps up its relevancy in parodies, I guess.
And the only thing I want to mention is that this also debuted at #1 at the box office and spent 2 weeks in the top 10, which is pretty impressive for what it was. I mean, wrestling was probably, I think the early 90s is when it really exploded in its heyday, but this is I mean, wrestling was probably more popular than ever in 1988, and I don't know if he was actually wrestling.
In 88, that's when you have Hogan versus Andre at WrestleMania 3 at Pontiac Silverdome, and that's, the pinnacle of rock and wrestling and all that shit, and then we go basically a decade until we get to the Attitude Era Monday Night Wars. So, yeah, this was like pinnacle pro wrestling MTV bullshit.
My favorite. I'm so nostalgic. Yeah, Cyndi Lauper hitting the charts with "Girls Just Want to Have Fun," right?
Captain Lou in all the videos, man.
Damn, I forgot that he was in all.
Yeah, Captain Lou was awesome as shit, man.
In a Howard Stern interview with Cyndi Lauper, they didn't want to. I don't know if you guys know this, but the record label didn't want to do "Girls Just Want to Have Fun" as a music video, so they put it out through wrestling, and it got so popular through wrestling. They had, they were like, this is so huge.
Yeah.
It became a hit on its own, and then, it's, I would say, her biggest hit.
And one of the songs that I cannot stand if I see it in a movie or TV show anymore, because it always sets the tone for a really obnoxious scene.
Girls Just Want to Have Fun?
Yeah, like, there's no good scene associated with that song. Just being honest.
Oh.
Tell us how you really feel, Kent.
Yeah, except for Barbie.
Barbie
does it awesome. Have you seen Barbie?
No.
Oh, well then, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. It is so, I agree with it. It is an overplayed song. Barbie makes it work, and it is completely perfect. And it's on repeat, which is amazing.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
Barbie's incredible.
I've been told that I'm not going to like that movie, and you just made me think even more that I'm not going to like it.
Because it's good?
Kevin, we have very different tastes, and it's good. You like Dance of the Dead.
Well, we're talking Masters of Horror. We're talking...
Wow.
That was a low blow. Sorry. I'll take it back.
Yeah. It's
all right. Let's break it up, guys. Break it up.
All right. Anyone got anything for They Live?
I will say this. This is the Carpenter one that I wish I'd gotten a chance to rewatch if I'd had like another 4 to 6 hours, because it's been a long time since I've seen this one, and I don't remember as much of it as I would like to. I mean, I remember the fight. I remember the glasses. I love Roddy Piper. I wasn't into wrestling huge, as a kid. like I think you guys were, but I used to watch that cartoon, Wrestling Buddies. I don't remember if that was the name.
Rocket
that
Wrestling,
was the toys that they made to go along. Yeah. But I love this. I love How Comes to Frogtown. So I'll just leave that here. But yeah, this was the one I regretted not being able to rewatch out of Carpenter stuff.
I looked up the masks for They Live, and they have them on Amazon. They have a male and a female mask, and that made me very happy. I watched I think it's A&E biography on Roddy Piper, and what was interesting about Piper is he kept journals, and he would write down all these lines that he'd think of for like a wrestling promo, and a lot of stuff he didn't get to use, and I believe he showed it to Carpenter. He's like, Carpenter, the whole bubblegum fucking line, that was all like in Piper's journal that he'd written just thinking of wrestling promos at the time. So that biography I'm pretty sure is on YouTube, and I would definitely recommend it because it's probably like half about wrestling at most. It's just like I don't know, it is a sad story, quite frankly. But this movie's great. It's weird seeing young Meg Foster because I don't know, I guess I'm so used to Meg Foster in the Rob Zombie movies, I guess. So weird. Always great to see George Buck Flower as a drifter or homeless guy. Like, he's always just that guy in a Carpenter movie, and I always get a little giddy seeing him. I've often wondered if this movie could be remade, and part of me says it could, but I don't know if you're ever going to be able to replace Piper and Keith David. I think their performance is so strong in this that it's almost, you could replicate everything else, but I don't think you could replicate or even come close to replicating those two in their odd, unique chemistry. And I don't know. I think we talked about this before we even did the podcast. Like, is this really horror? No, not really. This is just a cheesy ass fun movie that is definitely the podcast favorite term of horror adjacent as it comes. But still a lot of fun. Just this is a movie you can put on anytime and just have a good time. I don't feel like you can watch this movie and end the film and be in a bad mood afterward. I don't think it's possible. So that's a crowning achievement right there.
I was always bummed at the end of this because Roddy Piper dies.
Yeah, who was it? Was it Piper that didn't
As a kid.
Piper had it, so he wanted to put up more of a fight or some shit at the end, but I don't know if it was production company. I don't know. Somebody basically had him get killed instead. I remember reading about that, unfortunately. So yeah, that is a little bummer.
It makes sense. It makes sense for the story, but as a kid, it was always like, what? He's like the best guy.
I feel like this and The Running Man is always like a really good double feature.
That would be a good day.
Like I feel like I'm in the same mood. If I'm in the mood to watch one, I'm definitely in the right mindset to watch the other. And I think Chris mentioned Hell Comes to Frogtown. That's definitely another. That movie's fucking bad, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Hey, I will never be able to forget the Dancing with Three Snakes when I was, a 13-year-old kid watching that shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe that I actually got to see that movie as a kid because I've rewatched it and it's all about sex.
It's all about fucking.
It's all about fucking. Like, all of it. And it's, like, pretty fucked up, too. Like, this is your purpose. And like, Roddy Piper's not, like, is very unlikable.
That's pretty funny.
And Hell Comes to Frogtown. Yeah, so it is.
He's kept alive basically as like a sperm donor character, right? Like,
oh yeah. So I mean, it's been a couple of years since I've re-seed it. But yeah, I couldn't believe that. I feel like my dad didn't let me watch the entire movie, though we did have it recorded, you know. But yeah, there was those Running Man and They Live double feature. 10-year-old me, oh yeah, I probably did watch these movies within the same week, maybe not back to back, but those are my favorites.
Yeah, great memories, man.
All right. Yeah, I think it's you.
Is my turn?
We're in the 90s now, huh?
Shit. All right. I was woefully unprepared because I just got excited talking about They Live. All right, so I get Body Bags, which basically is a movie that happened because this was originally going to be Showtime's answer to Tales from the Crypt, it sounds like. I haven't read anything directly saying that was the idea, but based on it coming out in early 90s and it was going to be on Showtime, it makes sense that this would be the competition for Tales from the Crypt. And they got Carpenter, they got Tobe Hooper, and they made this. So instead of a Crypt Keeper, we get a coroner played by John Carpenter, and God, he is funny. He himself is funny, but the jokes do not land at all. Like, unlike the Crypt Keeper, I don't think any of the jokes that Carpenter goes for lands in any way that you would... I think you'd almost feel like a little ashamed if you actually found yourself laughing at them. So, anyway, we get three stories. We get the gas station, and all of the stories actually have really good cast. The gas station has the lead is Alex Datcher, who I don't know who the hell she is. She plays the role of Anne. But we get Peter Jason, we get Wes Craven as like this creepy guy that just wants the gas station attendant to come out and drink some booze with him. We get Robert Carradine as quote unquote Bill. We have a picture of Sam Raimi as Dead Bill. George Buck Flower, believe it or not, he is a homeless guy. And we basically kind of have like a little bit of a mini slasher going on. Anne is starting work as a gas station attendant, and she's a student, and for the love of God, the thing that irritates me the most, and the reason why I couldn't even give this segment a perfect score, is why couldn't she just put the keys in her pocket or around her wrist? Like, she has two sets of keys. Like, one could have gone in her pocket, the other one was like the little springy rubber thing that you put around your wrist. No, she never, ever, ever just, like, takes the fucking keys with her, and it drives me up a wall. And I know that's intentional, but it always irks me. Anyway, it's a slasher. It is what it is. I think it has a good aura, good vibes to it. It's paced really well. The ending is what it is. Like, the ending kind of fits what Tales from the Crypt was going for, but it didn't have the irony that you might get from a Tales from the Crypt. But either way, like, this was good. This is the best of the three. And I should note that Body Bags is on Peacock streaming right now. The second story is called Hair, and obviously this is why I'm the one reviewing this. It's about a man, Richard, who has thinning hair, and he's played by Stacy Keach. And this is actually one of my I love him in this role. I always liked Stacy Keach, but I thought he was really good for this role. He has thinning hair. He sees ads on TV for baldness and all this stuff. And one ad in particular has Dr. Locke, played by David Warner. And I didn't notice like how much stuff I've seen David Warner in, but as a kid I only knew him because he was in an episode of Tales from the Crypt with Zelda Rubinstein. Anyway, Robert has a hot lady friend, Megan, played by Sheena Easton, and she thinks he's a little crazy for his obsession over the hair stuff, but he goes, meets up Dr. Luck, gets the protein treatment, and he gets this full lock of hair. Like, it is nice, but then it just keeps growing and growing and growing, and we learned that it's like little aliens that are implanted, and the hair is aliens, and the doctor and the nurse were aliens, and I guess it's okay. It almost feels like the ending of a Twilight Zone episode more than, I don't know, something from the 90s. It was kind of a head scratcher, but whatever. Like, it was okay. And then finally we get the final segment, which is called I, and that has Mark Hamill with a really bad mustache, I must say. Former hot girl model Twiggy, and Roger Corman and Charles Napier have very small roles in it. And basically he loses... He gets into an accident. Mark Hamill's character, he's a baseball player, gets into a car accident, loses an eye. They do an eye transplant, and basically the eye is that of a serial killer, and he slowly takes over the tendencies, blah, blah, blah. We definitely get a really, really lewd shot that... Wow, like, I mean, I guess it's fake, but I mean, it looks like full-on sexual intercourse going on in bed. I was really surprised at the angle that they provided us. I'll say that much. I mean, that was like watching a fucking porno. Anyway, like, yeah, this one was like the weakest, and it was the last one, and I think that they did this in the wrong order. They really, I don't know, I would save your best for last. Don't waste your best on the first segment. And then the wraparound was blah. It had Tom Arnold involved, so that's okay, and Toby Hooper. And the only other person I forgot to mention was Greg Nicotero, was a man walking a dog in the hair. Well, no, I can totally see why Showtime pulled the plug on this. This wasn't good. This wouldn't have lasted. Like, Tales from the Crypt originally started with 6 episodes. Had this made 6 episodes, it would have been dead. Just dead on arrival. This was bad. And whatever made Tales from the Crypt great, this didn't have that special sauce, so to speak. Which is unfortunate, because I like this. We all know I'm a big fan of anthologies, but this missed the mark 2 out of 3 times as far as I'm concerned. Chris, did you get around to watching this or no?
No, this is one I have not seen. So yeah, again, it's another one I can't comment on. From what I understand too, like, do you have it? Because, like, trying to find it to watch was difficult.
It's on Peacock. You have Peacock.
I don't have Peacock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can send you a link.
Yeah, okay. I mean...
Remind me.
Sure, okay.
I found it online, too, on that Internet Archive site. So, all right, Kevin, and I know you watched it. Did you kind of feel the same way?
I saw it as a kid, and I did not enjoy it as much as 12-year-old me. 93? Yeah, so I was born in 81. Yeah, so I was like 12 when I saw this. It came out in August. Oh. The gas station one, I don't know. I guess it's the best by default, but this really didn't hold up. It was kind of fun and cheesy. The eye one was really bad up until I did like the ending, just because it was pretty violent. And yeah, I thought the gas station one was I think they're all cheesy, but that one was definitely pretty cheesy. And the next one, hair, I actually had, I think that one was the most fun, but they were all pretty ridiculous.
like it was the most fun, but it also was like the least horrific, right? They never found the right balance.
Yeah, it's bad.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's fun, bad. I would suggest to check it out, but yeah.
Yeah. It would have died though. Like if it was actually on air, that would have got slaughtered by Tales from the Crypt, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I did actually. What I saw on Wikipedia that it was supposed to be Tales from the Crypt, but they didn't pursue it. So that's they were going to make it a TV show, but they didn't pursue it, and they already made it like pilot style. So. Or worked on these like different episodes. So,
was the idea going to be that just those two guys were going to direct everything, or was it just for like the pilot and that was just like the big names attached? Do you know?
Well, I don't think they really made it that far. I don't know. Well, I think John Carpenter was going to be the Crypt Keeper, so I don't know if he would have directed all of the episodes, but he would have been a part of it for sure, and
probably like a producer and involved.
Yeah, and they probably would have just hired whatever Showtime directors or whatever the TV directors, and occasional. I don't know. Do they have big directors for Tales from the Crypt?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like it's weird because as a kid I didn't recognize hardly any of the names of people, but looking back on it, yeah, there's actually some big names attached to it. Surprisingly,
besides Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, I mean, he is the biggest.
He's the biggest name, and that's actually a really good episode too.
That episode's actually freaking awesome. Now that you mentioned it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, but yeah, it was okay, but I really don't remember too much of it. I had like as you were going through the segments, I was like, "What was the third one, and who played it?" And then I was like, "You said Mark Hamill." I'm like, "Oh yeah." I mean, he was a baseball player, so the mustache I feel like was very fitting in 1992 baseball player.
Dude, that sex scene was ridiculous, though. I just want to say that again. That was like what I don't. If had I watched that as a kid, I would have been mesmerized by that.
Sure.
Just saying.
I mean, it sounds like you were mesmerized by it as an adult as well. So.
I definitely like. I was like, what? I don't know. Normally, you don't see D and V in a rated R movie. Just saying.
Well, that was always kind of like, that's like the height of like Showtime After Dark with the Red Shoe Diaries.
Yeah.
They always had that like softcore stuff, and that was kind of like now. I don't think you would do it as much unless it was necessary. But you always being Showtime and HBO, they always were like pushing for more sex because that's how they would get people to subscribe. Sex and violence and swearing, like
that's why our fathers all subscribe to this shit.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, I'm good on body bags.
All right, I think I got the next one then. And again, thanks for letting me snake it. In the Mouth of Madness, 1994. Directed by John Carpenter, written by Michael DeLuca, starring Sam Neill, Jürgen Prochnow, and Julie Carmen. I remember seeing the trailer for this when it was in the theater, and I was thinking like, wow, that looks cool. I had never read any Lovecraft at that point, but having played D&D for so long, I had heard about Call of Cthulhu, and so I knew about what the genre was about. And, I'd seen Jürgen Prochnow in a bunch of stuff like Seventh Sign, or was it Seventh Seal? Whichever, the one with Demi Moore, the original Dune movie. And at that point, I think Jurassic Park had been out for a year, so I knew who Sam Neill was too. And I know I didn't see it in the theater, but I'm pretty sure my brother and I talked my dad into renting this for us one weekend when we were visiting him after he and my mom split up. And we watched it as an apartment in Amsterdam. And, I wasn't disappointed. As with most of the really good Carpenter films, it's just got a really smart script. I think in some ways it shoots for more than what it was able to produce. Like, we've seen a couple people do remakes of his stuff and not succeed. I think if you had somebody who understood the script and wasn't just trying to do a 2024 version, this could be like a prime candidate for a really good remake. But if you have somebody who's trying to put their own spin on it, I think it would fail. Basically, it is the plot of the Alan Wake video game, kind of. A insurance investigator is hired to find an author whose writing is becoming real. People are going crazy. It's very Lovecraftian. It's very esoteric. It's got a couple of really strong performances. Sam Neill knocks it out of the park. Jurgen Prochnow is only in a couple of scenes, but he steals all of the ones that he's in. Charlton Heston has a couple of scenes in here. Julie Carmen's is really good for her performance of Styles. Like, out of all of the people looking through the IMDb credits, I think John Glover's the one who performed the worst. Like, as Kent mentioned earlier, David Warner, another movie that he's in, one of my favorite character actors of all time. I will say, two things I forgot about this movie, where I forgot the old lady, Mrs. Pickman. And so, as soon as I saw her, I remembered. But, that was always some of my favorite stuff in the thing. And I forgot that the guy who played Vigo from Ghostbusters 2 was one of the supporting characters in this. Again, it's one of the Apocalypse trilogy. I think, Prince of Darkness, it's not a positive ending, but, out of the three movies, I think it's got the most positive endings, the Thing being the most nihilistic, and I think this one hits it number 2. So you've got basically alien body horror, kind of religious body horror, and then Lovecraftian cosmic horror for the three apocalyptic tones that Carpenter did in his Apocalypse trilogy. I know I'm not going to go too deep in this because, again, we've touched on this at least 3 or 4 different separate podcasts. So I know how Kent feels, but Kevin, what about you? What did you think about In the Mouth of Madness?
I liked it. This is the second time that I've seen this since October. I did watch it as a kid. I think the first time I was a little put off by it because I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this, and I didn't really know what to make of it. But it was one that I would keep watching a lot because of the old, was Frances Bay, the old woman. She, like, with her husband underneath all chained up and stuff. Like, I just didn't see any of that come. I never saw anything quite like that. Like, I don't know, the way that it was set up in the town, and I don't think I really understood what an insurance investigator did. So none of that really, so I didn't really understand what this guy's purpose was. But yeah, it's great. It's like a movie within a movie where you're watching the movie that you just watched at the end with the character. It's wild, and it's a lot of fun. It's, it is a great time, and it's one of the, I think one of the last really great John Carpenter movies. I don't know if it's even that great, but it's pretty good, and it's a lot of fun, and Sam Neill is terrific, and yeah, it was weird, I think, also seeing the guy from Jurassic Park So
I wonder how many takes he had to do for the laughing at the end of the fucking movie. Like,
oh
God, that couldn't have been easy.
yeah, and he was great. It was such a he was perfect for this movie, and I don't know if anyone else could have made it work the way he did. So
I like the movie. Beyond this, every movie of Carpenter's I have rated lower than this, but I also wouldn't call this a great Carpenter movie. It's a very good Carpenter movie for me. Chris was kind of alluding to it. It shoots for higher things than what it's able to necessarily achieve at times. There always comes like a part, I don't know if it's like an hour in or so, where I just mentally check out of the movie for a good 5-10 minutes. Like, it's happening, I'm watching it, it's still I lose interest for a little bit, and I don't know if it's pacing issues, I don't know if it's just me, I genuinely don't know. But there's like a weird lull for me, and that kind of takes me out of the moment of the movie, and I think that's always been like my biggest negative with it, because conceptually I love it. I love so many aspects. This is a movie that if I pick it apart by aspects, I love it. But to sit down and actually watch it, there are points in time where I'm like, geez, this is a fucking chore. And this is one of the movies that I've long decided I'm probably never going to write a review for, because this is one of the harder movies to write a review for. It's like this and Phantasm. The Phantasm movies were always like a thing that I never wanted to write a review for. It's not easy to put into words what you're always seeing on screen when watching this. It's got a cool level of weirdness. I don't know. There's just something about it that a few things here and there that could have been just a little different, and this honestly could have been like Carpenter's third best movie. Just like a few small tweaks here and there, because everything is there to be had. It just, yeah. That and John Glover, Chris mentioned that he wasn't good. And John Glover was in Fear the Walking Dead, and you know what? He sucked there too. So, just wanted to throw that out there. But Francis...
But dude, he was the bomb in fucking Gremlins too.
Yeah. It was nice seeing Happy Gilmore's mom, or grandmom, doing, fucked up stuff. So that's cool.
was he the therapist? Is there a therapist?
He was the one who was admitting him to the asylum at the beginning, and the one that he had David Warner come in to do the interview with him.
Okay, yeah. All right, now I remember. Yeah.
And Kevin, you've been watching Fear the Walking Dead, right? So you know who he is in that, right?
Nah, I don't remember who he is. I stopped watching it in season 5.
Oh, yeah, he was in season 2, I want to say. With the dam. Maybe that's season 3. He was Teddy.
I think that's season 3, yeah.
And he comes back.
Season 2 is like Mexico? Oh, okay.
And he causes problems. Really, really bad plot problems. So, fun times.
Nice. Yeah. Are we good on the In the Mouth of Madness?
Yeah. Do you guys think that this could ever be remade? Because I don't see it ever being able to be remade properly.
It could, but I don't think they would do enough. I think everything would be CGI.
Oh yeah.
And
I have an interesting version in my head that was done by Clive Barker instead of John Carpenter, but I don't know if it's necessarily a better version, just different.
Sure.
I mean, I would totally be down with Clive Barker's In the Mouth of Madness. Like, even if he just wrote the screenplay, that would be.
Do you read Sutter Kane?
Yeah, but lots of weird sex shit. Like,
oh yeah,
like, just like if anyone could do it, yeah.
That scene where Styles is coming onto him, it would have been way different.
Yeah. More tentacles. Yeah. And chains.
Yeah.
Styles they would be banging in the car for sure.
When she's making out with Sutter Kane and the thing is out of the back of his head, she would have been making out with the thing on the back of his head.
Yes, I'm all for that. Yeah, and I would watch it. I don't know if I'd go to the theater and see it, but it would depend on how the trailer looks, really.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's not like we don't have capable directors out there, but obviously you would need somebody that would have the imagination to pull it off more than anything else, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Village of the Damned?
Yay.
Yep.
Yeah. Rated R. Came out April 1995, same year as Mouth of Madness. It's really not that far apart to have two movies come out. Directed by John Carpenter, co-scored by Carpenter, and screenplay by David Himmelstein. It's a remake of the 1960 film of the same name, which is based on a novel, The Midwest Cuckoos, which was written in 1957, or published. And this movie was nominated for a Razzie for Worst Prequel, Remake, Ripoff, or Sequel, losing out to The Scarlet Letter. And just to give you, I looked up the Razzies for this year. This was the year that Showgirls took home 7 out of their 13 nominations that year. And just to kind of give, that was the time and era. Budget of $2.2 million with a $9.4 million at the box office, which is pretty good. And I'm pretty impressed with $2.2 million budget with what he accomplished with this movie, at least cinematically and with action sequences. And I guess Carpenter said that this was a contractual assignment more than like a passion project of remaking the movie. So Christopher Reeve is in it. This is the last film that he was in before he was paralyzed. And Kirstie Alley, I didn't really like this movie as a kid, but rewatching it, I like it. It's good. It's fun. I remember Michael Paré. I'm not sure how you say his name.
Paré.
What is it?
Michael Paré.
Paré? Yeah. So I was like, I don't remember him in this movie, and that's because he's not in it very long, and I thought that was kind of like I don't know what I even would have known him from back then, but action films, for sure. And I always thought it was odd that he was in this movie, and also, this was a bit creepier than I would have thought it was back then, especially with, like, a group, like a mass blackout of people, and everyone ends up pregnant on that day. There's definitely things that I would have not thought about as a kid, or thought about at all. Like, it's like, oh, aliens, and they impregnated him, or whatever, but now you're like, wow, that's kind of fucked up and pretty spooky, even though I have seen both Village of the Damned and Children of the Damned back in the day. And this kind of makes me want to revisit those movies, or at least the original Village of the Damned. And I really liked a lot of the sequences in this movie a lot more. And Kent actually said, we talked about this a little bit, so I don't know. I'll shoot this over to you, Kent, if you want to go, because you said some really good things about 1990s kind of film that it was, or it seemed like.
Yeah, this felt like a Stephen King movie. Like, it looked and felt like what we got out of Stephen King of the era. Like, what we used, like, Needful Things as a good example. just visually, you're watching it and you could probably say, without looking at the date, you could probably guess within 2 or 3 years of when this was made. Just if you were watching movies, especially horror movies at that time, you'd know exactly the time frame. Just had that look, the cinematography. It wasn't a great time for horror. It was mid-90s, it's not like it was horrible, but it wasn't great either, by any means. So, but at least we had Mark Hamill, and he didn't have a bad mustache, right? Like, the mustache was gone, I'm pretty sure.
We had Superman and friggin' Luke Skywalker Vader in the same movie together. Yeah.
Why did I say Vader? I meant to say Joker. Just, voice of Joker.
Yes.
But man, Mark Hamill is short too, isn't he? Like I noticed that in Body Bags. Like his woman was like as tall as he was.
Yeah, I don't think he's a big guy.
No, I never thought that he was.
So what I did the dumb thing, and I was bored and trying to make this a little bit more interesting. So I was like, I'll make a drinking game out of this because I had beer in my fridge and I wanted to get rid of it. And the rules were simple. You take one drink anytime a child does something spooky. You take 2 drinks anytime that any adult does or says something stupid, and you take 3 drinks per death. I thought, well, that's going to result in me having 2 or 3 beers. I drank almost 6 beers by the end of this. I hated life because I forgot that every time, like, one child does something, they're always accompanied by other children that are doing something creepy, and if you gotta drink for one, you gotta drink for each one of them. And I forgot that all, like, the town folk and military people towards the end, like, they all fucking, there's just so many deaths.
And in the beginning too, I remember when you told me that, I was like, dude, like, that's a lot of drinks. Like,
yeah, it was really bad, and I don't know where I had it written down somewhere, like the final tally of, like, I did this whole tally sheet. Now I don't have it, but we had the 9 deaths at the end, so that was fun. 27 drinks right there. Yeah, not recommended. People listening, do not listen to my dumbass when it comes to drinking games, because that is a bad time. This was a fun movie though. Like, this was, I keep using the word fun because it's not good. It's really not. It is creepy. There are some creepy themes. There's some okay performances. Kirstie Alley's death was pretty awesome. I appreciated that. And the woman that lit herself on fire. But they also didn't show... He went lenient on the gore, in my opinion. Like, there were scenes he could have really went for it, but instead it was a theater of the mind, I guess, in some ways.
The guy on the grill, when they, like, get back to the town, like, that was amazing. Yeah. There was some good stuff, but yeah, it wasn't like full on. But the guy on the grill was great. The
janitor was good, I thought.
Oh, the janitor is the best part of the movie. That whole scene.
I don't know, like, this wasn't bad, but this also just didn't feel like John Carpenter to me. This felt more like Mick Garris than it felt like John Carpenter. And I apologize to John Carpenter right now for saying that, but
the police scene where the police start shooting each other, like, that whole sequence completely felt Carpenter. Like, that was very... That was probably, like, a highlight of the film with... the janitor scene is a really bad scene, but it's also really great at the same time, kind of thing.
It reminded me a little bit of the chaos when Firestarter.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, some of the chaos, that reminded me a little bit of that, but otherwise...
Is there an old drunk janitor threatening to shoot the kids as they walk out of school? I couldn't believe.
Well, there is freaking, what's his face, George C. Scott. So he's kind of similar.
but with the broom. Chris, have you seen this?
Yeah. To me, this is a missed opportunity. Like, it's not as bad as I remember Kent saying it was. Like, it seems he's kind of mellowed, maybe because he suffered alcohol poisoning watching it this time.
I am a little bit more mellow now, I agree, yeah.
But there's so much potential in this idea. I mean, well, to be honest, there's a lot of potential in a lot of similar alien horror movies. Like, I'm thinking of, like, The Astronaut's Wife with Johnny Depp, and there's another one within, like, that 8 to 10 year period, similar kind of story, where the premise is intriguing and it just kind of falters. Like you guys said, it didn't go far enough in some ways. But it's not a bad movie. It's just kind of an average movie. And the worst thing is I'm sad, like super fucking sad, that this was the last thing that Christopher Reeve got to act in before, he was paralyzed.
Do you think he thinks about that?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's dead, isn't he? So I don't. Maybe from heaven. I don't.
Oh yeah, I forgot he died. Well, do you think that like haunted him in some capacity? Like, the last thing I did was this movie. I feel like that would haunt me in some way.
I bet he's like, God, I was on that horse and one of those fucking kids zapped it with their fucking mind powers. That's maybe a little dark. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I bet, it wasn't as favorably looked at then. Roger Ebert said a little clip was that I think he gave it 2 out of 4 stars. So, and he said there was like elements of the directing that was great, but the script was just so bad, and it seems kind of like spot on. Like he did okay with the script that he had, and he put out the movie. But yeah, it seems like if you're really into like wanting to remake Village of the Damned with that kind of budget, or I mean, actually it was pretty cheap, but like to do that kind of movie, yeah, no one must have got paid shit, right? Did I say it was $2.2 million budget?
That's what you said. So nobody.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because that all went to firepower and explosions. There's lots of explosions in that movie.
Maybe they had to pay Mark Hamill extra to shave a mustache. Maybe.
Yeah, no one's paying Mark Hamill extra to do anything except sign Star Wars memorabilia.
Actually, who do you think got paid more, Kirstie Alley or Christopher Reeve? Given the time frame.
Given the time period, I'm probably going to say still Christopher Reeves, just because he's
a man. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sorry, she was making more per episode of Cheers than
yeah.
She was probably making for this movie.
I believe the kid that played David, by the way, was in was it the newest Nightmare the reboot? Yeah. David was the single kid, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he grew up to do more shitty movies, so that's cool.
Well, yeah, good. I'm glad this didn't.
Good for him. I mean,
yeah. It was not like Christopher Reeve, where it was his last shitty movie.
If you could redo it right now, who would you get? Would you just do a bunch of no name, or would you try to attach anybody big?
If he hadn't said that he was retired, I could definitely see Alex Garland doing a good version of this.
Wait, he said he's retired?
Yeah, he said after Civil War, he might not retire from movies, but he's retiring from directing.
No shit.
What?
I didn't know that.
That's like terrible.
It really is.
That's like a terrible idea. They need to give him $200 million and make some crazy fucking sci-fi tentpole film.
Actually, I could see him doing In the Mouth of Madness.
Yeah, I could see him doing that too. It'd be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Village of the Damned would actually be a better better fit because of the sci-fi aspect of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's cool. Yeah. I don't know. It was, so Village of the Damned, not as bad as we remembered it, or at least as Kent remembered it.
Yeah, I think that I really remember not giving two fucks about this thing, and it was really disappointing, and I don't know, what'd I give? I gave it a 6.0. That's...
Oh, it's pretty good.
For me, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah. Solid 6. All right. Well, we'll see if we can keep those numbers up with Vampires. Came out October 1998. I was writing the months down, and it's strange to me how few of these movies came out in like fall time or October. So this one was directed and scored by John Carpenter, made on a $20 million budget. It made $20.3 million domestically. It did open number 1, and it dropped to number 8 in its second week. And John Carpenter said that this has actually been a massive success overseas, and it made $4.2 million on home rental, or no, is it home rental purchase sales, and the movie has 2 direct video sequels. Also, it won 3 Saturn Awards, and this is funny, James Woods was one of them, and it also won a 1998 Stinker's Bad Movie Award for Worst Supporting Actor, given to Daniel Baldwin, respectively. Yeah, this movie I know is not thought of well by a lot of people. I think it is fun. It is filled with unlikable characters. James Woods being one of them, and he is a vampire slayer raised by the church because his parents were murdered by vampires, and he has this Sons of Anarchy kind of ragtag group of vampire slayers, and it has this, if you like From Dusk Till Dawn and you kind of want something with that vibe but more of a direct-to-video type feel, this is kind of that movie. It's action, vampires, it tries to be funnier than it is, but that kind of, the stuff that isn't meant to be funny, I think, is absolutely hilarious. And it's just completely filled with misogyny and toxic masculinity. And it's great. I'm just gonna jump into it, and then I'll throw this to you guys. One of the things that I think is so great about it is at the end of the movie where James Woods is on the pole tied up, and they're about to burn him. In that moment, I honestly do not care for him at all. Like, it is the strangest thing that it's supposed to be this very suspenseful, I would imagine, type scene, but you're like, I could care less if this guy burns or not, and the vampires. And it was just a strange feeling that came over me watching this movie. And my question for you guys is, well, have you guys both seen this for this podcast?
I would say that I think this movie gives Kent maybe a little teak, maybe a little mahogany.
Okay. You're darn right, Padre.
Do you think that he was? Do you think that he was molested by the priest, by the church, and he makes all those jokes? That is like the only thing that I could feel like I could almost like him or be sympathetic towards his character, is that maybe that's in there somewhere subtly, because he makes all of these gross jokes
I
about
thought
it.
He was kind of like, remember in Dance of the Dead, the really unlikable guy, and like everything that he said he thought was funny because he probably only went to school until he was 8, so like he still had like really low sense of humor. That's where I thought he was coming from. I didn't consider the church thing, but that's also valid. Or Valak.
So, in my opinion, there are two movies in this movie. One is like the first 15 minutes that's fucking awesome, and the other is the rest of the movie that, yeah, not so much. This is one where like the sum of its parts is better than the actual movie. You know, like I love I like James Woods and the Padres relationship. But like Cheryl Lee, like not a great character. They got the worst Baldwin. Well, they could have gotten Adam, so maybe not the worst Baldwin, but you know, there were three Baldwins that they could have gotten to do a better job than Daniel.
Steven would have been really interested in this, I think.
Yeah, Steven would have been good. I could even see Billy doing a real... But, like, I mean, I don't know. Alec would have been fucking... That would have been a fucking weird-ass movie,
yeah.
You know, at that point. I really like...
You would have been too... You would have been too alpha male with James Woods, I think.
It would have been fucking really hard to
actually, Adam Baldwin wouldn't have been bad in this role.
You know, he probably would have actually been better than... They did get the worst Baldwin. I'm sorry, Danny Baldwin, but, you know... I really like Thomas Ian Griffith a lot, and some of the stuff I've seen, like I'm loving him in Cobra Kai now, but he's not the best actor. He's a pretty decent actual martial artist, but he's actually a really good writer. He's written for a lot of stuff like he was one of the lead writers on Grimm. I really love that TV show, which I found interesting, you know, seeing the dude who was in, like, Vampires and Call the Conqueror being, you know, one of the writers on a TV show. But, yeah, it's kind of just a generic, mediocre story. Valak is not, like, a great villain. You have such an interesting and unique cast of vampire hunters that are basically murked off, you know, right after the opening scene. It's mostly, like you said, a fun popcorn movie, but it's forgettable. That's like the worst thing I could say about it. Like, I remember the plot, but I don't remember, you know, many scenes past the beginning, and like some of the ones with Cheryl Lee in the hotel room.
I slugged a bitch. Who cares? My favorite line from Daniel Baldwin.
See, I don't know. Chris always says that Valak wasn't a good villain, and I feel he's not wrong. It's just that Valak never got an opportunity to be a good villain. Unfortunately, that I feel that's the bigger problem. Nor did it wasn't just Valak that didn't get a chance aside from his opening scene. Like, none of the vampires really got a chance to be a great villain. And instead, they were just too busy trying to make 40-year-old James Woods seem cool again or some shit. I don't know.
I mean, for me, compare this in '98 to, you know, with Valak to what's his nuts in Dracula 2000 or 2001, depending upon which year you saw it released in the theater. Gerard Butler, you know, I think for being roughly the same action-y, comedy, horror, vampire movie, you know, slightly different takes. You know, his Dracula / Judas was just a much better written villain for a relatively equivalent, really close together vampire movie compared to Valak in this.
The writing really is just totally at fault here. Instead of giving us somebody that we really really want to hate, we never get that or cheer on. You know, horror fans like to cheer them on. We just never get that.
You know what? We get it with the protagonists, and that's the problem. That they're more unlikable than the vampire.
I mean, he has that one cool scene in which Hell, you know what? They could have killed off Daniel Baldwin and kept Mark Boone Jr. alive, and that would have made the movie infinitely better, by the way.
I like how unlikable they are, but yeah, it is like it would have done better without that. But I'm not even like defending. Like, it was just a bad idea. But like, because you're standing there, that scene with James Woods, and they're gonna burn him, and I do not care at all. like if they do it, I don't. And I think that's the problem: is the villains don't get to be villains, and the good guys are just so.
If that's your biggest problem, Kevin, though, then I have questions, because you were just like you're skipping over the fact that we had the single most obvious plot twist in any like horror movie. Like, who's the one that turned their back on Jack Crow? I mean, who had the inside information? Oh, it's Cardinal Alba. Like, that has to be one of the single most obvious, like, I can't imagine anybody ever watching it for the very first time and not being like, it's him? Right? Like, that's a big fucking problem when it's so entirely obvious. Like, there was no, well, it could be this guy or, no, there was no question. Like, it was either going to be that guy or somebody we never heard of. Those were your options. Like, it just was a really shitty. There could have been more characters, but clearly Carpenter didn't care to paint a picture with more characters, because the characters that he had, he didn't do a great job with. I had a lot of fun with this, though. Like, I saw this in theater. I still like it. I love the music. This is like one of my favorite Carpenter soundtracks. I love the music. I loved. I don't know. I don't really think there was a lot of toxic masculinity in this film, to be perfectly honest. But
Jeez, I wonder why.
I mean, there really wasn't. I don't know. I think they should have had Rebecca Gayheart for
James
Katrina.
Woods.
She would have been a better actress and better looking, I think. Just my thoughts. I don't know how old she was, though, for this movie. She may not have been of age, but I think she was. I don't know.
What year did Urban Legend come out?
That I don't know. Probably like 2000, 2001, something like that, maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's only 3 years later.
What else? I did enjoy the one insult of Jack calling Valak a pole-smoking fashion victim. Like, of that era, like, that was the line from the movie, I think. Unfortunately, due to any success that this movie had, I'm not saying that this movie was successful, but whatever success this movie did inspire made John Carpenter think that he could make Ghost of Mars, and that's this film's biggest sin. Because Carpenter's like, oh, I can just make like more guy movies, and it's just going to be shitty, but guys are just going to like it because it's a guy movie, and we get fucking Ghost of Mars. So that's where most of my anger for this movie comes from. Is
it's fucking unforgivable.
I mean,
well, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's move on, because that's next. Ghost of Mars,
Sorry,
August
Kevin.
2001.
yeah.
Is that okay that we move on?
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Sorry for what we did to you.
Co-written, scored, and directed by John Carpenter. There's really not a lot about this movie. I mean, there's like, it didn't do well critically. It was made on a $28 million budget and made $14 million at the box office, which is kind of impressive for the fact that I didn't hear about it until it was at the video store. And yeah, I mean, I just rented it because it was there. I didn't think highly of it, and I do want to say I like Ghost of Mars. It's fun. It's not like a great movie. But it's kind of like mindless mindless fun, and it was better than I expected. A movie with Natasha Henstridge and Ice Cube at the time to be a sci-fi action film, and in some ways, yeah, there's no part of this movie that's really scary, but I do like Natasha Henstridge in the movie, and I think there's some cool death scenes in the action sequences, and it's a offbeat, I don't know, kind of movie. Yeah. All right, I'll let you guys do your thing.
Do you want to have this first, Ken, or me? So this was the first John Carpenter movie that was coming out that I knew about before it was coming out. I was in college. I was working at a bookstore. So, seeing like Fangoria and the horror magazines and everything, people, they were hyping it up. They were talking about like how cool the Martian ghosts were going to be. And, it was really leading into the sci-fi, and then I watched this, and this was the fucking biggest disappointment of, like, I haven't seen The Ward, so I can't speak on that, but this was the biggest disappointment of the entire Carpenter filmology for me. They had decent actors, like, before Natasha Henstridge became, like, a straight-to-video B-movie actress. I thought Species was okay. I didn't, she wasn't amazing in it. It's got fucking Pam Grier, who's fucking amazing. Jason Statham, Ice Cube. Clea Duvall is really good in most of the stuff that she's been in, but, like, this movie's fucking shit. I'm sorry. I fucking hate this movie. I don't even like the soundtrack, which is something that, like, I find it very hard to say for a Carpenter movie, but it is... This is an example of when a director gets his ass, or his head, so far up his ass that he loses sight of everything that he's done up until this point. And it's just not good. The Martians look cool, and like Kevin said, there are some cool deaths, but that's the highest praise I can give it. If I never watch this movie again, I would not be disappointed at all.
I mean, if I could just get this right off my fucking doo-doo, I probably would. Like, I'm ashamed that I spent $2 on this motherfucking thing. Okay? This is by far the worst-rated Carpenter movie that I have.
I can't believe it's almost rating of 5. Like, that is insulting to me.
Who's watching this shit and going, it was average? No, it was not average. It looked like shit. Like, what? Why did it have to look so bad? Like, I was like, oh, those saw blade kills could be cool. No, they weren't. They looked like shit. Like, you had this cool cast. I don't want to say it's a great cast. You had a cool cast, like, but you have Natasha. What's everybody expecting when you have Natasha in that year? You're expecting some tits. And it's a horror movie. I'm not saying that the movie makes or breaks on it, but if you cast her at that time in a horror movie, sci-fi movie, give the fans what they want. That's all. Hell, give us a little Ice Cube ass just to make it equal opportunity. Whatever, I don't give a fuck. Like, you wasted Pam Grier. You didn't shave Jason Statham's head, so he looks like a fuzzy fuckhead. It just looks stupid. Clea Duvall looks good with blonde hair, but I just don't usually like her in most stuff. Joanna Cassidy, there's a name that I see a lot in the Wes Craven movies, so weird seeing her in a Carpenter movie. Clearly Ice Cube, he was struggling because he was so good in Boys in the Hood, and he was so good in Friday, but he got typecast. I mean, maybe he is still typecast, but like for a while he was just doing some really bad shit. He did call a snake
bitch
on screen.
You gotta give him that.
And this, yes, I agree. I agree. Fuck this movie. I really. The other thing, All right. So, and I'll go more into this when we get to The Hills Have Eyes Part 2, but when it comes to flashback sequences, in this movie, we have Ballard telling the story, so that's a flashback, and then when she meets somebody, then there's a flashback, and then they may have met somebody, and suddenly we have like the worst form of Inception fucking ever. At one point I counted 4 flashbacks within each other. How does that make sense? How does she know to tell that story? That makes no sense. Like, oh, I met Ice Cube, and now he's giving me the flashback of when he met fucking Uno, and then Uno's like, no, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, did anybody, like, somebody had to spell check the script? Did somebody read the script and go, this is good? This is going to be a fun movie? This makes any sense? No, and I like shitty movies. I watch made for sci-fi originals way more than I would like to admit. Okay, the parody of fucking Independence Day is amazing, but this was just so fucking bad. And I want to just also I'll just say this: over the course of 2 days, I watched The Fog, Ghost of Mars, My Soul to Take, Chiller, The Ward, and Vampire in Brooklyn.
Oof.
Tell me that's not a bad 2 days. Okay?
Yeah.
And this was the shit cherry on top. This movie.
But maybe not of these. Maybe not of these. This collection. Yeah. The flashbacks. I just want to say that is really what ruins the movie. Is that it could have this really great like action scene and even like tension building, but you're kind of like taken out of it because I was like confused with the Ice Cube flashback. Like I remember the first time and this time always kind of get taken out of what's actually going on. Which I think the bare bones of that story is would have been cool. But I still like it. It's a mindless dumb movie, but it's fun.
All right, let's move on from this piece of shit.
Sad.
Oh,
Okay. No, go ahead. All right, Masters of Horror. This was actually really nice. As I watched all of these movies, I didn't just watch them John Carpenter's, but I was also watching the Wes Craven ones. So in this time period of 2005 and 2006, this was a really nice treat of watching these. I wasn't going to watch them again, but I was like, I might as well. I'm doing everything else. So Masters of Horror, Cigarette Burns, December 16th, 2005, Pro-Life, November 24th, 2006. We just talked about this during the 2 Masters of Horror. Both of those were written by Drew McWeeny and Scott Swan. Yeah, they're both a lot of fun. I don't know if there's anything you guys want to add. We did discuss these, but
I have one little thing I can add. Is that one of them was our 10th ranked Masters of Horror, and the other one...
Oh, yeah, so they're both in the top 10 of the 39 movies.
Yeah.
Excellent.
39, which we'll get to at the end of this podcast.
And I think that maybe, I would say either of these, but definitely Cigarette Burns, which has a little bit of In the Mouth of Madness kind of thing going on, would have been a better feature length than some of these movies. And I think what we're going to get to The Ward would have actually been a better Masters of Horror episode. They kind of swapped them out. But Chris, you want to...
I would say, when you say that Cigarette Burns, I mean, I know sometimes we say, like, this or that was, like, his last masterpiece. I actually might say Cigarette Burns was Carpenter's last masterpiece. It was really
Pro-Life
good for
kind of has, like, so many of different, not even horror, but also, you know, very Assault on Precinct 13 kind of feeling, too, where it almost feels kind of epilogue-ish, like an epilogue of his career.
Pro-Life was really good, but Cigarette Burns was a masterpiece. I agree. You know, like that. If that had been a full length feature, you know, with a higher budget, obviously, yeah, it would have been fucking really good thing to go out on instead of, from what I hear, The Ward. So,
all right. Well, I think that's the perfect segue to The Ward, which is a budget of $10 million. It came out July 2011. It made 5.3 at the box office. It's his last directorial effort. As of right now, he's still alive. I highly doubt that he will put out another movie, because I know he's been frustrated with a lot of these movies, and also doesn't really, I don't know. I don't say he wouldn't defend him. I know that he says Ghost of Mars, he thought that it was meant to be kind of silly, but yeah, I think maybe I can understand why he's not making movies, because now he just kind of gets to be John Carpenter. Yeah.
Can we touch on that for a second? Like, I feel like with Ghost of Mars, one thing was that, I know you read about it, I'm guessing Chris did. Like, we understand that his intentions was this. But watching it, it was never made clear in the trailer or in the movie exactly what his intention was. And I think if his intention was truly like, I want to kind of make fun of Predator, then do a little bit more tongue-in-cheek, like, which he was perfectly capable of. That's the sad part, is he was capable of it, it didn't register that way, right? Like, if your intention is to make it, kind of a little tongue-in-cheek, then you gotta kind of lean into it, and he never...
It was like he was trying to make another They Live, and instead he plopped out a shitty version of The Thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I agree. Yeah, I do. No, I do agree with it.
Right,
I think it also is like, based on a Western. I forgot the name. It's not El Dorado, is it? But it's supposed to be like based on his version of a Western, but in space, and I think it kind of all gets lost in translation. But you're absolutely right. But also, I don't think he really, the trailer. I don't think he's in charge of that kind of stuff, which is probably why his movies, we never get the whole thing, because there's all of these things involved. And probably with this movie too. It's not awful. I think when you think of John Carpenter and The Ward, but if you just think of, like, if you take John Carpenter out of it and you just think of movies, like, this is an okay movie to, you rent it, you watch it with your girlfriend or whoever, and it's got some thrills to it. It's not really like scary, but it's an okay movie. I think the twist of it is, not really. It's kind of generic, and it is a kind of generic movie of the time. But as far as those generic kind of movies, and this came out in July, which, probably just to, like, grab some cash at the box office type movie, yeah, I liked it. It's okay. I think now the fact that Amber Heard is in it, people are even less likely to check it out, unless you're a huge, diehard John Carpenter fan. Yeah, I don't know. You haven't seen it, Chris?
No, I have not seen this one. So, I mean, already what you're saying is giving it more of a glowing review than most of the reviews I've seen about it.
Yeah, I think it would have been made a pretty good Masters of Horror. I mean, it wouldn't have been as good as the two that we got from Carpenter, but the screenplay, the idea, it would have been better if it could have been condensed into 45 minutes and wouldn't have had to been such a, big deal. I think it just felt like John Carpenter made a movie kind of the times that of movies coming out, even though it was based in the 60s, and I thought actually the costume were pretty great in the movie. But Kent, what did you think?
I don't know why you make this movie. I don't know why you make this movie so 2 years after Identity. People saw Identity. People didn't see this. I just don't see the point. Like, your three biggest stars were people that were in reboots of horror movies. So Amber Heard, reboot of The Stand. Daniel Panabaker, reboot of fucking Friday the 13th. Jared Harris, reboot of Poltergeist. Yay, reboots. The acting wasn't bad. The script, the story, it wasn't bad. Like, yeah, it absolutely positively could have been condensed. And they didn't give any of the girls extra dimensions. I did find it apropos that the main crazy girl's name was Kristen, because every Kristen I've ever known is batshit fucking crazy. So, kudos on that. The ending seemed super... I don't want to say super obvious, but if you've seen enough of these movies, or seen this story enough times, like... You can at least say there's a good chance this is the way it's going to go. And there were enough hints, like... Alright, I'll just provide an easy example. At one point, I want to say Kristen was trying to fight with we'll say the entity. And she actually hit the entity. But every other time, the entity is able to, basically, fast travel anywhere it wants, like a ghost, but then suddenly it can be hit. It was like, oh, okay, so now we're just taking away a lot of different possibilities about what this is because of that right there. That was like, that alone gave away everything, in my opinion. Also, once again, there was no need to do the shower scene if you're not going to give us tits. In a horror movie, you have all these girls just showering together, and it's like, you don't need that scene. That scene is completely unremarkable. The only reason you do that scene is to do nudity. So if you're not going to do nudity, don't even do that scene. There were so many scenes that padded out the running time, which goes back to Kevin's point. This could have been an hour-long Masters of Horror, and it would have been perfectly fine. But also, I'm a little confused on the whole bathroom situation, because her bedroom, none of the girls' bedrooms had a toilet, but they did have the shower room with the stalls. But I feel like you're locked into your room all night, so that was a little bit confusing. How does that work? Probably not meant to ask that question, but since I was bored to tears with it, I felt like it was a reasonable observation.
Pee in the shower.
So, well, I'm saying if you're at the shower, there's the stall right across 5 steps away. But in the middle of the night, you're locked into your room unless you stuff the door with toilet paper. That was clever. I don't know. Just I was frustrated, and it sucks to waste reasonably good performances. Honestly, I thought the performances were decent. I thought Amber Heard did really good. Just a waste of time, though. Still better than Ghost of Mars, but I guess my main criticism, above and beyond everything else, the overuse of jump scares, which I'm sure Chris is probably sick of hearing me talk about overuse of jump scares, but sometimes horror movies just lean too heavily into it. One, maybe 2 good jump scares in a movie, fine. When you're leaning into it and you have 5 or 6 jump scares, it loses all of its value, and that's what you're saying, that's all your horror is just a series of pretty piss poor fucking jump scares. That's not doing anything for anybody. Unless, like, it's a kid watching his first horror movie. Otherwise, no, it's not. That doesn't add value to a horror movie. So, damn shame. I expected more from Carpenter.
And that was kind of like the movies that were happening at the time. The jump scares thing.
Yeah.
So, very generic. All right.
I was going to say,
Chris.
I'm less tired of hearing you talk about jump scares than I'm tired of people just making horror movies based on jump scares.
Yeah, like, it's lazy. It's the laziest form of horror that there is. And it just is. You know, give me, jump scare, give me the closet, give me every fucking cliche and make fun of it maybe, but don't make that, like, the legit scare of the movie. Which, aside from that, would you say that there was anything remotely scary about the movie, Kevin, other than the jump scare?
Well, there was
I didn't feel like the movie was...
the mystery, the mysteriousness of it was pretty good. And yeah, like the I don't know, like I would say it was scary, but also the whole, like, it turned a really dark mode when it goes into the, you know, what happened to Kristen
Yeah.
in the being, you know, why she burned down the barn. Yeah, it kind of, like, went really dark. Like, it was always kind of like, I don't know. It's there.
At first, I thought that was going to be Alice's story. But
Yeah.
it wasn't.
So, and that's a whole other thing too. It's okay. It's okay. It's cliche. It's generic. It's overall. It's but coming from, you know, the fact that it's John Carpenter's last movie, but I never really expected much from it. I don't know. I just never really did when it came out. I kind of watched it. I like it more the second time around, but I never can remember the I guess the twist ending. I can never remember how it ended. Like when I rewatched it,
How it all connects.
yeah, and you know it doesn't really even matter too much, but it's
Right. Let me ask you this. I believe the answer is yes. Would this movie have worked better if you eliminate the quote-unquote supernatural aspect and made this more of a drama/suspense movie with the same premise?
and like maybe the killer being one of them.
Yeah, like you could have
Yeah.
done something without the supernatural aspect. I think played it off more for the drama, and I think this would have been a better movie.
Yeah.
Like
If they,
maybe develop the character slightly more than one-dimensional and make you care about
yeah.
them. Yeah. So, that's a sad note to leave on for Carpenter, but, you know, it is what it is. Nobody really ends on a high note anymore.
No. I mean, there's a few, but I don't know about horror. But there's a few good final film directors.
I think it's probably
Yeah,
more like
horror's not a genre that you make a
more
good
like
one
you
at the end,
die,
I don't think.
and that's how you go out having a high note.
Yeah. All right. I'm good.
All right, guys, follow us back
right.
for part 2, where we're going to hit up Wes Craven's filmography. And damn, hopefully it goes a little quicker. We'll be back. All right, so now that we're back, we're going to hit the Craven portion of our Craven versus Carpenter, who is the actual master of horror podcast. And I believe Kevin is going to be the one starting us off with Last House on the Left.
Yes, Last House on the Left came out August 1972, rated R. Out of the gates, Wes Craven directs, writes, and edits this classic. This was also on the Video Nasty list in 1983. It was made for $90,000 and made between $2 to $3 million at the domestic box office. Yeah, this is like a little bit exploitation film, a little bit Deliverance, rape revenge. It's like a precursor to I Spit on Your Grave. I don't know if that would exist without Last House on the Left in its form, you know. And there's a remake. oddly enough, and that was released in 2009. And Wes Craven actually formed Midnight Pictures to remake it. And this also received a nomination for the American Film Institute's 100 Years, 100 Thrills, and which is weird. And this has just been a major influence in horror for filmmakers of horror, I guess namely like Rob Zombie. And this also is Sean Cunningham's start, who produced this, who went on to produce the Friday the 13th franchise. Roger Ebert gave this 3.5 out of 4 stars. Of all of the terrible critical things said about this movie, he said it's about half as good, better than you thought it would be. Yeah, this movie I put on my overrated list when we did the overrated horror films, and this is probably the 3rd time I've seen it, and it took me this many times to actually like it and appreciate it. I think maybe because I knew that there was the whole comic vibe with the police, like it was kind of very I don't know. We did discuss this on that. It had a weird comic tone. I don't know why. Maybe because it is so dark and it does give you that really uncomfortable feeling, especially with the girls in the woods. And this also kind of works as a great after-school special of don't buy drugs from strangers and don't go into their apartment off the street. So, Last House on the Left, guys. Did you guys get a chance to see this time around?
No, this wasn't one I rewatched this time around, but I've seen it a bunch of times. So, yeah, I don't know. We just hit this up feels like a couple months ago. I don't know if we really need to re-hit it too much, but yeah, it was a strong start. I agree with you, Kevin. I think it's overrated, but it's not a bad movie. It's like the worst thing I can say about it is like the tonal inconsistencies that you brought up, last time we talked about it and this time. I think thinking about it now, I liked the villains. I think they don't get enough credit for just being kind of crazy fucking people. I don't know, not too much more to say.
I don't want to say that I love the movie, but I gave it a 7.2. And a lot of it is, I guess, put in the context of when it came out and what it did for, how, it allowed I Spit on Your Grave, etc., etc. I also really am enamored by David Hess. He was the guy who played Krug, but he's also the dude that made all that fucking music in the movie. Like, the music does not go at all with this fucking movie, but it's delightful. Especially the song about Krug and Junior there. I think it's important to, we had a nightmare sequence, Believe it or not, a Wes Craven movie had a nightmare sequence, and you're going to be hearing that a lot from me for the next hour. So,
and booby traps.
Oh my god, booby traps. Yeah, I message you guys, I'm like, without this movie, does Home Alone and does Saw happen? I don't think so. So, or Nightmare on Elm Street, each one's like a predecessor to the next level. So, I don't know, I feel like people made a bigger deal out of this than probably needed to, but on its own, it's fine as long as you don't go in with any kind of hype. And I will say one last thing, since the remake came out in 2009, when I first got my job at Liberty, I got assigned to a house, so I called the manager. I'm trying to get directions, and she tells me, "Oh, it's the last house on the left of this street." And I'm like, "Oh, I've seen a movie like that." Now, I've never met this lady, and she's a middle-aged lady, and I'm sitting there immediately regretting saying making a Last House on the Left fucking reference to this lady who was going to be my boss. But she'd seen the movie and laughed and thought it was funny. So there you go. Last House on the Left, keeping people amused since 1972.
So what you're saying is, in a world where Kevin McAllister is also John Kramer, he had an Uncle Krug?
Mm-hmm. And Nancy may have dreamt all of it up. We don't know.
The movie almost writes itself.
It does. I'd pay for it. All right, we can move on.
All right, I think I have the next one with The Hills Have Eyes.
Indeed.
So 1977, written and directed by Wes Craven again, starring Susan Lanier, Robert Houston, John Stedman. Although you would think by all of the marketing that Michael Berryman was like the one and only star of the movie. Definitely like a super fucking iconic poster. Basically, you've got a family traveling across country to go see a silver mine on their silver anniversary. Rolls through a nuclear testing ground that is used by the Air Force for bombing runs. Gets into a car accident and falls prey to a group of cannibalistic mutants. It had been a long time since I'd seen this. I'm talking probably 30 some odd years. And I'm really glad I was able to rewatch it. I forgot that like Dee Wallace was in it. To me, it kind of reminded me of Halloween in the way that you get a good portion of the movie without too much going on, and they let the characters build before, you start getting into the violence and the gore and whatnot. Outside of that, it is basically the prototypical inbred family horror movie. They definitely don't look as mutated as they did in the remake. And for being a Wes Craven movie from the 70s, it's remarkably less mean-spirited than the remake was. That felt like a very mean movie. Some of the family members are remarkably racist, and definitely you can see some of the differences in growing up in the 70s versus growing up now, where like the family is having a laugh about how their German Shepherd murdered a fucking poodle in a dog park. I found that interesting. But outside of that, it's just a good time. It's nothing great, but there are definitely character arcs to several of the characters. And it's good. It's not great. I think that's probably the easiest way to say it. But I love the fact that, Sam Raimi threw the Hills Have Eyes poster up on the wall in the cabin in Evil Dead as a way to like kind of try to one up Wes Craven. So there you go. Kevin, what do you think?
Oh, this movie is, I think it is great. The greatness of the movie is that the family, after the whole, this also kind of like is a Vacation from Hell type movie, like Vacation's Gone Bad. It's like a home invasion movie, but it's in a, RV. What I love most about this is that the family, that the protagonists, after they go through this ordeal, they become these like rage-filled murderers, out of like basic need of survival. And I think that is the aspect of the film that I think is great. And I haven't really seen before it. I think this came out before Deliverance also. or at least Last House on the Left. Nah, I don't remember when Deliverance came out, but around that time. And that sort of has that too, but this is more of like a raw feeling. I do agree it's not as mean spirited as Alexander Aja's remake. Which was pretty good as far as what I was expecting from that movie. But yeah, this was a classic in the video store as a kid, and this was not a movie I saw a lot as a kid. It's not one that my dad was really into that I know of, that he watched a lot of. This is not really, he liked more of like the supernatural horror, and this is a pretty raw movie for the most part, but it is definitely has that 70s vibe to it. Yeah, I really like this movie a lot.
I like the movie, but this was a definite step down for me from Last House on the Left. The ideas were there, and some of the execution was there. Some of it was meh. I don't know. Like, I still give it a 6.3, which is favorable by all means. It's just there are some people, like, looking at reviews that just, some people think this is Wes Craven's best film, believe it or not, and I just can't wrap my head around that idea. But for when this came out, this is really, really good. There's a lot of cool, crazy-ass things happening, and Dee Wallace is always awesome. There was a dream sequence in this, right? I think I didn't take notes on dream sequences on every Wes Craven, but I think there was a dream sequence in this.
I don't remember one, and I just watched it a couple hours ago.
Well,
so
I'll just chalk that up as we'll say there wasn't. And yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to really say. I kind of, the only thing I'll say is that this makes me want to go and rewatch the remakes again, because I definitely remember a little bit of the remakes and thinking that they definitely tried upping certain levels to it, but they also kind of left behind certain, I don't know, sometimes like they up the gore so much that they forget to like focus on the story, and I think that was my issue with the remake of Hills Have Eyes, but I can't say for sure without rewatching it. But oh no, I mean, good second movie. No real complaints.
all right, moving on.
All right, The Summer of Fear,
Or Stranger in the House,
also known as Or Stranger in Our House. Starring Linda Blair. This was a TV movie. It came out October 31st, 1978 on Halloween, and this is also premiered on NBC. It had a theatrical release in Europe under the title Summer of Fear. So Stranger in Our House was what people saw in America on TV. This was the first film that Wes Craven filmed in 35mm, and it does have a horror element with it. It is so slow. It is so TV. If you do not see this, I don't think you're missing much. What did you guys think? If you got the chance to check it out.
I didn't even bother. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I had a decent enough time with this. I mean, Kevin, you forgot the main star of the movie, which was Linda Blair's hair.
Yeah.
That shit was fucking out there. I don't know. Like, honestly, I think had I watched this, like, when it came on TV, I think I would have been like, this ain't bad for free entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, especially back then, I think this actually would have been a lot of fun. I mean, now, I gave it a 5.0. Like, that's as high as I go with it for something that I never plan on re-seeing again, and I have no doubt that I can't imagine ever going back and rewatching this. One thing that Kevin didn't bring up, and I think I bitched about in our chat, was Linda Blair's brother, Peter, seemed like he was really, like, crushing on his quote-unquote cousin that moved in. Like, I think he wanted to nail her. I don't know. Like, that's the vibe I got. It was really weird, like, what we were supposed to take away from that whole, like, family relationship. But, yeah, Peter really seemed... He seemed like he wanted to get into his cousin's pants, and I don't know. It's just weird, but... I don't know. Fran Drescher, by the way. Like, young Fran Drescher, and you cannot possibly mistake her for anybody else. There can only be one Fran Drescher, and she is it. I don't know. Nah, I can't recommend people watching unless you have really, like, a strong desire to see something. I don't even know. This was, like, witchcraft. Actually, for a witchcraft movie, it wasn't that bad. Because a lot of witch movies kind of suck. So, props to that, but, meh.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. Yeah.
Also, the prom dress looked horrible on Linda Blair. Like, I swear that was a different dress, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, they used two different dresses.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, she looked so frumpy in it, and then, like, it looked hot on Julia. I was like, there's no way that's the same thing.
That was actually one of the more entertaining parts of the non-horror aspect of it. But it was very, like, like a Bewitched, like a gag from, like, a Bewitched episode or something.
Yeah. I like how Mike, like, just like, well, my girlfriend asked me to take her cousin out to a dance. Well, I'm just going to start dating her cousin now after 2 hours. Yep. That's the conclusion we jumped to in that movie. Good stuff.
Dude, that sounds like such a real high school thing, though.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. All right.
Okay. Well, let's move right along. Deadly Blessing, August 1981. This is Wes Craven's first slasher, considered to be a transitional phase between his hard-hitting early work and later commercial successes. Ernest Borgnine was nominated for a Razzie. Wes Craven wrote the screenplay with the two guys who wrote the story, and this is an early Sharon Stone movie. It definitely has its moments. I don't know, are they Amish or what?
They are Hittites, which make...
Oh, I don't know.
Amish are less strict than the Hittites. That's where we're going with that.
Oh, okay. And this had a budget of $2.5 to $3 million, which is pretty impressive for where Wes Craven was at the time, and made $8.3 million at the box office. I think there should have been more Michael Barrymore in the movie, and he should have had a better credit in the title. But this was essentially this was okay. This was good. For what it was, it had more. You know, it was like a slasher, but it wasn't like full on what we know of slashers today, I think. And there's a lot of snakes and spiders, so if that stuff it grosses you out and, you know, makes you uneasy, this film does it. There's also a bathtub scene that is very, you know, it is the bathtub scene from Nightmare on Elm Street, but with a snake, very close to it. So it's a cool movie to see, like an auteur like Wes Craven kind of like build his craft and work towards, you know, something greater. This is all right, Kent, Chris?
Yes. Jeff East was the brother in the last one. He is John Schmidt in this one. And those are the only two roles I know Jeff East from. But First off, Martha, my God, this leaned into 80s horror as far as giving the horror fans some good nudity. This really nailed it. Props to that. Actually, you know what? I don't want to. Chris, did you actually watch this or no? Because
I
don't want to.
I skipped this TV movies, all of them.
Wait, is this a TV movie?
No, this isn't a TV movie.
Oh, I thought it was a TV movie by looking at it. So
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so you
I
didn't
get
read
that.
it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. You're not going to go out of your way to watch this. I can't imagine, right? Okay. Well, there's a twist here, and I did not. The twist is so weird because they didn't have the lighting exactly right for the reveal, I guess. And Chris, if you don't want to be spoiled, I don't know, whatever, fuck it. It's basically Sleepaway Camp, but they didn't. I don't know. In my opinion, the lighting was bad, so the reveal that whoever was Faith was a dude wasn't as impactful as it was in Sleepaway Camp. It wasn't as obvious, at least on my TV. It looked super dark. And I mean, I was streaming it from Vudu, because I bought this, so I don't know. It just wasn't as impactful. The ending is amazing, though. Actually, this was probably, aside from Prince of Darkness, this was my second favorite new movie that I'd never seen, I guess. I really liked it. The spiders, of course, I didn't like. But really, I loved the Hittites being crazy as fuck. I liked the vengeful hot chick. I love that we have these two female neighbors that are what they are. Like, there's a lot of good things that I will absolutely rewatch this. This is going to be a movie, for better or worse, I end up showing a few of my friends. So, I don't know. I walked away quite happy and impressed. I gave it a 6.4.
Oh, wow.
Dude, that ending is so fucking batshit, dude.
It's definitely it is one of the gems of doing this, especially movies you haven't seen. If you just picked it up off the video shelf of Captain Video and went home and watched this with your friends, and you want to watch a bad horror film, and that's fun. You wouldn't be disappointed. We
also had a dream sequence, at least one. And
oh yeah,
I feel like that ending, it reminded me a lot of the Nightmare on Elm Street ending. Random thing getting pulled through something, and then everything's normal again. Just saying. Wes Craven has a lot of things that he repeats in his filmography, which I'm sure you guys noticed a lot. But
yes.
I don't know. I highly recommend this to people. Deadly Blessing. Go out, rent it, buy it, whatever.
All right. We're going to move on to Swamp Thing, which is rated PG somehow. Which, I mean, would be PG-13 by today's standards, at least. I think this would probably even get an R rating. February 1982, Wes Craven's fourth film. It's sci-fi horror superhero film, probably the first of its kind before Blade and, I don't know, Venom horror superhero movies. There's not really a lot of them. I don't know. There's more now, obviously, but it does actually feel like a horror film in a lot of ways, as much as it's like a sci-fi. I mean, it almost feels more like a horror film than it does a superhero movie. Definitely has more action. Also, like the fact that the bad guy from Last House on the Left is the bad guy in Swamp Thing. I don't think he is as terrifying in this, but he's definitely a bad guy. Yeah, there's a sequel and TV show starring Dick Durock, but outside of that, there's no real involvement from Craven in this. David Hess, yeah. He was also the bad guy in this, and not the main bad guy, but he's kind of like the head of the military guys in the beginning. I like this movie. This is the second time I actually watched this for the DC movies. Probably like 6 months ago or so. So it was cool to come back and watch this with, in the context of Wes Craven horror films. Yeah, and also, I guess I'll just add that John Carpenter married Adrienne Barbeau, but Wes Craven was the guy who got her shirt off on film. So
only for Europe.
Take that for what you only for Europe.
And the DVD release.
Yeah.
Oh, was that not in the American VHS?
Yeah, it was actually in her contract, nonetheless, is what I read.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. So, what do you guys think? You guys add anything?
I think we talked about this for a minute before we started, but this is probably my most watched Carpenter movie, or excuse me, not Carpenter, Craven movie. It used to be on HBO all the time when I was a kid growing up, and I fucking love this movie. I used to watch it all the time. It's really one of the first like genre merging movies that I can remember. It had some humor, had some horror. It was action. There's a fucking fight between like Swamp Thing and a fucking like boar monster at the end. It was good. I really enjoyed it. I can't say anything bad about it.
Wow. I liked this as a kid. As an adult, I found this to just be I didn't care for it. Like, if you're gonna have David Hess, let the man do some music. Let him do some songs, okay? Like, that'd be cool. I don't know the character from the comics. I don't know what his powers are, but from the movie, all I know is that he tosses people, and that's it. Like, his powers kind of sucked in the movie. I thought, like, I don't know. It was just underwhelming.
He could regenerate.
Yeah, with some sunlight. Yay, I don't know.
Yeah, and doesn't he bring her back to life at the end?
Yeah, with his green glowing goo. He revived her and Jude, which I liked Jude, and this was the only role he ever had as an actor. I thought he was a lot of fun, especially how he would just show up, like, as soon as, like, the movie needed somebody else to come into frame, there's Jude, just to, keep the movie flowing. The boar outfit was definitely 1982. I don't know. I honestly, the weird thing to me was the guy who played Alec. I didn't even recognize him in that role. Ray Weiss. I drew a blank for a second. He just, I don't know, he looked a little different to me than what I'm more used to. I will say, Louis Jordan as Arcane, he was an amazing villain. I thought he was a great villain. I just wanted him to do a little bit more. But I liked the dinner party scene, so I didn't hate it. I don't think I'll ever watch it again.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Moving on. Invitation to Hell. Another TV movie. This premiered May 24th, 1984 on ABC. It was nominated for a Primetime Emmy for art direction. Tidbit, this was written by Richard Rothstein, who wrote Universal Soldier. This is definitely not as cool as Universal Soldier, but it was okay. It's a for the TV movies, it's like family moves into town and to a suburban town. It almost reminds me of that Masters of Horror, or no, Fear Itself with Brandon Routh, the Community. It kind of reminds me of Community a little bit. And there's like a suspicious things going on with this club of rich people. So, invitation held. Did you guys get a chance to check this out?
No.
Of course I did.
Yeah.
Because I was actually, the movie poster itself is pretty awesome to look at.
Yeah.
Susan Lucci looks amazing in this movie. I don't even know who Susan Lucci is. I know her by name. I know she was like in soap operas. It was like one of the more famous ones, but I didn't really know her or anything. And she seemed to be having a great time on screen. We have Joanna Cassidy, who pops up a lot in Wes Craven movies. She's in it as the main wife. And yeah, this is basically... this has a lot of similarities to Community, which I liked. Punky Brewster, in her very young years, she was not a very good actress. I don't know. There were some scenes that were really tough to watch with her. This was fun. It was interesting how they showcased what hell was, I guess, like on that budget. I think it was interesting. It was a good idea that with a proper budget could be like, if they could remake that right now with a very similar ideology, only with today's special effects. I think this could actually be a really good movie to remake. I think there's a lot here. It's just that they didn't have the technology to do hell properly back then. So I liked it. I don't know if I'll ever watch it again, but I liked it.
Yeah, I agree. It's also like, I think in 1984, if this was on TV, this would be great. Like,
oh
this,
god, yeah, this would have been great to see then.
Yeah, so for what it was then, what it is now, it's on Peacock. If you guys have it, you can check it. I've been wanting to watch it for a long time, so I'm kind of glad that I did it in this, because if I just watched it on its own, I would be like, this is garbage.
Yes, I agree. I would have thought much less of this movie had I not been doing all the Craven movies. I agree.
Okay. I'm going to move right along to A Nightmare on Elm Street. We're going to go quickly through this because this has been done not only with the horror icons, but we did the entire franchise of A Nightmare on Elm Street. But this was written and directed by Wes Craven, made on a budget of $1.1 million and made $57 million worldwide. So this was his first big commercial successful film. It's considered one of the greatest horror films ever made. It's got 6 sequels, a remake, television series, crossover, various merchandise, crossover with Friday the 13th. And it, I mean, what this is, I will say, in 2021, this was selected by the National Film Registry by the Library of Congress. So Wes Craven has one, and John Carpenter each have one of those movies. So they will live on forever. I'm surprised it took that long, considering Halloween was 2006, 2021. Because this was just such a... This movie was huge. I mean, not even this movie. The whole Freddy Krueger is bigger than the movie itself. I think most people would know Freddy Krueger before Elm Street. In some capacities, because you would just confuse it with Friday the 13th or whatever, because they were just larger-than-life Halloween costumes. And I will, of all of the things do you guys follow Dinosaur Dracula on Facebook?
I do not know.
Do you know him? So he does really kind of like, you guys probably would like him, but he posts like really weird random things from the 80s, merchandise, things based on horror films, oddities, and he shared recently it's like bubblegum tape, but it was Freddy Krueger, like Fruit by the Foot style, but like the bubblegum tape, 6 different names of Freddy Krueger bubblegum, which is put out by Topps, which I think is crazy. Do you guys remember that at all? Or I know we were.
I do not.
No, I don't recall any of that.
Random merchandise. Yeah, in the 80s, like now you would put that out and you could see because it would be like a novelty store, but this was probably sold, at like, if not Walmart, whatever the Zehrs or Jamesway, whatever the big
Nichols.
Yeah, Nichols. Yeah. Did I say Ames? Because Ames is pretty sweet.
Ames came after Zehrs, right?
Yeah. So, Nightmare on Elm Street, legendary, also Mount Rushmore, horror icon, Freddy Krueger, and the rock star of the 4, Mount Rushmore. I would say no one is the personality, and the only other thing about it is that with Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund playing it, it made the character, it makes the movie, it made the franchise, having him come back. I think they tried doing it without him in the second one. But the problem with that is that you can't do it without him successfully, or it hasn't been done. Except for the remake, and I would say that was unsuccessful. Not that I would say that actor was necessarily the problem, but I think it's just they're too tied together. But yeah, all right, I'll give it over to you guys.
It's a fucking great movie. I don't know if this. There's only one other further on down the line that might eclipse this. So if this isn't my Craven thing, it would be my Craven in the Mouth of Madness.
Interesting. I honestly, looking at my ratings right now, which I kind of have a little problem with, but if I'm just looking at my ratings, this is going to sound weird, but this isn't in my top 3 Wes Craven movies. And yeah, I hold this movie in such high regard, with all of its silliness and etc. Two things I will say is Tina's mom telling her to either cut her nails or stop dreaming like this is a great line. The other thing, as I was watching this, I was like, were people really all that surprised that Drew Barrymore's character gets killed first in Scream when Wes Craven basically did this, 12 years earlier by killing what everybody thought was going to be the main girl in Tina first? Like, I don't know your fucking horror history, people. Like, Wes did it 12 years ago, and then everybody's like, oh, like, surprised with the Drew, and I'm sitting there like, it really wasn't that surprising. If you really think about it, he already did it. So,
well, there's a difference. The difference is that I don't think Tina was as popular as Drew Barrymore.
No, she
and
obviously
I think that was
wasn't, but
yeah. I mean, that was the big deal about Scream, is that she was like the biggest name in the movie at the time, and she dies in the very first.
Right, but is it all that surprising, though, if he already did this work?
But he didn't, because Tina doesn't die in the opening scene of the movie.
No, but she's still the first to die.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like saying, Dee Wallace died. She's not the first, but you know what? It's like when you go 30 minutes into a movie and being the first to die, it's different than dying before the credits even pop up.
I stand by what I'm saying. They killed the fucking pretty blonde first. That was that everybody thought was going to be the lead. So, disagree with me all you like.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay, sounds good. All right, moving on to what a follow-up, Chiller.
Wait,
this was a
are
TV.
you skipping over Hills Have Eyes too?
I think he skipped over that to get to Nightmare on Elm Street too. So.
Oh, did I? Oh, all right. I did.
But Hills Have
did.
Eyes may have came out like to theaters after.
No,
didn't it?
Oh no, it's up next. Yeah, it's on this. It's after Chiller.
Yeah.
August 1985 is Hills Have Eyes Part 2. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm going to do Chiller right now because this came out May.
Damn it, Kevin! Pick your
22nd.
horrible movies in proper order.
No, this is the proper order because there's a whole point to Hills Have Eyes Part 2. So Chiller, directed by Wes Craven, written by J.D. Feigelson. Paul Sorvino's in it. It follows a corporate exec, Michael Beck, that dies and is frozen in the hope that he can be revived 10 years later, and the procedure's a success, and he returns without his soul. That actually is better than what that movie was. That was probably my least favorite of the TV movies, for including both Craven and Carpenter.
Yeah, no, this is the worst of the TV movies. I would like to say that this is Craven's worst movie, but that would be a fucking lie. Let's not forget just how shitty every single copy of this apparently looks, because nobody has like a initial viewing transfer of the movie. No, everything looks like it's been recorded in like the lowest possible quality and then recopied over in the worst possible quality, so like the colors are saturated. It just looks like shit, everything that's available. And then the story's not, I mean, the story boils down to this guy runs a business and he has no soul. There, I just summed up the whole fucking movie for you. Like,
yeah, it sounds better. It actually sounds better than what the movie is too.
Like, so much time is spent. I don't. And the weird thing is, I saw reviews, people like actually like being like, "Oh, wasn't that bad?" I'm like, "What fucking movie were you watching?" Like, it was not good. This was not good. This was a tough one to watch, and I did like what's his face as the main. Michael Beck, just because I liked him in The Warriors, but I don't know. That, and once again we have stepbrother hitting on stepsister instead of cousin hitting on cousin. So Wes Craven doing a lot of things fun.
Yeah, he is an auteur.
Yeah, that he is. Yeah, I have nothing. That ending too was like. Were they like trying to tease like, hey, maybe we'll do a sequel, or maybe we have more shitty stories to tell you about these other frozen people? It was such a bad. I'll say this: the Paul Sorvino scene where he gets dragged along the road, that was probably the best scene in the whole movie.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely was, and it wasn't long enough.
No, but yeah.
All right, so we get to move on. I feel like we talked.
We gave that way too much.
I feel it. It's like
okay, so The Hills Have Eyes Part 2 was filmed earlier. I think it was filmed in like 1983, and let me just see what I. So the production ceased prematurely due to the lack of funding, and then because everything was directed in 1983 before Nightmare on Elm Street came out. So then Nightmare on Elm Street came out, and it was so popular. They're like, let's just put this shit together and put it out there and put Wes Craven's name on it. And, but I guess they didn't even finish it. Like, it wasn't even finished. And then they just put it together. And I think they did some reshoots, and there was a lot of things that were mixed together in it. And it is, I mean, it feels like it's going to start with one of the main characters, and it's a lot of flashbacks to the original movie, not even like... So maybe that's how they filled in a lot of that stuff to actually make it a film. But it was a limited theatrical release and then straight to video and pay television shortly thereafter. It's almost sad that this has the Hills Have Eyes name to it, but I will open this up to you guys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that movie had a good 15, 20 minutes of fucking flashbacks, but that's not what this movie's famous for. Oh, no. This movie is the one and only movie that I know of that has a dog flashback sequence. That's right, the dog remembers what happened in The Hills Have Eyes, and we get to see the dog's thoughts of it. And really, if that scene doesn't happen, this rating probably is even lower, but I can't get past the thought of that without being downright giddy and laughing at it. The whole idea of they were like racers or whatever, and I feel like there was another horror movie that I think it was like Joyride 2 or 3 that involved racing, and that movie sucked ass too. So maybe don't include racing in your horror movies moving forward, people. And Michael Berryman was even ashamed of this movie, and I was ashamed to be watching this movie. And even though it had tits, I was still even ashamed about this movie. That's how bad this movie was. But praise the dog flashback. That's all I got.
I don't even want to talk about this movie. I just wanted to remark that I was really impressed by the dog action in the first one, considering that was what Wes Craven's second movie.
Yeah, you're right.
It was impressive. And
but the dog couldn't have a flashback in the first one, Chris. It wasn't capable of it until the second one.
That is true.
Also, this is the first sequel to a Wes Craven movie that had a bus. A few years later, we'd have Nightmare on Elm Street 2 that would also have an opening scene involving a bus. So, yeah.
But at least he didn't make that one.
Wes has disowned this movie, right? I think.
I saw John Berryman disown it. Yeah. What's his name? Michael Berryman disowned it too. So I mean, when your face is the poster for the original one.
Yeah. The thing was, like, this didn't have to be a bad movie. There are parts of it that you're like, okay, just go a little bit further and this could work, and then they just change course. And I will say this: when the black, I think it's the black dude, walks in on the girl showering, and she's like, "What would your girlfriend say?" and she's standing behind him. All right, that scene was okay. That was about it, though.
Yeah, the bike racing was awful aspect.
Yeah, it didn't add anything. Like, they didn't make use of that.
It just got him back to the desert. And then that one, yeah. Oh.
And how what's-her-face is, like, went from being, like, a primitive person to just being a normal person suddenly. I don't know. I don't even remember her name anymore. I don't care.
Ruby, and then Rachel.
Yeah. All right. I'm done.
Okay. All right, so Deadly Friend, October 1986, rated R, directed by Wes Craven, made on an $11 million budget, only making $8.9 at the box office. It was originally supposed to be a science fiction thriller focusing more on plot and character development. The original cut didn't do well with test audience because it was made by the guy who did Nightmare on Elm Street, and it didn't have enough gore and bloody violence. So the studio had him rewrite and reshoot scenes adding violence and blood, and that altered the story. They took out some of the plot, so the story says, and then to add all that stuff, it had to get cut 13 times because it went to an X rating. So this movie would have been rated probably PG and then goes to X. And the studio is mad that it was so bloody, which is the way the story goes. The guy, who was it? Bruce Joel Rubin. He was the screenplay writer on it. Yeah. So I'm just gonna say, there is an X-rated version, and I bought it immediately. This is my favorite movie of all of the movies that I've never seen by, or even rewatched by Craven and Carpenter. I love this movie so much. Is it bad? Yes. Is it awesome? Yes. It is so good. It's got a robot. It came out the same year as Short Circuit. It's got Christy Swanson before she was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's the same old story of the genius kid whose mom moves to a town who has a robot, and then he makes some friends, and then the robot. Oh, I don't even want to give anything away. It is great from beginning to end, even the parts that are bad. Oh man, I really don't. Did you get to see this, Chris?
I did not know.
Oh, I don't even want to give anything away. I think it's the best Wes Craven movie that you've never seen or heard of. Is how I would explain it to someone. It's so 80s cheese, and it just rules. And because of all the violence, that almost like it's out of nowhere. It is so ridiculous. It rules. I'll toss it over to you, Kent. What do you think?
Anne Ramsey scene gives Scanners a run for its money. I didn't like this as much as Kevin did. And I think my biggest hang-up with this, and this will venture slightly into spoilers, but I'll try to keep it reasonable here. What was the guy's game plan? So he creates the second robot. What was his real... What's the long game solution there? You can't quite hide the second robot anywhere. They're going to be looking for stuff that's missing. Like, there's no long-term solution or long-term plan. It's like, oh, well, we got to do this right now or never. But there's like, no, what do we do after? Like, can we keep this up for more than a day or two? It's just like there's no practical way of doing it, which is fine because it's a movie, and I mean, that's okay. It's so ridiculous.
It's ridiculous from the beginning. I mean, I can't believe it actually got good. Like, from the opening, the fact that it was a robot blew my mind.
I like how Christy Swanson kind of goes from
the robot was good.
Being able to walk to being able to sprint to being able to jump over a cop car. Like, there's some evolutions going on here, and
hey, it was preparation for the Slayer.
It's a good time. Like I gave this a 6, so I did have a really good time with it. It's just I wondered if Craven. If Craven had it his own way, I wonder how sad this movie would have been, because I found the ending sad. In my opinion, I found it sad. I'm like, if they had taken this more serious and not as cheesy, the movie wouldn't have been as good. But would the ending have been more impactful? Probably. But then I'd miss all the cheese. And cheese is good.
Yeah, it would have been. I mean, there still would have been cheese. I think there still would have been the bully who breaks
what did the bully have?
Robot.
Oh, that's right. A switchblade. Were there dreams in this, Kevin?
Yes.
Oh, yes, there were.
Oh, yeah. There were a lot of dreams. I'm not even sure.
Was there a bus?
The end.
Is there a bus?
No, there's never a bus.
I don't think there was a bus, but it was, it's borderline high school horror. Like, they are high school students, but not a lot of time is spent at high school. No, I don't think there was a bus. There could have been. There could
Actually,
be, but it didn't
is there
play a major
anything
part
at the actual
in the
high
movie.
school, or is it all at the college? Yeah, because he's so smart. He's
Is
in
it
the
a college?
program.
Is that where they're at?
They're high school age.
But
like
they're in high
Tom,
school, right?
his buddy's definitely
They're
in
like-
high school. Also, I
Yeah.
I love the scene
Christy
where it's
Swanson.
like they're not sure whether they killed his mom or not. Like that big oopsie moment. And
Yeah.
one other, I'll say this: this movie gives you a villain that you can absolutely hate and absolutely abhor. Like, you are so happy when this particular person gets what's coming to him. So, you don't get that a lot in horror. If you think about it, like, usually the bad guys are somewhat, like, you kind of can cheer for them or want to see something, but in this particular movie, there's not a single person cheering that dude on. There just isn't. So, I really liked it. Had a good time. Would absolutely recommend it. Same as Kevin. Oh, and it's my turn, isn't it? So,
Yes.
I realized while I was watching The Serpent and the Rainbow this morning that I should not have volunteered to do The Serpent and the Rainbow, because it's a weird story that, I mean, basically, I think to sum it up, you have Bill Pullman as Denis going to Haiti to try to procure a zombification powder, which they hope to market as an anesthetic to help people not die before surgery. And we get Dennis's whole journey and all the people that he meets, the trials and tribulations of taking weird drugs and having crazy fucking trips, like, just some crazy stuff, and then dealing with, like, the head guy in Haiti who also likes to take people's souls for realsies, and capture them in jars. This is something that I think, I'm pretty sure both of you guys have seen. This is a movie that no matter how good or bad, in my case, that we describe it, it doesn't do it justice. Like, you kind of have to just go and see it. It's kind of, in some ways, like Jacob's Ladder. You can't describe Jacob's Ladder properly. It's one of those things you just have to see to get the full effect. Like, the story itself doesn't sound good. It's just watching, and, like, it is freaky at times. It's good. It's got a cool cast. Not a lot of people that I'm very familiar with, although Zakes Moki, whatever, he was in Vampire in Brooklyn, which we'll talk about later. Other than that, I didn't really know many of the people. And that's okay. That's okay. Like, this was a lot of fun and crazy. And if you've never seen it and you want just something to feast your eyes upon, I would give Serpent and the Rainbow a try, because it's kind of out there. I really like it. It's tough. I can't properly put the words into it that I would like to. I like how it ends too. I really like that, but mostly like the stuff when Dennis is like under the influence is just really fucking weird. So I'll open up Chris, since you haven't seen half of these movies. I'll open up Chris.
You know what stuck with my brother
The snake.
the most from this movie was Bill Pullman getting his scrotum nailed to the chair. Like, he hasn't seen the movie in years, but he remembers that part. Yeah, this movie's fucking awesome. And it's weird because it's based on a true story, you know, fictitiously, you know, but still, like, how many other movies from Carpenter or Craven can we say that's the case of?
Like, I have no idea. I mean, aside from Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Possibly like Halloween.
I mean, you know, it's not like I believe that, you know, this guy actually, like, had the religious battle at the end, but yeah, I mean, the guy was a real person who went to Haiti, and, you know, whatever else we say, you know, he experienced some weird shit. No, I really like it. It's a type of movie we don't get very often, where it's, you know, not Americanized and not either Japan-centric or European-centric horror. So I find that very interesting. Yeah, it feels like a kind of like a weird one-off in Craven's filmography too. You know, like, there are not a lot of the Cravenisms. You know, like, no switchblades, no teenagers, no high school, no. Well, there were dream sequences.
This is definitely an outlier.
I fucking take it back. But do you know what I mean? Yeah, it feels different, and I really enjoyed
Patrode
it.
Could be Freddy Krueger. He wants souls.
With the exception, yeah. With the exception of some of the special effects, I think it really holds up pretty well.
Yeah, it's the first and only movie ever made in Haiti. It only lasted 13 days. There's a lot of information about this movie. I will say, not to get into all of it, the original story was not a horror story. So when Hollywood got a hold of it, the writer of it was Wade Davis, was very disappointed that, not that Wes Craven got it, but that they took something that was, you know, zombies, like a story about real life zombies, and turned it into, like, you know, a horror film. It's also what makes this movie great, and it is, and there is some cheesiness to it, you know, just, I guess, maybe because of how it's stated, but it also is one of the movies that makes me like when he gets buried alive under that drug. I remember, I don't know if I've seen the entire movie, but I remember that part as a kid, at least seeing that, and it always just terrifies me that, like, people, I think I have nightmares about it, that, like, people think I'm dead and then they bury me alive. That's the scariest thing I can think of. And I think they did that in Tales from the Crypt too. There's an episode like that. Yeah. And then there's a lot of things like that, but that's something that really, really freaks me out, because there's not really anything you can do. Yeah, Serpent in the Rainbow. I haven't seen this movie. I would say I didn't even consider I've seen it at all, but watching it, I do remember bits and pieces of it, so I don't know if I had the capacity to watch the entire thing as a kid, or just parts of it. That when my dad was watching it was scary, but the cover of the movie in the video store it sticks with me. It's iconic. If you were in the video store in the 90s at all, I would believe this was a staple.
I really thought Kathy Tyson was a really good actress in this.
Eh.
All right. I thought a lot of the performances,
oh yeah,
like the guy, Conrad Roberts, who played Kristoff, I thought he was fucking creepy as fuck. I really liked him a lot. Like, for basically a lot of relatively unknown people, they created a really cool vibe with this, I think. And, I mean, how often do you get to see Bill Pullman be this awesome? Like, I like Bill Pullman, but this is really one of my favorite roles, aside from him being, the president.
Yeah, it's hard to remember sometimes that, he had serious acting chops considering how many comedies he did.
This is his third movie. I forget what he had a small part in his first movie, but he basically did Spaceballs and then did this. Well, I know. You go from Mel Brooks to Wes Craven.
I would love to see this movie
that's
remade.
pretty cool.
If they could, I think they would fuck it up, but if you get somebody competent that remade this with today's special effects, I would love to see what some of those sequences would look like. Like, I think they could just be super, I don't know, like, just awesome to watch, I think, and freaky as hell.
Yeah,
and this was featured in, was it for Cursed Film Season 2? And I walked away from that episode still wondering, how is the movie cursed? And to this day, I'm still not sure, but it was still fun to watch.
Oh, they ended that it was blessed, but Cursed Films is cool because it is a really good episode and really interesting. I mean, they could have done it could have been a 6-part documentary on this film, and I would have watched it.
Where'd they have to go after they went to?
They could have gone deeper.
Yeah. So because they left because Haiti was under all kinds of political strife, right? Yeah.
The government can no longer.
I would watch a
safety.
full-on documentary about this movie. I think that'd be really interesting. But, all right, Serpent in the Rainbow, everyone. Oh, I'm excited. I'm so excited, Chris. Are you feeling it?
I got to pick a lot of ones that were like really good movies to discuss and talk about, and as I started watching Shocker, I was like, oh, this was not the movie that I thought I was picking. So apparently, the horror show, which I think came out relatively around the same time, is almost the same premise. It's also known as House 3, depending upon where you saw it. Yeah, that was a much better movie. Shocker is almost like an attempt to build like a second Nightmare on Elm Street kind of franchise. And just not a very good version of it. Which is funny because, it's Wes Craven, writer and director. I like Peter Berg. I think he's actually probably more talented as a producer and a director than he is as an actor. But he wasn't too bad in this. And Mitch Pileggi's done some great shit that I've seen, between X-Files, Supernatural, other stuff he's done as he's older, but Horace Pinker is like a fucking horrible role for him. Overall, basically, the guy's a serial killer, football player, starts seeing the murders happen before they occur, finds the guy, helps his stepdad, who is a police detective, track him down. They illegally get the guy arrested. He gets executed. He prays to Satan before the execution, and when he is electrocuted in the electric chair, he becomes energy that's able to possess people. And what happens after that is one of the worst horror movies I've seen in a long time. There is a scene in the park where he's possessing people, almost similar to like something from Fallen, which I think is a really underrated horror movie. And it's just laughable, like, how it gets portrayed. There's a cop shooting a 6-bullet revolver that shoots off, like, 37 fucking bullets before he has to reload, in the middle of a park, like, shoots the main character, shoots a couple fucking civilians, and, like, nobody stops him. They don't call another cop on him. Like, and they go to arrest the guy later. You know, when the cop was just fucking firing his gun. Like, what the fuck is going on? The shit doesn't make sense in this movie. Kevin said, I think it was Kevin. Were you the one who brought up the remote control? Or was that
yeah.
The remote control scene, when they go inside the television, is one of the worst movie scenes I have ever seen in a movie. It's just bad. This, I guess, could be the kind of movie that's fun to watch if, like, you're playing a Kent drinking game and you're determined to bomb yourself into oblivion. But outside of that, I don't really see very much positive to say about this. Other than, I guess, I did not get to choose all of the good movies, and that makes me feel a little more fair to Kent and Kevin for what we subjected them to.
Yeah, the remote control scene, it's like embarrassing to watch because I remember liking this as a kid, and every time I rewatch it, I forgot about it, but every like 10 years I'll rewatch it and be like, shocker, I remember that movie being kind of cool, and like the music was cool when it came out. My cousin Tim, I think, had this on Betamax or something, and we watched it, and you know, I don't know if I finished the whole thing, and oh no, I do. Yeah, I did, and it's very 80s. It's not really scary at all. I think there was some opportunities that it could have been if it was a different movie, but it's not. I feel like it almost like killed off the slasher genre, ending out the 80s.
That's a good description of this. This is a very Tim movie.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's I bought this on DVD. I am not going to get rid of it anytime soon, I don't think, but I am not looking forward to rewatching it, which actually will be not very very long from now, because it's kind of in my collection, like 20 movies away from how I have it organized. So yeah, we'll see. Kent?
Well, it's always good when I can say out of all of these movies, there's only one movie that is at the very bottom, and it is Shocker. And I gave it a 2.2, and that is it's so bad. That's such a bad rating. To put it in perspective, I gave The Hills Have Eyes Part 2 a 3.9, mainly because of the dog flashback, but still. Like, I gave Chiller, a complete piece of shit, a 3.0. I gave this a 2.2. This... There's not enough words right now. Although, I have talked with Kevin, and we're discussing the possibility of doing a full-on podcast episode just about this movie, doing a real deep dive, insulting the shit out of it. So maybe that comes to pass. I'll just go with a few notes that I have here. It did seem like it tried to have some comedy, and then that failed miserably. Lots of sleep stuff. Lots of sleep. The opening was basically stolen from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Like, that opening is pretty much very similar. Like, watch those two things side by side. Glad to see Ted Raimi as Theodore Raimi. One of the worst mistakes that they made in filming this was when Horace Pinker is supposed to be walking across a ladder between two buildings. Now, the whole movie, they did really good at showing him dragging his foot. When he's walking across the ladder, walked perfectly normal. So, good job on everybody's part there. Love how not a single person ever noticed that when he hopped into bodies that this person would randomly be dragging their club foot, but whatever, you know.
Dude, how bad was that scene when he possesses the little girl?
Oh my god, dude! That's so good and so bad. But now, now that you mentioned it, Chris, like, I am wondering how to make a drinking game out of this. And I'll say this: I did the math during our break, and I drank during Village of the Damned 174 sips, and I'm thinking I could eclipse that doing Shocker, because you only need a few rules and it can get messy really fast. And that might make the movie slightly better. I'll also say that it's a shame that sandwiched in between two of my favorite Wes Craven movies, The Serpent and the Rainbow and People Under the Stairs, we get Craven trying to make the next horror franchise and failing oh so miserably, and the next thing that we're going to talk about, in which he tried making a TV series and failed oh so miserably. So,
speaking of failures,
go for it.
Oh, okay. Oh, and you know what? Just one thing about Shocker. Maybe we should do a full DVD commentary. Just trash.
Oh, just like watch it at the same time and have it on mute and just trash it? I'm down with that. That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. And we can, like, just describe...
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah,
Shocker.
verbally. Yeah. It'd, like, be funny. Just maybe not even to be funny and trash. Just be like, so this is happening.
I mean, we have Heather Langenkamp, and she is completely and utterly wasted in, her 3 minutes of screen time?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of wasted screen time, we have Night Visions. This is premiered November 30th, 1990. Directed, executive produced, and co-written by Wes Craven. Made-for-TV movie that aired on NBC, starring James Remar and Lauren Lachlan, Mitch Pileggi. This is it's 1990, but it's so very 80s. I guess early 90s too. A cop teams up with a psychic to track down a serial killer. I don't know if it was a failed TV pilot for a TV show, but it certainly feels like one. It does have that kind of setup. Yeah, it's... I mean, is it the worst thing I've seen? No, but it's not very good, and, this was number 21 of 37 movies, and it was actually following it up to Shocker, and it's starting to get good. Like, the next movie's way better. Yeah. Night Visions. Did you get to see this, Kent?
Oh, I certainly did, because I wasn't going to turn down the opportunity to hear James Remar talk about handing in his badge and how he's drunk and, how he's been moved down to a different beat and how he doesn't like his new partner. But at the end, you know what? They get together because they're partners. And saying every single... Like Steven Weber as a detective, he stole everything from James Remar in this movie. That's a fact. This movie... The idea itself isn't bad. I could actually have seen this kind of work as a series. Having a psychic is I think they've made TV shows with like psychics to solve crime or whatever. Like, add a psychic to James Remar, boom, you have a TV series that could have been okay in more competent hands, but these hands were oh so not competent. And the killer was an incredibly obvious thing. This really had the most obvious killer out of any of the movies, even more obvious than Cursed, in my opinion. God, this... I also liked... I liked at the end when they're all hanging off the ledge, and yeah, that scene's great. This was only found on YouTube. Kevin had to find it for me. I was willing to forego this, but thankfully Kevin saved me, and I got to watch this masterpiece of awesomeness. So, if you really, really are intrigued, go look on YouTube for Wes Craven's Night Visions. So, alright. I think beyond that, it's going to be my turn. And let's hit stop.
I did see this back in the day. My mom got it as a screener to decide if she was supposed to order it for Video World or not. And that is Time of My Life. I will never get back. I regret it so
What?
much.
Night Visions?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Needless to say, I think Video World still ordered a copy for each one of their stores.
Wow, that's awesome that copies of that existed in some way. And scary.
Anyways, yes, yeah. Let's allow you to move on.
All right, now we get down to some serial business, and I am talking about the 1991 film, The People Under the Stairs. This movie had me hooked right from the very beginning. When I saw the trailer, I was like, Mom, I want to see this really bad. And, you know, she did take me to see it. And I feel like the trailer made me think like there was going to be... Well, I think the trailer made me think that the people under the stairs were like the bad people, of course, but you get a whole different storyline here. You get half horror, a little bit of comedy, some social commentary. You get a lot of things going on. This may have been like one of the very first things I ever saw Ving Rhames in. Hell, I didn't even, years later I realized it was Ving Rhames. I'm pretty sure this was Sean Whalen's first role, if I'm not mistaken. And I've gone on to really like him. Kelly Jo Minter, she was Yvonne in Nightmare on Elm Street 4. She's in this. But I would say, as much as I like AJ Langer as Alice, I think the three people that carry this is Fool, played by Brandon Quinton Adams, who was in like the Sandlot and the Mighty Ducks movies. Everett McGill as Man, and Wendy Robbie as Woman. Man and Woman just provide some of the most ridiculous lines possible as like rich scumbag, slumlord, racist assholes, child kidnappers. I don't know, there's a lot of adjectives. But anyways, Fool's mom has cancer, and they're going to get evicted because they don't have the money. And Leroy shows up and is like, Fool, I know how we can make some money. So Leroy, Fool, and Spencer go to this wealthy house, and they go to break in, and all kinds of shit goes down, and we learn just how fucked up Man and Woman are. Like, we learn that they are brother and sister. The whole family's just been like this incestuous thing. They keep kidnapping kids and then like cutting their tongues out and just leaving them in the basement to feed them every once in a while. I don't know if this is accurate. Are all the people under the stairs male? Do you guys know? Because I think they are.
I think they are too.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all the brothers, right? Because they've been trying to get her a brother.
That makes sense. So I wonder if they kill off the girls or if they just never try kidnap. I don't know. But anyways, the people under the stairs are actually not bad. They're creepy as fuck looking, but they are actually the victims. And there's also the dog named Prince, and Prince is I love that dog. I don't know. The movie has a lot of different... I wouldn't break it down into acts. Like, every 10 to 15 minutes, it kind of like brings up new things for you to kind of focus on, and it keeps its momentum from beginning to end, as far as I'm concerned. And it ends with a song called "Do the Right Thing," which was deemed not worthy of Spike Lee's "Do the Right Thing." but it's not a bad song. There's just so many. There's a lot of good lines. We never see, like, this was Wes Craven's first foray into this type of movie, as far as I know. I do want to offer the line by Leroy that says, "Maybe the president is going to make me Secretary of Pussy." And also, Leroy saying, "13th birthday is unlucky anyway. Too old to get tit, too young to get ass. Fucked either way." Before I hand this off to you guys, I have a question to start off discussion. How the hell did Dad kick through that metal door enough to let Prince crawl through, like, the bottom corner? Like, that door looked thick and metal. Either.
Ooh. We are 5 hours into a podcast. I think asking for things to make sense is beyond the bounds of where my brain is anymore.
I demand answers, damn it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's cinema, right? It's cinematic, and you just kind of go with it. I didn't ask any questions regarding this movie. I think because you kind of summed it up. It's so fast paced, or like the pacing to it is really good, and even where it kind of lulls, it picks up immediately. Which it's not really even a lull, but it does, like, slow down again, I think. But where it slows down, it's just building suspense, especially the where Ving Rhames gets killed, because I think that's where it really picks up. Yeah, and it all pays off in the end, I think. So this was I will just add this part to it. Actually, also, everything you said about the beginning, when I saw the trailer too, I thought the people under the stairs were the bad guys, and it is a very different movie, but very easy to wrap your head around, even without picking up on all the social commentary. This is 1991, so I was 10 when it just turned 10 when it came out in the in theaters, so I was 11 probably when it was released on video. But yeah, this was okay. So sorry. So I have the whole list of, like, the 36 movies that I was gonna watch, and I sent it to my friend Matt, and I was like, "Oh, dude, this is what I'm watching right now," and it's like those 36 movies, and he just goes, "The People Under the Stairs is the best movie on that whole list." Now, I don't know if I completely agree with this, but it's pretty close.
It's not a bad take. If it's not Wes Craven's best movie, which I don't think it is, it's one of the best, and it's not only one of the best, it's an important movie, because this was at a time when, a year or two later, we'd have, like, Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society. Like, we were just starting to get into that range of movies. So this was important, because in horror, we didn't have anything that looked like this at all, that I recall. So, I don't know, really fond of it. And yeah, I saw it at 10 years old in the theater.
This trailer definitely made it seem like the people under the stairs were the bad guys. I mean, it made it look like there were more bad guys than just that, but yes, you were absolutely correct, Kent. Yeah, it's fucking batshit fucking crazy, man. I mean, this movie's out there. It's in a good way. It's all over the fucking place. I mean, like, the premise is so just fucking absurd. Like, I don't think this movie gets made today just because it's so fucking, it's unique. It is a one-of-a-kind movie. I fucking love it.
I guess at one point Wes was in discussions to make this into a TV series, which I can't imagine how that would remotely work, but I would have liked to known what the thought process was behind it. I just don't see how you make this into a TV series. unless you tell like the story of each person that became a person under the stairs, I guess. But I feel like those stories would kind of start blending in together. I don't know, but
And it'd just be horrific, right? Like a horrific television show. People getting kidnapped.
every week a kid gets kidnapped, gets tortured, gets his tongue cut off, rinse, repeat. Yeah, I don't think we, as much as we like horror, I don't think we'd want to see that, nonetheless like the general public.
And yep, rinse, repeat in the scalding hot bath.
That scene always, like, my toes curl.
Still, that is pretty horrific. Is that there is a fun vibe to this movie. It is also definitely horror, and I remember seeing that as a comedy, but it's so dark. It's certainly entertaining, and there are some comic moments, but I think this really like captures like the early 90s, even though this movie also is so one of a kind. That's just kind of the things that we got in the 90s, but as Shocker feels very epitome of like cheesy late 80s, this is great early 90s.
Yeah, I agree. And this, I mean, we'll be talking about it shortly. This is what prompted Eddie Murphy to want to work with Wes Craven. So, for better or worse, I think a lot of I just think this was big in a lot of different ways. And to this day, we don't have a lot of good horror movies that feature, you know, black characters. You know, we had Tales from the Hood, and Bones wasn't that good. Like, this was really, really, really ahead of its time, or whatever you want to say. Like, just, it did so much good. So, I'm happy that I got this one. I half forgive Chris for getting the Thing, because at least I got people under the stairs.
Okay, food.
Noah Prayer.
Like, he just goes around just shooting the shit out of his house. Like, there's going to be so many repairs. Like, that's great.
He lost a dog. Fuck around and find out.
All right. We good to move on?
Yes. Wes Craven's New Nightmare. October 1994. Written and directed by Wes Craven. This is a standalone film and also the 7th installment into the franchise Craven started. Made on an $8 million budget and making 19.8 at the box office. And I just have a quote here for the Rotten Tomatoes critics consensus, because I think this sums it up pretty well, is that Wes Craven's New Nightmare adds an unexpectedly satisfying, not to mention intelligent, meta layer to a horror franchise that had long since lost its way. Now, I don't know if the movie is even really that good, but it is kind of the first. It is the first of its kind and a precursor to Scream. I don't know if this was some inspiration for Kevin Williamson when he wrote that screenplay, and we can get to that in a minute. But for being the 7th film and doing its own thing, it kind of pokes fun at its creators, and I wonder how Wes Craven came up with the idea of making himself a character as a director in a movie that he's directing. I don't know if that's ever happened, where you're playing yourself. Anyways, yeah, New Nightmare. I know we kind of hit this.
Which came out first, this or In the Mouth of Madness?
This
came out in October 1994, and In the Mouth of Madness directly after February 1995. So,
God, I hate the dates on IMDb where it's all fucking
a jumbled
listed.
mess.
Weird. Yeah. I was going to say, because Sam Neill plays Sam Neill in The Mouth of Madness at the very end, so it's like, oh, I wonder who was copying who.
This
Yeah.
movie is just, once again, Wes is hitting his fucking groove. I think that's the easiest way to say it. Like, Carpenter at this point is slowly becoming less and less Carpenter, and Wes is now like really hitting his stride after People in the Stairs, and then doing something like this, which was revolutionary in its own way, and served as a perfect bridge to what was coming, in a couple years. So, I did read, and I didn't know this before, but Wes had talked to Johnny Depp, I think, shortly after the movie came out, and Wes was afraid to ask Johnny to come on. He thought Johnny'd become too big of a star, and Johnny was like, well, why didn't you just ask me? So apparently Johnny Depp would have done New Nightmare, so missed opportunity. I will say, do you guys like how Freddy looks towards the end? Like, did you like his new look? I guess is the question.
I didn't think it was bad. I mean, it was closer, much closer than the, remake was.
I felt it was necessary for him to look different in this one than he did in the previous 6. So I read that some people really didn't like the new look, but I feel like it was actually necessary for him to have a slightly different take on it. So I didn't mind it. And screw your pass.
Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't find it to take it, to take me out of it or upset me in any way. And I really thought that all the practical effects in this were great, and it was really fun to see. I
never put together that Chase's death scene with the claw coming up between his legs was, reminiscent of Nancy in the bathtub. Like, I never correlated those two scenes together until this watch. So,
yeah,
just
I didn't either.
Little things that you kind of pick up
until
on
now
every time you watch some of these things.
Every time I watch this, the one thing I pick up on is how bad fucking Dylan was.
But how... Okay, at least when he falls off that thing, I do enjoy that scene.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, he a more competent actor would have been good. And I like the solution at the end. We just went through hell. And Dylan's like, I want you to read the story about the hell that we just went through. Like... Yeah.
The screenplay at the end, it is very in The Mouth of Madness. I remember watching them both kind of like back to back.
Like, what kid? It just goes through all that trauma and is like, Mommy, can you read that story again that we just lived through? Like, no kid's going to be like that. Not even Heather Langenkamps. But, all right. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Moving on. All right. Vampire in Brooklyn, October 1995, directed by Wes Craven. It stars Eddie Murphy, and it is his final film produced under Murphy's exclusive contract with Paramount Pictures, which started with 48 Hours and also included the Beverly Hills Cop movies. The story was written by Murphy and his brothers Vernon Lynch and Charlie Murphy, also produced by Eddie Murphy, made on a $14 million budget, brought in $35 million at the box office. Eddie Murphy wanted to play it more straight in this horror comedy about a vampire that's like 1,000 years old, and comes to modern day Brooklyn. It is better than I remembered it as a kid. I don't know if I ever sat down and watched this entire movie until just recently, but I definitely seen this movie in parts. And It is a fun little oddity of a movie, and the effects were kind of cool. It's not bad. It's not the Eddie Murphy I think that you really wanted to see in 1995, but in a retrospective kind of way, not only with this but also with Eddie Murphy movies, I think it is fun to see him do something different and play it. I think now comedy is played straight more often because of I'd say 1996 with Wes Anderson's Bottle Rocket, and I don't know, a lot of movies are just played more straight. This, the more deadpan kind of comedy, and some of the dialogue actually pulled off is a little bit better, I think, because of Eddie Murphy doing that. I remember, Chris, you always saying that you like Vampire in Brooklyn. Did you get to see it this time around?
I fucking love this movie. I don't understand why people don't like it. I mean, let's look at this objectively, too. Out of all of the movies we've talked about, how many tonight can we say starred 2 Oscar-nominated actors? Is there a single other one on this list?
No, I don't think so.
I think the problem with this movie is this does not feel like a Wes Craven movie. It feels like an Eddie Murphy horror movie. Do you know what I mean? It almost feels like anybody could have directed. Because this really reminds me of, what if Coming to America starred a vampire? I mean, that's, I guess, the closest thing I can throw out there. So, I mean, I guess I could kind of understand it. It's serious in some places, and then there's humor in others, and it doesn't necessarily flow evenly. But yeah, no, I really like the movie. I think the weakest part of it is probably, what's the dude's name?
Yeah,
Justice?
Alan Payne.
Yeah. I like Eddie Murphy in it. I love Angela Bassett. Kadeem Hardison and John Witherspoon are fucking hysterical between the two of them. I had forgotten how funny they were. So yeah, I really enjoy this movie. I know a lot of people don't because it sits at a shittier rating than fucking Ghosts of Mars on IMDb. So that just proves to me that fucking people are insane. Anyways, I know Kent does not like it as much as I do, though, so I'll listen to his words.
Yeah. The positives. Kadeem Hardison, John Witherspoon. If you take away those 2 guys, this fucking movie would be better than Shocker, but not by much. Angela Bassett's awesome. As her, Angela Bassett, the actress, is awesome. I'm not saying her role in this was awesome. There's just so much to... This movie didn't know what the hell it wanted to do, or be. They didn't... It's we haven't had a funny thing in 8 minutes, so let's go back to Julius, or let's have Silas say something for a minute, and then we go to this super dark or drama, blah blah blah, Mr. Man in the worst fucking wig ever. Damn it, Eddie Murphy could have just had his hair normal. If they did not want to go the Blackula route, that's fine. You could have gone any number of other hairstyles that would have made him look better. He looked like an absolute joke with that fucking wig, and I could not take him seriously. And I wish it wasn't that big of a hang-up, but it was a huge hang-up. I found a lot of his scenes when he wasn't working off of Julius to be dull and meandering. I didn't really care for his stuff with Bassett. Chris mentioned we have 2 Oscar people. that's great when they work good together and they provide something entertaining, but when it doesn't work, it doesn't matter the quality of actors, unfortunately. Like, sometimes you can't overcome the script. Sometimes you can't overcome directors trying to give Eddie Murphy some good hints and him just being like, nah, I'm going to do things my way. Well, okay, and that's why we get a fucking uneven performance. It's not the worst thing, but I'm sitting here thinking I'm glad I didn't drop even $5 for this, because I have no... The only reason I'd watch this again is to just fast forward to every bit with Julius and Silas. Other than that, I did like when Eddie was the other characters. I cannot think of the names at the moment, but some of that stuff wasn't bad.
The preacher, and then there was the Italian.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, the Italian robber.
The preacher scene, that whole scene actually was probably my favorite scene in the whole movie. I thought that scene was exceptionally well done. But then the Italian thing, it didn't do as much for me. So it was like you'd get like 3 minutes of something you like, then 5 or 6 minutes of something you don't like. The dude who played Justice, as Chris mentioned, I like the actor a lot, but just did not do anything for me. Like, that character was written dull as fuck. That's a big problem. You got Joanna Cassidy in her like 4th or 5th Wes Craven movie wearing really frumpy pants. I don't know. They could have dressed her a little better. I wanted this movie to be better. I was legitimately excited when I was writing my review, like my first paragraph. If you read it, it sounds like I'm excited, because I am excited. I thought for sure this is going to be something I was going to like, and I walked away going, I was disappointed. More than anything else, I was disappointed. So that is my critique of it. There are good things. There's some bad things.
I should have realized the hair thing would stick out for Kent.
Yes, of course. You know me and hair.
I do. It is very often one of the primary factors in consideration for several of the conversations we've had.
That and height differences when people are under masks.
That is true.
Yep.
Eddie Murphy actually mentioned that that's a reason why people didn't like it, is that it was the hair. And I think on top of that, it was Eddie Murphy in an Eddie Murphy movie not doing the Eddie Murphy thing that we all expect of him. And I do agree a little with Kent a little bit, is that it wasn't that great, because it was the first time him kind of playing it straight.
But I mean, it wasn't just, maybe it was a lot of people, but I mean, people had seen things like Harlem Nights and whatnot before that. I mean,
he was quite good at playing it straight when he did. Like, actually, I kind of would like to see Eddie Murphy as just like really be a complete and utter badass, no like charm, just be like be fucking Denzel Washington in Training Day level. Like, I think Eddie Murphy would be awesome as that.
I mean, one of my favorite things that I've seen with him lately, I don't know, did you guys see Mr. Church?
No.
It was really good. It's a drama though. It's not definitely not a comedy. Interesting movie. Definitely worth watching. Anyways, so yeah, let's get back on track.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, we're going to move on with Scream. It came out December 1996, directed by Wes Craven, written by Kevin Williamson, followed by Scream 2, December 1997, also directed by Wes Craven and written by Kevin Williamson. The Scream 2 made just a little bit, like less than $1 million less than the original Scream, so it did mostly well. It had a little bit bigger budget. And then cut to Scream 3, February 2000, directed by Wes Craven and written by Erin Kruger. It was produced by Kevin Williamson and based on characters and a 5-page, what is it called? Treatment, yes. And it was largely ignored. And this was a $40 million budget, much larger than the previous two, and made $161.8 million. The other ones did like $170. Debuted at number 1 and beat Scream 2 for best opening for a horror movie and best opening for a Miramax film at the time. And I guess we can just kind of like sum these up. I know we've done Scream 1 and 2 a lot. Scream and, also Ghostface was in the horror icons. Also, I mean, this is the second giant franchise by Wes Craven this far in his career. The thing about Scream 3 that really stands out with rewatches, it's more of a comedy than the first two, which definitely have comedy in it, but I wouldn't consider them comedies, as this kind of really where the franchise starts to go really meta and spoofs itself. And on top of that, it's weird to watch a Miramax movie that's so much about sexual assault in the business with Harvey Weinstein's name on it. It almost, was like a weird coincidence in life. And Liv Schreiber dies in the very beginning of Scream 3. The first time I watched it, I felt like the whole movie kind of went downhill from there. I do enjoy it more with rewatches and with more Scream movies. There's 6 now, so one being not up to par with the other ones isn't as big a deal when you kind of dive into franchises. But I'll throw this to you guys.
So Ken and I were just talking before we started this again, and Scream 3 is definitely the weakest in the franchise, but even then, it's still better than a shit ton of horror that's out there. Scream 1 and Scream 2 are fucking amazing. Nightmare revitalized the horror genre in the 80s. I don't think anybody can fucking argue that. And Scream did the same thing back in the 90s. So now that I'm thinking about it, I might be changing my fucking ranking, but we'll have to see when we finally get to the final decision. But yeah, how many other... you know what? There are a couple modern directors who can claim to have a couple of franchises that, have done the similar thing. But for the time period that we were looking at, Scream and Nightmare fucking rocked it. The character evolution in the first 3 movies for the characters that lasted was really well done too. That was something that Ken I mentioned that I think took a step back in the next 3 movies, but we'll get into that a little bit later. But I mean, shit, how many directors would be that happy to have, back to back Scream, Scream 2, Scream 3 on their fucking resume? I think just about everybody in the fucking business.
I feel like in some way Scream is more important to the horror industry than Nightmare on Elm Street. And I say that because Nightmare on Elm Street did inject some new blood in the 80s, but let's face it, the 80s was the fucking decade of horror. Even without Nightmare, it probably still succeeds beyond our wildest imaginations. When we look back at what was happening in the mid-90s for horror, it was really it just wasn't a good time. And this revitalized the genre. And honestly, the genre has continued to... It went for strong for the next 20-some years. You know, like, I still think we're in a good place with horror. Like, we haven't bottomed out to the point where we were pre-Scream, I don't think. Maybe we did when Paranormal Activity was super hot. I don't know. But anyway, this is just, you know, whether you prefer Nightmare or Scream, that's not even something I would even care to argue about, because that just is your opinion. And I think they're both just super important. As I told Chris, I did not like Courtney Cox's hair in Part 3. I thought her bangs were too short. The style just didn't work. And, you know, being the person that talks about hair, that's important. The cast was such a huge step down in Part 3. That didn't help things at all. I think if we would have had better talent, like, maybe we would have had a more fun Scream 3. But I just didn't... I wasn't invested in a lot of the characters. And then killing off Leave, that early on, I don't know. And I didn't care much for the ending. I liked Lance Henriksen, at least. I don't know. This is the weakest. It's the weakest. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I've seen this like 4 times. I remember when it first came out, renting it, bringing it over to Eric's. We popped it in, we watched it, and we all had the same reaction afterward, which was, oh, well, that wasn't as good as we wanted it to be.
Let me pose a question to you guys. Is Scream 3 the weakest because it's the only one with a solo killer?
No, I don't think so. I think,
I don't even think that's one of the top 5 problems with it. But it is a good point. Like having multiple killers makes it more interesting. So I can't say it wouldn't be one of the top 5. Roman was a boring character.
it threw me off. Yeah, it threw me off. And then the backstory made, I mean, like with Nancy Loomis coming to light at the very end of Scream 2, I remember being like, wait, what? Her? Like, and thinking it's ridiculous, and then they explain that she's Billy Loomis's mother. It's very Friday the 13th-ish. Kind of saves it with repeated viewings, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when you realize that, like, it would have just been easy for Sydney to figure out what the fuck was going on if she ever fucking saw her.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, you know, it is like the second most Miramax movie of all time, and the only thing which probably came out really close to it is Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, which Jay and Silent Bob are in Scream 3 too. I think that was kind of the problem, that it was more like a Miramax, you know, ego poking fun at itself and, you know, stroking its ego at the same time kind of thing, than really being about, you know, the world of Woodsboro, because they're not even in Woodsboro.
And I guess the last thing I'd like to say about these 3 is I love Timothy Olyphant as an actor, and Scream 2 is definitely his worst performance.
It really sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot he's in it. Oh, there's a reason why I forgot he's in it. Shit. But you know what? Jerry O'Connell brings it up for me at the very least. I will say this. Having just I watched 1, 2, 3, and 4, one after the other, and it cemented what I thought I knew, and that is Neve Campbell is overrated as fuck, and she herself doesn't bring much. It's just that she got lucky and landed the role. It's not like she adds much depth other than just being lucky enough to portray it. Like, she doesn't add any intrinsic value to the franchise, and I was actually okay with 5 and 6 not having her. Or did they? Was she in 5? I don't know. Whatever. Oh,
she was in 5.
She was in 5.
You know what? I don't miss her. I don't think she adds.
More of like,
she doesn't add nearly as much value as Courtney Cox or David Arquette. That is a hill I am willing to die upon.
I mean, looking at her IMDb page, I mean, what the fuck has she done besides Scream, Wild Things, and The Craft? Really, I mean, there's stuff on there, but
she just strikes me as somebody that auditioned, got the role, and it became an iconic role. No different than Heather Langenkamp. Like, and that's okay, but she's not worth. And I don't want to get into that, but like the whole thing with the money, like as I'm watching this, I was just like, no, she doesn't bring value. She just played the role of a character. She's not like, we'll say Robert Englund is fucking Freddy Krueger and is important. So I don't really want to be too negative though, so I'll be quiet.
I mean, the franchise is kind of built on her character,
it is.
though. Like,
but it survived.
Yeah. So trying to like lowball her the way they were lowballing her is a slap in the fucking face.
Well, also, we're going to come right back around to this.
Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Yeah, we can move on.
in like 3 movies. And then, because so we'll come back to that. We're going to move on to Cursed. It's PG-13. Came out February 2005, directed by Wes Craven and written by Kevin Williamson. I've never seen this before. Due to the Weinstein Bros asking for reshoots and changes, the budget, and they also fired Rick Baker, who did The American Werewolf in London, special effects, creature design. They replaced his werewolves with CGI, which made the budget $75 to $100 million. It brought in 25 to 29.6. I don't know where those numbers come from, but oh my god. For the disaster that it is, I think it's kind of fun. I've never seen it before. I actually did really enjoy this. I like PG-13 movies that go all the way up to the rating as hard as they can. It was kind of fun. I think this is one, also 2005. I think this would have made a better Masters of Horror episode than feature-length film, or Kevin Williamson and Wes Craven doing a Masters of Horror episode. I think it would be good, if not great. But I'll open this up to, it's a high school horror werewolf movie. It has elements of Teen Wolf in it, almost. I'll open this up to conversation. What do you guys think? Did you guys see this when it came out?
I was in Iraq when this came out, and I saw it on a bootleg DVD that I bought from an Iraqi DVD vendor. So for what it's worth, I enjoyed it at the time, but there were definitely better movies that were like the whole Scott Baio thing. I mean, come on. That is like dated as fuck. This is one of those movies where it's not bad, like you said, Kevin, but it's definitely one of those movies where it's like a bunch of very pretty people filming a pretty movie kind of deal.
Yeah. This actually had a cool cast. I liked the cast. I liked Joshua Jackson in this. I thought he stood out. Gosh, I don't really know who else really stood out. I guess Judy Greer to an extent. But for such a good cast, I thought maybe like the first half hour to first half of the movie, maybe probably first half hour was really good. I was into it. I'm like, holy shit, why did I wait so long to watch this? And then we have the longest fucking final act. Like, it just kept fucking going. I think the final act is still going right now at this moment. I don't know if it ever finished. God. I liked how Bo kept like bullying Jimmy, and then Bo comes out as gay. Like, I liked that storyline. I thought that was funny and handled really well. And that was like the scene where Jimmy's like trying out for wrestling. I liked that. I liked certain scenes, but as a cohesive thing, it fell flat. Scott Baio, fucking whatever. Even Craig Kilborn now, I don't even know if he's still on TV. Just a lot of things didn't ring that true to me. I don't know. At the end of the day, I own it. I wish I had the unrated version because I saw a lot of the side-by-sides, and the unrated version looks so much better, but I'm not going to drop another $5 to watch. It's just not worth it to me.
Oh, is there a released unrated cut?
Digitally, there is. On Vudu, I saw that.
Oh.
It's got a red cover instead of a blue cover, I believe, is the difference. Yeah, so like the scene at the end where they bring in animal control and the cop's like, you won't believe the size of this, and it's Judy Greer just laying there in the fetal position. Instead, she's like got a lot of blood on her and like laying on her back. I think like when Jimmy's transforming, he looks definitely different in the unrated cut. It looked, I don't know, the effects look a lot less cheesier in the unrated cut. So I don't know. If I could watch it for free, I would consider it just to see what the differences were. But this had a lot of promise, a lot of potential. Didn't deliver for me as much as I wanted to. I don't hate it, but I gave it a 5.0. I think that's fair.
The werewolf makeup, well, CG is really bad too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really shot themselves in the foot on that one.
I mean, it wasn't as bad as the boar suit and Swamp Thing, but there's an excuse for that.
We're looking at like two decades
there's
later.
An excuse for that.
Come on.
There wasn't. I don't know. Also, what a waste of Nick Offerman.
Yes.
What a waste of $100 million on CGI that wasn't really up to. I mean, I didn't hate it. Like, the CGI didn't really take me out of it, and it is like I like that like bad like I don't know where CGI isn't up to the with Jesse Eisenberg turns into he's all like bald and turning into the werewolf. Like it was bad, but it was like entertaining to watch because of where we're at technologically. And I just watched the new the War of the Planet of the Apes. I haven't seen it before, and like I like those movies, but they're almost too much like animated films. And they're almost the CGI is if the CGI was worse and sloppier, I think I would have more fun with it, like I did with this than that movie.
Quick
I don't
question: was anybody else disappointed that the dude who made like such a good twist ending with the Scream franchise then comes around and like the reveal is that Jake is the werewolf? Like, that felt weak as hell to me. There was no creativity in that reveal, and maybe there was never intended to be, but I like a little creativity in my reveals, and this had nothing. Like, it seemed very obvious. I don't know, probably 30 minutes in at the very least.
Yeah, I think they changed like the plot and stuff. They kind of changed the structure of it with adding all the CGI stuff and trying to make it PG-13 is kind of what I understand from it. So I blame the Weinsteins, not Kevin Williams.
Like, I would have been happier if, like, the gypsies were the fucking original not vampires, werewolves. Like, that would have been fine.
Werewolves.
Like, okay, at least,
cool.
like, that wouldn't have been super obvious. I don't know. But, oh well, it happened. I'm excited for the next one.
My Soul to Take?
I am excited for this.
Okay, My Soul to Take. Rated R, October 2010. Written, directed, and produced by Wes Craven. $25 million budget for this. Box office 21.5. It didn't do well financially, critically. But in an interview with Collider, Wes Craven said that he was really proud of the film. And knowing that going in, I really like this too. I also think this also would have made a cool Masters of Horror episode. But as a movie, I thought it was good. It had a really solid cast of I would say maybe not even up and comers, but like more unknown actors who've done pretty well for themselves. Michonne, Danae Guerrera, Frank Grillo,
Max Thoreau.
Joe, yeah.
Max.
Who?
Oh, he was in
I don't know him.
Bates Motel. He was the older brother.
Oh, I haven't seen that. No. So, yeah. But he was good in this. Actually, I thought he was really good. He's like the main character, right?
Actually, I thought he was one of the weakest actors, personally.
Oh, I liked it. Because it was just a fun movie, and his performance was... He had a lot to do. It was a little bit confusing about what was going on, or like where you think the story was going, or because it seemed very obvious that he would have been the killer. Did you see this, Chris?
I had never even heard of this movie until we started tonight, so no.
Oh, yeah, this was a gem, actually. I didn't also. I think I may have looked Wes Craven up and saw My Soul to Take, and I'm like, nope, 11% Rotten Tomatoes, And it was really entertaining. Honestly, I think it has one of the best opening sequences of maybe all of these movies. Maybe a couple exceptions, but the opening sequence is awesome, I thought. What do you think, Kent?
No, you're right. That was actually... That, and even the subsequent where you have stupid ass Brandon doing all the talking while the kids are meeting. I like that scene. Like, it was a really strong beginning, but as far as an opening scene, yeah, that was really... It was really good, and this movie was a lot of fun. So the thing is that, in my opinion, I think that they revealed the killer very early on, and I don't know if it's just because I'm so used to horror cliches or if I just got lucky, but it was the epitome of, sometimes you watch like when the first kill happens and then you try to focus really on what the next scene is that happens, because a lot of times that may give something away. Yeah, that happened in this movie. They give it away after the first big murder after the opening. So
I would just like to point out that I am on the IMDb page, and they're showing the trailer, and the closet thing that Kent was talking about, the very first movie we talked about tonight, is directly in the trailer with the slats.
I rented this when it came out, and I did not like this, by the way. I like this a lot more now, being more chill, I would say.
And lower expectations.
My expectations were really rock bottom, and then I saw Frank and Danae, and I thought, okay, maybe this won't be so bad. There was one character that died that I was I was upset at her death, but aside from that, there was a lot of good lines in this for, teenagers. Like, I thought some of the lines were actually pretty good. It's just the ending. The ending is they didn't quite stick the landing. So I get
Genericsville.
Yeah, had they nailed the landing, that could have been a 7 for me. Instead, I dropped it down to a 5.8 because that ending just could have been so much better. That's all.
Well, all right. I guess we'll move on to Scream 4.
Alrighty, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let me have my moment to shine, Kevin. Okay.
Oh, please take it.
Don't let me end with shocker. Okay. Scream 4, 2011, directed by Wes Craven, Wes Craven, written by Kevin Williamson. Again, starring the usual suspects for the Scream franchise of Neve Campbell, Courtney Cox, and David Arquette. It was basically like the first attempt at like a reboot of the franchise without doing a complete reboot of the franchise. Excuse me. So, what did I like about this one? The beginning was fucking awesome. I forgot about it completely. Where you open with what appears to be the start of a new Scream movie, and then it's revealed to be a stab movie. And then you go into the next portion of the beginning, and then that's revealed to be the start of a new stab movie as well. So a nice bit of meta commentary there for a couple of times going in a row. What I did not like was most of it was pretty good. Scream 4 is definitely not within the weakest two of the series, but I really don't like what they do with Dewey in this one. Dewey's always been weird in the way they portray him throughout the series. In the first one, he's barely coherent. In the second one and the third one, he becomes, much more of a heroic figure, which is interesting because it's after he's been stabbed and has, permanent nerve damage. But he's just really ineffectual and sidelined. And to go along with that, most of the teenage characters are just not even unlikable. They're just barely there. I think back to Scream 1 and Tatum and Stu and Billy and Sydney and Randy. Each of them had a personality. And in this one, I remember Jill, but I couldn't tell you the names of anybody else except for Kirby, who I actually dislike as a character. Outside of that, it's pretty good. The violence isn't up there with the later two movies, but it's right up there with the first couple. I just think, too, that... Spoilers. It's hard for me to see Jill as being able to, well, take that back. Jill and... what the hell was Rory Culkin's name? Charlie. They're the two physically smallest people in the movie. And, yeah, Ghostface is able to manhandle the shit out of people. So, it goes along with some of Kent's, size issue things that he sees, I know for sure, in 6, but probably 5 as well. But, like I said earlier with Scream 3, if Scream 3 is the weakest in the franchise, then it's better than a lot of the movies that we went over tonight, then Scream 4 is just even higher on that list. I know Kent likes it a lot, but Kevin, how do you feel about this one?
I like Scream 4, and what I always say about Scream 4 is that it made me like Scream 3 better. I think the fact that, not that I think that Scream 3 is better than Scream 4, but I like Scream 3 more than I liked it before 4 came out. Maybe because it's not the last movie and it's not the last one, and I like the idea of them doing a remake and still finding a fresh way of using old horror tropes and just the way movies are made. I mean, still today. Yeah, I like this one. I watched this yesterday. It's fun. I like all of the Scream movies. I will probably watch 5 and 6 again for the third time for both of those, just because to finish it out. And I do think that this Nev Campbell was actually pretty good in this movie, especially at the end. I loved it when she said the thing about remakes is you don't fuck with the original. I loved it. But I'm just saying that to get Kent going. So, what do you think, Kent?
I think one of the reasons why I'm so fond of this movie is because Scream 3, even though it's not a bad movie, left a bad taste in my mouth, and we waited 11 years, and I thought there was no chance in hell that I was going to like this, because in the back of my mind, I just kept thinking of fucking Scream 3, and I'm like, they're done. They're out of ideas. And I was very impressed with the way that they tied things together to make this feel like part of the franchise. Like, it didn't seem like they went absurdly crazy out of their way to like tie everything together. Like, you know, we've all seen horror sequels that, like, there's one throwaway line, it's like, oh, well, that's how it's part 7 in this franchise. Like, they did a really good job. Chris nailed the absolute most glaring issue in this, and that is the diminutive size of the killers. Rory should not have been a killer, because it could have been okay had they had a bigger dude. I would have kept Emma. I love Emma Roberts, huge fan of hers, but Rory was too small, and that or they needed a third person. But yeah, it just, that part really hangs over this and makes it weaker than Scream 1 and 2 for me. Good cast, very good cast, as a matter of fact. But as Chris also said, Kirby is a nothing character, just does nothing interesting, not a fun character, doesn't have like a good I don't know, like if you had to sit there and be like, give me a couple of adjectives for Kirby, I don't even know how the fuck I would describe her. Blonde? Like, I'm just going to immediately go to hair?
Bitchy. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, the fact that they brought her back for 6 and, like, Patrick Dempsey didn't come back, like, I would much rather have him, you know.
I liked the dynamic between Deputy Judy Hicks and Gail. I thought it, plus adding in Dewey, I liked those three when they did scenes together quite a bit.
Yeah, but then they gave everything that Dewey should have been doing to Judy Hicks.
I think they did that to try to make her more interesting, but then they killed Judy in part 5, right? I think.
Well, I mean, they killed Dewey in part 5, so I mean, you know, that kind
maybe
of
makes
6. Judy's in 6. Okay.
Might have been. I feel like they killed Dewey, so then they had to bring Judy back.
Yeah, I don't even want to get going on that. But anyway, I really, really, really liked this, and I was just super impressed that they managed to bring this back. And we've been given another 3 movies that have been good, if not, I don't want to say great, but they've been very good and fun to watch. So kudos to that. And this was, let's just say, Wes, right now as it stands, his last movie was a hell of a lot stronger than Carpenter's.
All right, so here's a question. I know it doesn't relate to the ones we talked about, but I was just thinking about this the other day after watching Scream 4. So Billy is Sam's dad, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
how old was he when he was fucking impregnating people? Because they were only seniors in the fucking the first movie, and he got with her mom before he got together with Sydney. So
the time frame doesn't really work out because was about 25 years later, and there's a little bit of a age discrepancy, no doubt. I would agree with that.
Okay, it makes me feel better. I feel like I noticed somebody's
good on
height
you
differential.
nitpicking the shit out of something that nobody else gives a fuck about. I applaud that.
I know. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
So are we? How we want to get into this next
part?
We're
going to take a quick break right now.
All right. Well, we have just finished going over the entire filmography, horror-wise, of both John Carpenter and Wes Craven, and now we will kind of weigh in, give our thoughts, and give our verdict on who is the actual master of horror. I don't know. Kevin, you want to kick off? You
want to jump into the top the top 10
summation? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'll just do my full top 10. I'm going to start with number 10, and we're doing this as I understand how I did it is they're all kind of included. So Deadly Friend is number 10 because I had to put it on the list. Number 9, Prince of Darkness. 8, The Last House on the Left. 7, Christine. 6, Scream. 5, A Nightmare on Elm Street. 4, Halloween. 3, The Hills Have Eyes. 2, The People Under the Stairs. And number 1, The Thing. So it's 6 Wes Craven, 4 John Carpenter. These guys are both great. It is a coin toss. It is hard to really say which one is better. They both give, they're both super talented auteurs. I would say that John Carpenter is probably my favorite filmmaker, but we're just discussing horror. I am going to give it to Wes Craven, not only for the success rate, because essentially I don't care. I have Deadly Friend on this list, and it's not a great movie, but it's an awesome movie at the same time. I think Wes Craven really kind of holds it together with Scream, and he really ties in with what John Carpenter started with Halloween. He elevates it with A Nightmare on Elm Street, including Dreamscapes, and bringing the genre to a whole new level. Also, Scream tying it all back together using kind of the template of Halloween, and it's been kind of wild of watching how these movies kind of or how these two directors kind of coincide with even Wes Craven showing up in John Carpenter's body bags. So that is my list. I'm going Wes Craven.
All right, Kent, you want to go with your top 10?
Yep, because I just frantically worked on that right this moment because I didn't have it written down. Apparently.
Yeah, that's why I'm finishing up mine.
All right, so at number 10, I have Prince of Darkness. Number 9, They Live. Number 8, People Under the Stairs. Number 7, Scream 4. Number 6, Christine. Probably the biggest upset right here, number 5, Nightmare on Elm Street. Number 4, Halloween. Number 3, Scream 2. Number 2, Scream. And, of course, number 1 is The Thing, which we all knew. So that was a 5 and 5 balance. Here's the thing for me. Wes Craven has such a huge quantity of movies, and at the top they are some of the best things on the list. But if we were to also make a bottom 10 list, I'm willing to bet that Craven probably has 7 or 8 out of the 10. Uh, he made not only some mediocre made for TV movies, but he had just made some other movies that reeked of mediocrity. Whether it be My Soul to Take, it was fun, but not great. Hills Have Eyes too. Swamp Thing didn't hit it for me as well as it did for you guys. Same for like Vampire in Brooklyn. So if I have to look at their whole career, which I feel is a fair thing to do, I would say that Carpenter, by and large, had that nice run where he only had, Body Bags was his lowest rated thing for me until we get to Ghost of Mars. Prior to that, his stuff was above average, like very consistently for me. And Wes is just all over the place. Wes did have 2 franchises. He's, groundbreaking franchises. Carpenter was involved in the first of, Halloween. I think overall, Wes also relied a little too much on like certain things. And, when I used to do TV stuff, like we always relied on the same gimmicks, and it gets tiresome after a while. And I didn't mind seeing dreams in every Wes Craven thing, but like there were certain bits and pieces you would just see pop up time and time again, whereas Carpenter seemed, at least like the first half of his career, he had an artistic way of handling various subjects, and not a lot of his stuff felt the same-ish, whereas a lot of Craven stuff you could kind of like group together. So surprisingly, I'm going to go with Carpenter, and I thought for sure I was going to go with Craven. I told Kevin before we even started this, I said that I'm pretty sure I'm going Wes Craven, but I don't know, changed my mind. So,
all right, I love feeling the pressure to make a definitive answer to our question we've been asking. So my top 10 list that I did not immediately do after Kevin said that we were doing one would go number 10, They Live. Number 9, The Serpent and the Rainbow. Number 8, Prince of Darkness. Number 7, New Nightmare. Number 6, Halloween. Number 5, In the Mouth of Madness. Number 4, Scream. Number 3, Nightmare on Elm Street. Number 2, Scream 2. And number 1, The Thing. Yeah, this is, you know what, it's a cop-out answer, but I don't really think there is one definitive answer between the two of them. You can make a case for either. I think it boils down to basically a question of quantity versus quality. If you look at their IMDb credits, Carpenter wrote a few more, directed a few less, and produced a few less, but he also has the soundtrack credits that Wes doesn't have. But Wes directed a lot more. I think I have to go with Carpenter too, just because The Thing, In the Mouth of Madness, Halloween, they're all, like Kent brought up, very individual. Shit, even Christine, Prince of Darkness, they don't follow on from one another consecutively, whereas between The Last House on the Left and In the Hills Have Eyes, you can see similarities. Nightmare on Elm Street, shocker, you can see similarities. Scream, and it sounds like maybe possibly My Soul to Take, you can see similarities. But that being said, if Carpenter is the master of horror, based upon our rankings, then Craven would be the right-hand man, or, the jester of horror. I don't fucking know. But they'd pretty much be 1 and 2. I can only think of maybe one person from modern horror who could even favorably compare. But I don't want to throw that out there because of what we're going to be doing next month. So I guess there you have it. I leaned in on Carpenter. Kent leaned in on Carpenter. Kevin chose Craven. And, I mean, I think, like I said before, you can make an argument either way. And again, this is all just our subjective opinions. And it could change on any given day for me. There was a lot of stuff from Craven's filmography, especially the made-for-TV stuff, that I didn't get a chance to see. So that might have swayed me. Although, I don't know which one is worse, Shocker or Ghosts of Mars. That would be a shitty fucking double watch. So do you guys have anything else you want to add in on this before we get into the next part of the episode, which is going to be Kent going over our official Master of Horror and Fear Itself rankings?
I'll just say that I had a lot of fun doing this. Like, it was almost 70 hours for doing all of them. And that at times got very overwhelming because I waited till 2 weeks because otherwise I'm not going to remember stuff. So it was a lot of stuff over 2 weeks, but I'm glad that we do certain things like this, or like when we did Hannibal, when we force ourselves to watch things that we haven't yet watched or maybe it's been on our list and we just never got around to it. This podcast has resulted in me watching so many movies that I probably even bought and just never watched. So I'm super happy. I walk away saying, Prince of Darkness was a hell of a lot of fun, and I can show that to people. And, there's a couple of other things that I can show people. And if I really hate them, I can show them Ghost of Mars. So, I don't know. I had a great time. And yeah, this is like 1 and 1A,
That's evil, man.
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's not that bad.
Sure it is.
Kevin.
If you guys just want to hang out, hey, I'm the one that picked Craven, and I'm definitely saying that Shocker is worse than Ghost of Mars.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, we good?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear the official rankings.
Okay.
I'm excited.
If I get some of the names wrong, I just abbreviated the shit out of it because I was sick of looking at stuff. But coming in at... So this, just for people that are really not sure what the hell's happening right now, the past 3 months before this, we did Masters of Horror Season 1, Season 2, and Fear Itself, which was the unofficial Masters of Horror Season 3, kind of. So we ranked all 39, and then I did the math, and here are the final results from worst to best. 39, Echoes. 38, Chocolate. 37, The V Word. 36, The Washingtonians. 35, Chance. 34, New Year's. 33, We All Scream for Ice Cream. 32, and this was surprising, but Kevin really made this happen. Dance of the Dead made it all the way to 32. 31, Sounds Like. 30, Fair-Haired Child. 29, Spooked. 28, In Sickness and in Health. And 27, Valerie on the Stairs. And those would have been the 13 episodes had it just been a full season. And I think, we could all agree that, we could have just been... Some of them were okay, but I mean, this... So far to me, this list actually seemed pretty good. All things.
I would agree. That feels like a very fair summation of those episodes.
Okay, so the middle third, we have number 26, Dream Cruise. 25, Eater. 24, The Damn Thing. 23, Something with Bite. 22, Sick Girl. 21, Community. 20, The Circle. 19, Homecoming. 18, Hakel's Tale. Number 17, Black Cat. Number 16, The Sacrifice. 15, Spirit Box. And just missing the cut for the best 13 is number 14, Family Man. There were a couple of surprises here, but to me, I still, there's a couple that I would have had in my top 13, but still, I felt like these rankings actually averaged out to be pretty damn fair. Anything pop up?
What surprises me is how many Fear Itself episodes would make it above. The bottom.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. The final stretch. Number 13, just making it in. Dreams in the Witch House. Number 12, Skin and Bones. Number 11, Pelts. Number 10, John Carpenter's Pro-Life. Number 9, Incident on and Off a Mountain Road. Number 8, Jennifer. Number 7, Right to Die. Number 6, Pick Me Up. Number 5, Imprint. Number 4, and I would say the biggest surprise of them all, fucking Deer Woman made it all the way to number 4. Number 3.
It rules. No surprise at all.
You had that the lowest rated, nonetheless, Kevin. Yeah.
Of the three of us, but it was on my top 5
10
for the season anyway.
Chris had
for
it
all
as his
3,
third, and I had it as my 9th. So yeah. Number 3, Family. Number 2, Screwfly Solution, and as alluded to before, the best and should have been a full length, John Carpenter's Cigarette Burns at number 1, and it really wasn't close. So.
Yeah, I'd agree with that list. It's a pretty good ranking. I think
a great list.
It's relatively close to what I had to overall.
Yeah, I feel it's pretty unbiased comparatively.
I mean, I know there were differences there, but yeah. I mean, Kevin skewing us with fucking Dance of the Shed.
Dude, that's a highlight for the last season. I mean,
hey, and highlight is a word that was created in World War III.
I mean, Kevin did give Dance of the Dead as his 16th favorite episode, so that, things happen.
Oh, Jesus.
Robert Englund rules in that episode so hard.
Yeah, but it's not just Robert Englund. That's the problem. Like, if it was just him, it would have been way higher. But there's all the
4
fucking
months
people
and we
to go with
still
them.
are venting about it. Good stuff. I'm happy with that. I'm happy to be done with the list, and I'm looking forward to next month.
Yes.
So, in case you guys don't know what we're doing,
we are going to make our own Masters of Horror 13 directors that we want. Now, we may all have a different take on what the criteria is. My goal was to go for something along the lines of Masters of Horror from 2000 and to present day. But, we all may have our own different takes, which could help vary the list significantly. And that's going to be cool. I think we can all agree that we just don't want to repeat any of the directors that's been used already. I think that'd be, make some sense.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing James Wan on everybody's list, and I'm excited. I'm curious how that will all play out. So, and the best part is we don't have to watch any fucking movies, dude. Like, we finally get a little break.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Of those guys, I'm gonna watch other
TV
movies.
series.
Kevin says that now, and then he's going to be like, I watched like 70 hours of all these directors to figure out who I wanted to put in.
No, I have a list going already. There may be one movie I may watch, but because I haven't seen it, but which would be Saint Maud, because I'm just gonna transition to what we're watching. I saw Love Lies Bleeding, and it's so good. It's not a horror film, but it's definitely made by a horror director, so I'm really interested to see her horror film. But it is like one of the best neo-noir, like, desert thrillers with all of these other elements to it. It's so good. So good. Yeah.
Sweet. I've been looking to watch that. It showed up on my Vudu as like a new release, and I clicked on it, and I was like, yes. When it gets a little cheaper, I am buying it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the physical release and DVD. Yeah, it's so good.
What else have you been watching, Kevin?
Oh, okay. Basically this. But I did see Civil War in the theater. That was really good. Really pretty intense.
Was it worth the hype?
For not a horror.
There's been a lot of hype, I thought.
Yeah, there is a lot of hype. I mean, it's not as good as Love Lies Bleeding. It's kind of like around what I think Dune 2, which is very top of my list of great movies this year so far, but it's great. It's intense. It's, you know, there's a couple things, you know, I don't want to get into it because it's so new and you guys haven't seen it, and I don't want to give you any predetermined ideas, but overall, yeah, it's a great time. I don't regret going to the theater seeing it. It was really good. So I've pretty much put so much stuff on hold because of this thing, and I decided to watch all of these movies in this specific order that I, instead of doing like a franchise, like I did Fast and the Furious, and then I did the Godzilla movies, not seeing the new one in theaters, but the Godzilla Kong thing. I've been doing trash Christian Slater movies, so I've just been finding the sweet spot of Christian Slater films between 2001 and 2015 that have at least a 5 or lower on IMDb, and much lower on Rotten Tomatoes. I've seen Mindhunters with Rennie Harlan. Have you guys seen that?
I own it. I've never watched it.
With Christian Slater and Val Kilmer.
I watched it when it was released. Maybe not at a theater, but definitely the first week it was out on DVD.
Oh, really? It's really not a trash film. It's okay. It's not a Saw ripoff film, but it definitely was made due to the success of Saw, and probably shaped a little bit like it. Do you remember it all, Chris?
Oh yeah. It was one of those movies where I bought it and then I was like, I wish I could get a refund. But yeah, it's not horrible, but it's very derivative.
It was fun. It's top tier Christian Slater trash film. It's like and also doubles as a Val Kilmer trash film too, who's not in it nearly enough. But yeah, it's around the My Soul to Take line of of bad movies. So it's good, but it's has its problems. And then I watched Assassin's Bullet, which is also not very good. And what did I watch? Pursued, which also wasn't terrific. And I watched Stranded, which is a astronaut space horror film from 2013. And nobody else is in this movie but Christian Slater. He holds it down to my recollection. It's all right. It's been a fun ride though. Christian Slater is my favorite actor, and it's hard to be a fan of his because he has this span of direct to video stuff that I haven't seen, and I'm catching up on it now. And yeah.
Have you watched Archer?
No, I haven't. I'm going to hit. I do know that he's on that, but I have not.
Yeah, he's not in all of the seasons, but he's in, I think,
Like,
3 or 4 out of them.
I think, yeah, he's on quite a. I think he's in like 16 episodes or something like that. So he's like a reoccurring.
Yeah, I mean, he plays himself.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm in.
Yes. Yeah, he's Christian Slater / CIA agent.
Oh, that sounds great. So yeah, that's basically all I got right now, guys.
What about you, Kent? What have you been up to besides this?
I've been sleeping a lot. I've been watching, since last time. Got caught up on wrestling so I could watch WrestleMania, and then I stopped watching wrestling so I could get through this. So now I can get back to wrestling and get caught up to the pay-per-view that happened yesterday that I don't even know what matches took place, so that'll be fun. Lots of sporting stuff because we had the NFL draft and NBA playoffs started, and I pretty much up to date on X-Men 97 on Disney Plus. Really, I think it was episode 4 or 5 was like one of the best cartoon episodes of anything I've ever seen in my life. Like Game of Thrones back when it was excellent level of being just, it was really good. Highly recommend that. And a little bit of YouTube stuff here and there, but I have not. I don't know. I just really haven't been focusing a lot on watching stuff. I plan on getting through some TV shows. And I got into Immortal Phoenix Rising, which is a video game, and it's got like some Greek mythology stuff, and that's been a lot of fun. So, I don't know. I'll move right on to you, Chris.
So yeah, besides the handful of stuff I watched compared to you guys for this, I watched The Three Body Problem on Netflix, which I ended up really enjoying. It's not quite like hard sci-fi, but it's definitely more harder science fiction than, like a lot of the stuff that's out there lately, like Star Wars, even the recent Star Trek stuff. So I enjoyed it. I just finished Fallout Season 1 with my wife and fucking loved it. That might be the best video game adaptation I've seen of a fucking live action version.
Better than Last of Us?
Yeah, I mean, Last of Us was pretty good compared to the game, but it's kind of, it's a zombie story, a zombie apocalypse. So you've got individual stuff that's different, but like there's only so much to differentiate The Last of Us from The Walking Dead or 28 Days Later or, Dawn of the Dead or whatever you want to go off of. Whereas Fallout is, it's its own unique thing, but they really nailed the difference between like the horrific fucking brutality of the post-apocalyptic wasteland and the humor at the same time. They fucking nailed it. There were some times where I was just fucking laughing out loud watching it. So yeah, I really recommend that if you guys have Prime. I finished Invincible Season 2, which was fucking awesome. If you guys haven't seen Season 1, I recommend that as well on Prime. Shit, I know there's some other stuff I've watched, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. I just started Genndy Tartakovsky's Primal, which I had never seen before. And that's pretty good so far. And outside of that and being busy with work and family, Krista was rewatching all of Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon to catch up on House of the Dragon Season 2 coming out, and so I didn't get to watch all of that, but I saw a good portion of the stuff that she was rewatching. And again, like you said, back when Game of Thrones was good, because rewatching Season 8 on that was like painful. Outside of that, I think that's about it for me. So, do you guys have anything else you want to hit up before we finish up?
I do. I want to bring something a little old school back, so I want Kevin to pick a number 1, 2, or 3.
2.
Okay. I'm bringing back the horror cards.
I figured.
So, Kevin, I'm giving you 5 questions.
Okay.
All right. And we'll make this quick. Name 2 horror movies starring Donald Sutherland.
Don't Look Now? Is that it?
That could be.
And
Yeah, Don't Look Now.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yep. All right. Second question. John Carpenter has suggested that the mask Michael Myers wears in Halloween may have been inspired by a similar mask from what 1960 French film?
Oh.
Oh. I actually know the movie. I would not have thought of it, though.
I don't know.
Chris, anything?
No. Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, Eyes Without...
I was looking. I was picturing the cover of that too, but I couldn't think of the title.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. The documentary Room 237 examines a number of theories about and hidden messages contained within what classic horror film?
It is. I know it. Do you know it, Chris?
Is it The Shining?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't have to look at the back of it. Okay. Another one that fits with what we're doing. What horror actress played the ill-fated Lynn Wood in Wes Craven's The Hills Have Eyes?
Is it Dee Wallace?
That's right.
It's the only name I remember.
Finally, a single mother, haunted by the death of her husband, struggles to control her young son, who believes a monster from a picture book is living in their home in this 2014 film.
I can't think. Chris, you know this one?
Babadook.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
All right. All right. What?
No.
Wait, what?
Babadook?
The fuck?
I know you guys talk about it all the time. I have not seen it. It's
Oh my god. He hasn't seen it, so he
That
doesn't.
is startling.
He doesn't realize how bad that last episode of Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities ended up being.
Oh,
Has no idea.
I haven't seen that either.
Okay. Well, Kevin, I think you got 1, 2.
I honestly
got 3.
think, Kevin, if you watched Babadook and then you watched Nightingale, you would have another person to add for your next month's thing.
Oh, Jennifer Kent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Chris, do you want 1 or 3?
I'll take 1.
Okay. Really difficult one. Name 3 horror films that take place in Maine.
Evil Things, Storm of the Century, and shit. It.
Yeah.
All right.
It.
What rhymes with shit? It.
Good luck with this one. Director Henry George Clouzot bought the film rights to Les Diaboliques just hours before what famed Hollywood director tried to do the same? I would have gotten this right, actually.
I'm fucking tired. Say maybe Kubrick? I don't know.
Kevin?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hitchcock.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Something a little easier. In what year was Saw released?
Shit. Was that... Well, I went and saw it with my stepdad, Dennis. And he died in 2006, so it was pre that. 2002?
2004.
4. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
All right. You should get the next two, though, because this one just made me laugh that you picked this. Before he played Morpheus in The Matrix, Lawrence Fishburne starred in what 1997 sci-fi horror film that you may just not like?
Huh.
I would say you're probably talking about Paul W.S. Anderson's Event Horizon.
Yes, sir.
Also starring Sam Neill.
Yes.
Yep. And the toughest question of all here. A killing machine is sent back in time to assassinate the mother of the future leader of the human resistance in this 1984 film.
I think that definitively settles that The Terminator is a horror movie, Kent. If it's on your horror cards.
Yeah. So I'll read off my questions. Name one horror movie starring Ving Rhames. People Under the Stairs. Easy enough. Frank Darabont has directed 3 films based on the work of Stephen King. Name them. And I know Darabont did The Mist. He did Shawshank Redemption. And I'm not 100% sure on what the other one is. I was going to guess Green Mile.
Yeah.
Is that right, Chris?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. John Coffey.
Okay. In what year was the original Poltergeist released? I know it's early 80s. I'll just say 81. I'm really not sure about that, and I don't want to flip it over because I don't want to see answers to other things. But we'll remember it was 81 that I guessed. What is the name of the pagan deity that feeds on the souls of children in Sinister? Love that movie. Can't think. It's not like. It's not Pazuzu, but I'm going to go with Pazuzu. And then the town that dreaded sundown takes place in what U.S. town? It's Texas somewhere, I think, but I don't know, so I'm just going to say San Antonio. I have no idea. Do you know if I'm right on any of these things?
Well, the Sinister one is Bagul.
Damn it. Yeah, okay. What did I say for Poltergeist? I said 81, right?
Yeah.
It was 82.
Ooh.
And Texarkana, Texas. So I only got 2. You guys beat me. So, cool. I'm glad. I forgot that we used to do this, and I always find these a little fun. So, that's all I got.
All right.
All right. Chris, you want to lead us home?
All right, guys. That was a monumental task. I am glad we did it, and I'm glad next month should prove to be slightly shorter when we come to it. So, thank you guys for doing this. It was nice to see some of the things I hadn't seen in a long time, and to see a couple that I had never seen before. And, Internet, you take care.
See ya.
David Gordon Green.